Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was raised by the mother of dragons? This series will have 5 parts. Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Day 1. It was almost time to leave for King's Landing. Eddard's farewell to Bran was followed by our own farewell to him. And all of the Starks who were going to stay at Winterfell. "Why don't you go on ahead?" I said to Jon as we stood outside of the Godswood. I wished to gaze upon the heart tree one more time. Jon nodded and left without a word. He seemed a bit leery of me after I had informed him of my preternatural gifts. The thought was a bit disconcerting, but I shoved it away. He'll come around eventually. It was a huge subject, after all. After a bit of time, he'll realize I won't be cutting his belly open so I could gaze into his future through his intestines, or whatever other sick stories his old Nan had filled his head with. His father, Eddard, had taken it well enough. The fact that I saved his boy from the life of a cripple had just a teensy little bit to do with it. A pragmatic man, if nothing else. The Godswood had become familiar to me over the past few weeks. I easily made my way to the heart tree at its center. I remembered the first time I laid eyes on it. A beautiful tree with a thrum of power all its own. But I felt something else inside of it. I placed my hand on the tree's face carved into it, thousands of years ago, and linked my energy to it. "I know you're there, Raven. You are the Raven, are you not? I saw you in Bran's vision." I asked. No answer. "Stop hiding from me. I'm not your enemy." I tried. Still nothing. I sighed and removed my hand from the tree. Was I wrong? Was the presence a figment of my imagination? I shook my head and walked away. Then, I felt it. A pulse. It was faint, but I felt it for sure. I rushed back to the tree and linked my power with it once more. "Hello," I thought, not really expecting an answer. "Hello." The tree answered back in an old, raspy voice. My breath hitched, my heart quickened, but I quickly mastered myself. "You are Raven, the one I saw in Bran's vision?" I asked. "Yes," the tree answered. "What are you?" "You are not of this world." "I'm a stranger," I said. "I wish to go home." "Do you know how?" "Magic coils around you in such a way that I have never seen, and I have seen much." Raven did not answer my question. "Perhaps you will be the one to combat the coming darkness." I scowled. "You think I'm just some lapdog, here to do your bidding and fight your enemies?" I snarled. I considered the possibilities and felt hatred and anger build in my chest. "Are you the one who brought me here?" I said with barely suppressed rage. "I am not," Raven said. "Oddly convenient, how I show up just in time to fight an army of the dead and these White Walkers of yours." I countered. "True." Raven admitted as much, patient as can be. "But I did not do it. Your arrival here was a complete surprise. Many of my plans have gone to the wayside with your arrival. Things are progressing much faster than I believed they would." The consciousness seemed almost irritated. Albeit, I sighed and forcefully calmed myself down. "What's going faster?" "Your arrival. It triggered something," Raven said. "Magic has almost dwindled into nothingness, but with your arrival, it is stronger now than it has been for the past few centuries. I feel my own power rising by the day, as well. No doubt, many of the practitioners to the east are strengthened, most notably the Red Priests of R'hllor. To the north, the others are also amassing their forces to attack. Those beings I saw in the void." "Yes," Raven confirmed. "Let me show you." What happened next could only be described as an icy cold sensation covering me whole, almost exactly like a pensieve. Was I about to be shown memories? "No, young mage," Raven rasped. "You wished to behold your enemies." I found myself standing in the snow. As far as the eye could see, there was snow. The breeze changed direction suddenly, and my bile immediately leapt up my throat. This smell, no, it wasn't just a smell. My energy had linked to it. To horrific results. I fought to rein myself in as I took in my enemy's true nature. The cloying stench of rot and decay battered at my senses. It was a strange rot, eternal and so cold. I felt it creep up my own being, and flared my power in response, driving it away like sunlight to a vampire. Your enemy. Raven's voice echoed in the lands as I watched the owners of the stench march forth in the snow, not even realizing I was there. Thousands upon thousands of dead bodies, animated by the magic of these others. There was one. A female White Walker. She stopped for a moment, letting me get a good look at her features. She had skin as white as the moon and eyes, blue as the sky. Her face, expressionless, cold, alien, not a shred of humanity to her. She looked at me for a few moments with unblinking intensity, before resuming her walk, her eyes glued to mine until I could see them no more as she rejoined the head of the army of the dead. Climbing onto a giant spider. Ice acromantulas. Hell, that is one of your enemies. I heard Raven's voice in my head as I found myself elsewhere, watching a man surrounded by men and women in crimson robes. And this is another. The man was screaming, crying for a reprieve as the funeral pyre beneath him caught fire. The smell of smoke and burning flesh hit my nostrils, making me choke slightly. The noise made them all look my direction, eyes black as night. They said something in a strange language, High Valyrian from the sound of it, but I understood the name, R'hllor, well enough. Fire suddenly surrounded me from all sides, but I dispelled it with a swing of Erebus, ending the connection and sending me all the way back to the Heart Tree in Winterfell. I am not the one who brought you here, Raven said again, and I do not know if the heralds of fire and ice have done the same. However, they have been aware of your existence the moment of your arrival, and they will not rest until you have been killed or worse. My eyes narrowed, remembering the great others' attempt to control me in the void. They have no idea who it is exactly they're playing with. I snarled. Indeed, Raven said wryly. Know that I will aid you in any way I can, Harry Potter. Why help me? I asked suspiciously. Raven was silent for a few moments. I had believed to be only capable of defeating the others, but not R'hllor. But your song is different. Yours is not of ice. It is not of fire. It is not of ice and fire. Your song is of ice, fire and lightning. The best choice. A song of ice, fire and lightning. I repeated, confused. What the hell does that even mean, old man? You must go, Raven said. Someone has been trying to speak to you for the past 10 seconds. Wait. That was as far as I got before Raven broke the connection, retreating away from the tree, far to the north of the wall until I lost track of him completely. RRY. I heard John's voice. Harry. What? I said, taking a moment to reorient myself. You stayed behind. No, John said, looking a little amused. They've begun the march to King's Landing. I told Father I would come collect you. They're not waiting for us. Oh. I hurriedly followed the fellow team to the stables. Hodor was already there, holding Gyrion's rein as well as John's horse's rein. I flashed the big man a grin. Thank you so much, Hodor. I smiled, dug my hand in my gold pouch, and gave him 10 gold dragons, to his surprise and widening eyes. Here, Hodor. Hodor exclaimed before trying to hand the money back. Hodor. I pushed back, overpowering the giant man's strength, something John noticed easily, and closing his hand on the coins. You've been nothing short of amazing with Gyrion. I smiled, patting the much older man on the shoulder. Take it, do whatever you want with it, okay. He still looked dubious, but managed a small smile and a nod, before pocketing the coins. Hodor. I nodded back and leapt on Gyrion's back as John mounted his own horse. I will see you again when I come back, my friend. Hodor shouted us goodbye in Hodor fashion as we rode out to catch up with the king's court. The ride was silent, and bit on the long side. How long had I been communing with the Heart Tree? Eventually, we saw the small army of Stark, Baratheon, and Lannister banner men in the distance and breathed a sigh of relief and slowed our horses down to a leisurely trot, letting them recover from the long run. John, I said. Yes. He turned away from Ghost, who had been running alongside us, to look at me. Something the matter? Oh, no, I replied. I was just wondering about King's Landing. Do you know anything of it? I've never been, John admitted, but I have heard it stinks both physically and of corruption from the many who've visited Winterfell over the years. That's so, I said. I read that there are whole skeletons of dragons in the throne room, or there were, until King Robert removed them. John grimaced, but said nothing. I understood why. I know, I said. I wasn't expecting some fat shit to be king, either. Harry, Jon whispered loudly, looking a little panicked. What? I gave him an incredulous look. They're all far ahead from us. No one can hear us, here. Still, Jon said stubbornly. I smiled indulgently, but didn't push the issue, as we had finally reached the small army of men. The people gave us curious looks, but let us pass, having recognized us. We passed a few carriages, which probably had Arya and Sansa as well as the Septimordain, a woman I didn't really talk to in the wheelhouse, likely containing the disgraced former queen and the former prince. A few minutes later, we reached the head of the large convoy. Jon, Harry, Ned greeted us. Lord Ned, Father, Jon and I replied. Robert seemed to find my greeting amusing. Lord Ned, he says. I've brought Harry, Jon said unnecessarily, but dutifully. So I see, Ned said, before eyeing me. What kept you? Apologies. I was praying by the heart tree and lost track of time. I smiled and slightly ducked my head. No harm done, Ned said, before pointing to 2 spots a row behind him. They were empty. We understood easily enough and assumed our positions. And so started the long, boring trek to King's Landing. If I was riding alone, the trip would have most likely taken me a week. According to the maps I've read, King's Landing was almost 2,000 miles away, possibly even more. So, if we maintained this speed, it would take us over a month to reach our destination. Maybe 2, I redid my calculations. We could only probably cover 30 miles a day, obviously. We were on horses, but there were plenty of infantry and servants on foot. Another few hours passed slowly before the march was interrupted once more. Halt! We heard someone yell from a fair bit away. We complied. A man rode to the head of the convoy to address the king. Your Grace, the soldier said nervously. He probably drew the short straw. Yes, King Robert blathered impatiently. Out with it. The Queen's wheelhouse. Former Queen. Robert reminded him with a glare. Yes, the soldier stammered. I apologize, Your Grace. The former Queen's wheelhouse, sire. It's broken down. The wheel has broken. I swear, Robert grumbled. Why I agreed to take the woman as far as the river road is beyond me. Not worth this hassle, Your Grace, the soldier tried. Should have simply sent her away with the Lannister banner men. Robert continued as if he wasn't even there. Your Grace, the soldier tried again, the irritation he felt likely giving him some confidence. Still standing here, the king glared and the soldier wilted. Have the servants repaired that damned wheelhouse? Yes, Your Grace. The nameless soldier scurried away in fear. King Robert shook his head, grumbling some more. This was going to be a long march. Day 15. I was irritated. Really irritated. This was the 4th time that shitty wheelhouse had broken down and stopped us from marching. Every time this happened, we had to wait a few hours for the chicken shit servants to figure out how to fix it. Another reminder of the absolute inferiority of the people living here. Over 8,000 years of rich history and they still couldn't figure out how to fix a damn wheelhouse. Honestly, at this point, it was probably a miracle they had enough brains to even create the wheelhouse in the first place. The first 3 times, I was happy that the former Queen Cersei was pissing off the king with every successive break which occurred. The king had even said she would be forced to ride alongside everyone else if this happened once more. He didn't follow through with his threat. All he did was grumble ineffectually. Some king he was. So, today, while the queen and the prince were out doing something else, I went to the carriage and helped the peasants fix the damn thing. It took a few seconds to find that it was a broken axle this time. A quick muttered, "Reparo," had the axle good as new. I followed up with an application of "Patty" on the whole wheelhouse. It glowed slightly, but the sun shone so strong today no one saw it. There, that fixes this stupid contraption. I breathed a sigh of relief, before turning to the peasants, who had come back with whatever I had tasked them to retrieve. It was a ploy to keep them away. You can take those back. I waved them off. I fixed it, myself. Potter, the peasant mender. A voice crowed from the side. I turned to see Joffrey gazing at me with his malicious gaze. A sword at his side, and that horribly scarred man, too. It was an imposing look if I was a little kid who was easily cowed. if it isn't the former heir to the Iron Throne. At least, Joffrey, I'm good for something, unlike you. I smiled back maliciously. What did you just say to me? Joffrey said threateningly, hand on his sword. I said that you're useless. I dusted off my hand. What are you going to do about it? I should kill you where you stand. Joffrey almost snarled. You couldn't fight your way out of a paper bag. I taunted. But, by all means, go ahead. I smirked and glanced at Sandor Clegane. That was his name. He was also known as the Hound. Rumor had it that his elder brother, the horrible Gregor Clegane, had shoved his face into a fireplace, which was why he was disfigured. Pretty horrific story. I put my hand in my pocket, grabbing hold of my wand as Joffrey turned to his loyal bodyguard. Rictusempra, I whispered, and a faint silver light shot out and hit the boy, who doubled over, laughing hysterically. I feigned confusion, before addressing Sandor. What's wrong with him? Ahahahahaha. I can't stop. Joffrey crowed with glee. Sandor looked absolutely dumbfounded. I have no idea. D haha. D dog. G get hahaha. Joffrey tried to speak but kept breaking into raucous laughter every time. This time, I couldn't help the smug smirk that spread on my face. What a waste of my time. I walked away, as people began to crowd around the boy. Ha 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 ha. I shook my head in amusement and cancelled the spell, hearing the laughter disappear in an instant. Move aside. I heard his shrill yell, followed by the slamming of the wheelhouse's door. Hey, day 18. Oh, it's unspeakable to you. King Robert almost shouted. We were currently taking a short break. We had been marching for 5 hours straight and stopped at a large, open clearing. We were making good time, already having passed by the twins. In a few days, we'd reach the Crossroads Inn, and Cersei and her Brad Joffrey would piss off for good. After that prank on Joffrey, I decided to follow up with a few more. I thanked Fred and George, wherever they were. The day after our altercation, I had snagged him with a Tarantalagra while Arya and the butcher's boy, Micah, were sparring against Jon. Joffrey had shown up with his eternal bodyguard Sandor, and challenged the butcher's boy to a fight, using live steel blades. Arya tried to yell her way out of the situation, but the former heir was having none of it. He was still a prince, heir or not. Jon couldn't really say anything. His status as bastard was quite the annoyance. So I threw the dancing feet spell on Joffrey. The results were hilarious. The fool boy hand moonwalked his way to the water, screeching in confusion and fear the whole time before tripping and falling in the water, back first. Of course, I cancelled the spell as soon as he was submerged. It would not do for the prince to drown, no matter how much I disliked his bullying. A few days later I threw the Confundus charm on him while he was picking on his younger sister, while Tommen, the new heir, wasn't there to stop him. It left him prone to suggestions, and he had followed Myrcella's suggestion to the letter by jumping out of the carriage and planting his face in the mud for a few moments, before he regained his bearings and ran back to his wheelhouse in shame. I left him alone. After that, it was getting a little boring, all things considered. He was such an easy target, there was no more challenge in it. I stared as King Robert and Ned argued while eating lunch. I was one of the assigned guards, made to stand close enough to defend them as if anyone would attack a group of this size, but far enough I wouldn't hear them. But I had some pretty good hearing. Section: the fact that you used a spell helps. Section: Balthazar quipped. Shut up, Balthazar, I quickly said as the two men argued further. What her father did to your family, Robert said as Ned looked away with a pained grimace. That was unspeakable. What Rhaegar Targaryen did to your sister, Robert snarled. The woman I loved. He took a breath. Quote, I'll kill every Targaryen I get my hands on. I frowned at the statement. I mean, I understood the need to get rid of possible threats to his throne, but to kill those in exile, wasn't that taking things a little too far? Well, you can't get your hands on this one, can you? Ned asked calmly, probably of the same mind as I was. This Khal Drogo, Robert continued unabated. It's said he has 100,000 men in his horde. Even 1,000,000 Dothraki are no threat to the realm. Ned replied dismissively, as long as they remain on the other side of the narrow sea. His voice rose slightly. They have no ships, Robert. There are still those in the Seven Kingdoms who call me usurper. Robert said more quietly as Ned calmed down. A Targaryen boy crosses with a Dothraki horde at his back, the scum will join him. He will not cross, Ned insisted contemptuously, and, if by chance he does, we'll throw him back into the sea. Robert gave his friend a long look, before grabbing his mug and taking a long swig. There's a war coming, Ned. I don't know when, I don't know who we'll be fighting. But it's coming. Targaryens in the east, Lannisters from the west, dissenters in the ranks, especially in Dorne. Despite all of his faults, at least Robert was wise enough to know that war was inevitable. Day 25. Today was the day we reached the crossroad between the Kingsroad and River Road, where Cersei and her son would break off from our convoy and head west to Castle Rock, becoming Tywin Lannister's problem, and not ours. Joffrey, when I wasn't jinxing him, was still prowling around, antagonizing anyone he laid his eyes on. Arya, Jon, Micah and I had found a spot to train. Arya and Micah were just fighting as all silly children do, clash blades together thinking they were in some amazing, world-changing fight. Jon and I, on the other hand, only clashed blades to block and parry strikes which were unavoidable. The two of us were of a similar build, and fought the same way for the most part. I had even bestowed a measure of power on him, after a few weeks of arguing. He had been against the idea since day one. My magic frightened him, I knew this. He seemed leery of Bran, for the short while he had discovered of the boy's own powers. With me, he was less talkative, more careful in how he dealt with me. But he eventually warmed back up to me, when he realized I wasn't going to slit his throat in his sleep, or chop his nutsack off for some ritual or whatever these backwater shits thought. I supposed with the nature of magic in these lands, I shouldn't have been surprised at the attitude toward it. Warming up to me was one thing, but accepting the gift of my power was another thing entirely. For weeks, he had changed the subject whenever I brought it up. When he couldn't, he simply refused. After his sixth refusal, I upped the ante in our spars. I unleashed half of my true speed on the fellow team, completely overwhelming him each and every time we fought. When I was done showing him my superiority in sheer speed, I then demonstrated my physical strength by using a single hand to directly block all of his two-handed sword strikes. No misdirection, no parries, just full frontal blocks. He seemed too angry to want to talk to me, but I kept massacring him in our spars. After a few days of that, I finally told him why I wanted to give him some of my power. I couldn't be expected to fight the others on my own, and I needed his help. He ended up giving me reluctant consent. You won't regret it, I had told him, placing my hand over his heart, transferring energy into him, unaligned energy. Rather than my lightning. Nothing happened for a few moments, but then a ball of sky blue flame exited from Jon's hand, striking a tree and setting it ablaze. N had been horrified as I quickly drenched it with water. It took a few sharp slaps, as well as many promises of training, to calm the fellow teenager down. And so, I trained him in the use of his flames at night, making sure to be away from prying eyes. It was pretty inconvenient, all things considered, but secrecy had to be maintained if we wanted to avoid being lynched, or at least being under the threat of being lynched. Still, I thought to myself as I parried one of Jon's strikes, the energy had also made him faster and stronger, though nowhere near my level. He was a child of the north, of the ice. But he had powers over fire. I was reminded of the Raven's words, a song of ice and fire. TCH, the ramblings of an ancient tree entity. What did it matter? There were more important things to be done. I left my foot out and Jon tripped over it, but catching himself quickly enough to block the swipe I had aimed at his head. I smiled, and attacked again. Whatever was coming, we'd be ready for it. During yet another night on the road to King's Landing, Jon and I decided that he needed more training in the magical arts. At first, I had let him try his own methods, see what worked and what didn't. Perhaps he would grow to learn control on his own. I overestimated him, or, rather, I underestimated the difficulty of the task at hand. His fire was uncontrollable. He knew not of how to direct it, to channel it. He didn't have a repository of knowledge to rely on, to guide him through the steps. So, tonight, I figured I'd try a different method, take on a more hands-on approach to the matter. Jon stared at me after I gave him his first task. Meditate, Jon asked dubiously, but sat down, cross-legged. Yes, I said patiently. Magic is not like a sword, John. Old Nan used to say that sorcery is a sword without a hilt. John argued. I stifled an eye roll and humored him. Your old Nan is wise, and knows many things. I admitted before adopting a chiding tone. But magic is my domain, not hers. I doubt she knows anything of the true dangers and limits of magic. It's much different than wielding a sword. John only nodded. Even with no training in using a sword, you can still do some serious damage with it. As it's mostly instinct and common sense. I said. An obvious point, considered trivial by most. John nodded for me to continue. But magic is not a sword. I said again. It is not some inanimate object you can wave around and get results. It's power, real power. And it has a mind of its own. You have to exert your force of will over it. You have to assert yourself and become the flame. Make it a part of you. My words seemed to strike the boy at his core. His icy exterior shattered into a perturbed, yet excited gaze. Become the flame, John asked. We'll keep it simple, for now. I smiled patiently, remembering my first days of channeling my lightning. Close your eyes, and try to focus on the darkness around you. It may be instant, or it may take minutes. I will speak further when it's time for the next step. John nodded, and closed his eyes. Steady your breathing. I found that it helps. I added, trying to be helpful. John twitched in slight annoyance but said no words. It took longer than I expected, but shorter than I was dreading. 5 minutes. I didn't really keep track. Yeah, something like 5 minutes. It was about the same amount of time it took me to reach a meditative state. You see the darkness, I whispered quietly. Yes, John confirmed, just as quietly. Good. Try to search for your power. A sort of blue warmth within you. I instructed and waited once more. Another few minutes passed and I saw John scrunch his eyes. Relax, breathe. There is no hurry. Don't be discouraged if you don't find it immediately. John nodded, before steadying his breath again and taking the time to reach a meditative state once more. Some time after that, I noticed a small blue ember floating in his outstretched left palm. You feel it, don't you? I said quietly. John smiled to himself. It's incredible. John trailed off as the ball of flame tripled in size, casting a strong light at the nearby trees. Open your eyes, I said. John complied, and then he stared. You are the flame, John. I said, knowing if I told him not to lose control, he would. The flame is an extension of yourself, like your arms and legs. It will never disobey you as long as you assert yourself. John nodded, mesmerized by the fire in the palm of his hand. It suddenly winked out of existence, and John panted with the exertion, his whole body sweating buckets. I thought I had control of it. John tried to keep his breathing under control. He looked disappointed with the results. You did, I confirmed, to his surprise. Very good control, for a first-timer. But, John stared at his hands. Magic is powerful, this is true. I explained, but it is not limitless. Never forget that. A few moments passed as John understood. You keep practicing, and your well of power will increase in size. I said, as I've said, your magic is part of you, like your muscles. And muscles get stronger when you train them. John finished in realization. I smiled. Exactly. Once you're strong enough, you can perhaps reach the intensity of dragon flame itself. Come on, let's go back to the encampment. But I wish to practice some more. John protested muchly. A child being denied seconds of a delicious treat. You can't. I said. Like a muscle, you need to practice. Also like a muscle, you need to be careful not to overuse it, or you will suffer debilitating pain and severe exhaustion. Possibly even death if the exertion is too much. Understand? John looked mutinous, but nodded regardless, not really willing to chance it. I smiled and followed the fellow teen back to one of the Stark Guard tents. Things between the two of us had been a little rocky on most of the trip to King's Landing. Ever since he learned of my magic he had been leery of it, avoiding me whenever I brought it up. It was a little irritating, but understandable. With the discovery of his new powers, John had immediately looked to me for guidance. As a result, our friendship was strengthened over hours of toiling and practice. Jory Castle was staring at nothing in particular when we came in. He glanced at us, took in our worn-out appearance and nodded. Out for some nighttime practice. I smiled and greeted Jory with a wave. Yes, I said simply. Something on your mind, Captain? Nothing of grave importance. Jory shook his head. Must be quite something, if it's keeping you up. Jon noted lightly as he lay down on his makeshift bed, a mix of furs and padding that did very little in the way of comfort. Mine had cushioning charms laid on, so it worked out. I'd only imagine what the rest were going through. Jory kept quiet. I know what it is. I gave Jory a knowing look. That one red-headed girl at the Crossroads Inn. He shifted uncomfortably, but didn't say a word. I knew it. I crowed slightly. Your squirming tells me everything, Captain. Off to bed with you. Jory said a little aggressively, but with a slight smile on his face. He turned to Jon, whose grin faded immediately. You too, Jon. Jon complied quickly. I snorted in amusement, placed Erebus parallel to me on the floor and laid on my bed, thinking about all that's happened. Everybody breathed a massive sigh of relief when the Lannister men broke off with the former Queen Cersei and the former heir Joffrey to head to their family seat of Castle Rock. Joffrey had been a major pain the entire way. He seemed to take his partial disownment badly, lashing out at everyone and everything around him, though his mothers kept assuring him that he would inherit Castle Rock instead. As Robert had denied him the seat of power in the Stormlands, Storm's End. The Queen, on the other hand, had taken to long, quiet silences when not with Joffrey. I noted that, whenever she approached her brother Jaime, his face would morph into that of disgust and he would practically sprint the other way. She seemed impassive to most, but I knew better. Balthazar smelled it, Erebus sensed it. They both said they felt an extreme amount of anger from her, but I only believed it when I saw her face from her wheelhouse window as the Lannister contingent departed westward. While she thought no one was looking, it was scrunched up in fury and venomous hatred. I did not think someone so beautiful could look so ugly, until that moment. I relaxed further into my furs and yawned. There was no sense in losing sleep, worrying about what she was going to do in the future. Better to get some rest and prepare for the incoming shitstorm whenever it comes. I slept soundly, and woke up to someone prodding my shoulder. Huh, I said blearily as I opened my eyes slightly. Jon, is it time already? Yes, Jon said, already sliding his boots on, almost tripping on his sheathed sword. It's the final bit of the march today. We'll finally reach King's Landing. All traces of sleep left my body as the excitement rushed through me. Finally, after weeks upon weeks of marching, we were finally going to get there. So, of course, a few hours of marching later, I was about to just rip my hair out in boredom and frustration until I heard Jon exclaim beside me. There it is. I looked ahead, and saw it in the distance as well. It was a small sight from this far out, but as we got closer and closer I began to gain a true appreciation for the size of this place. I had read about it extensively, the city that Aegon the Conqueror had established after he had conquered all 7 kingdoms with nothing but a small army and 3 dragons. King's Landing, a city and a castle built on the very edge of the peninsula. Named after Aegon's landing in Westeros. Reading about it was one thing, but seeing it was another thing altogether. Jon and I shared an excited look as we approached the sea. A petal at least until we reached the gates. What's that smell? Jon asked as he tugged the collar of his shirt up, preferring to smell his own armor and sweat over the general. Smell of King's Landing. Ghost whined pitifully. Section, oh God, this is too much. Section, Balthazar explained, sounding pained somehow. The city stinked. No, it reeked. It was like a cesspool that had been filled up and closed for a few days before being opened suddenly. The stench hit you hard, but we all seemed to power on through it somehow, slowly growing used to it with the exception of Ghost, who looked very queasy. A few surreptitious waves of my wand, and Ghost perked up almost immediately, moving back into formation with us as we all formed up once more. What was that? Jon almost whispered. A bit of magic to lighten the poor boy's load. I spoke just as quietly. It was a neat trick I had been taught by Dumbledore during our training together. I remembered Cedric and Fleur using it in their second task, and I remembered Fred and George using it during their experiments. It was the bubble head charm. Well, not quite, it was modified. It created 2 very small partial bubbles right inside something's nose. Created by Dumbledore himself, he had made sure it functioned on most animals and humanoids he knew existed. And he had taught it to me. I applied the charm to myself and John, relaxing and taking in a deep breath. Jory gave me a strange look, mostly disgust, not noticing John doing the same. I can't hold my breath forever, now can I? I felt a little defensive at his grossed-out stare. I suppose not. Jory grimaced slightly. Horrible stench. I see what the people meant when they spoke of this place. Smells worse than a latrine pit. I nodded noncommittally as we swept through the streets, watching the people give short bows to their king and whispering excitedly amongst themselves. We passed the great big sept I had seen from the distance, the Sept of Baelor the Blessed, it was called, a gigantic waste of space. I called it and went up Aegon's hill. I heard some commotion from the carriage. Arya was trying to look out of the window, but Sansa kept pulling her back and closing it. No doubt nauseated by the many smells around us. I had not spoken much to Sansa during the trip. She was certainly thankful that her brother's attackers were met with justice, but she was horrified at who had done it. The Queen had attacked her little brother without provocation, all to hide the secret of a sordid affair she had with her young cousin. I figured they were probably halfway to Castle Rock, at this point. Well, Lancel was going to the Night's Watch, a bit overkill to do that to a kid barely out of his diapers, but I honestly didn't care all that much. To me, he was an accomplice in an attack on a child. Nothing more. Still, the experience had shaken the girl, somewhat. She still seemed to keep to her childish fantasies, but acted with a bit more concern to her siblings. I guessed that she had been expecting something a little more clean when she had thought of King's Landing. Well, clean is what she got once we crossed from the city into the Red Keep itself. Honestly, I had no idea of what anything was to be capable of describing for you. I had trouble understanding it, myself. It was largely comprised of red stone, hence the name Red Keep. I took note of all the fortifications, the towers, the guards posted at every other doorway. This place was truly a fortress. Wait, was fortress the word? Section, I believe you mean a redoubt. Section, Balthazar explained patiently. Section, historically, it is a fort, or fort system consisting of an enclosed defensive emplacement outside of a larger fort. Usually it relies on earthworks, but this particular redoubt has been constructed entirely out of the red bricks you see before you. Section. I nodded, understanding in my eyes as I gazed at this place with a new appreciation. Smells a lot better up here, Jory muttered to himself as the guards around him grunted in agreement. I hadn't even noticed the modified bubble head charm working perfectly to filter out any bad odors. Yeah, I agreed just for the sake of it. Our party stopped we got off our horses as a man approached Eddard. Welcome, Lord Stark, the man greeted with a bow. Grandmaster Pycelle has called a meeting of the small council. The honor of your presence is requested. Ned nodded, and turned to Septa Mordane and his two girls who had exited the carriage. Get the girls settled in, Ned ordered, receiving a nod. I'll be back in time for supper. Jory, John, he turned to his guard captain. Go with them. Yes, my lord, John and Jory said simultaneously, and they all turned to leave, me included. Harry, he said, catching my attention. You come with me. I looked confused, but nodded anyway. As you wish, if you would. The messenger froze slightly at Ned's cold gaze. Like to change into something more appropriate. Ned, still stone-faced, merely took his gloves off. Staring all the while, the messenger got the hint, turning and leading the way. I'll see you later, John. Have fun with luggage duty. I smirked and followed Ned. A few seconds later, I heard his reply. Wow, I've been a bad influence on him. I said. Lord Stark said simply as the messenger led us to the throne room, going through endless hallways and turns and stairs until we finally reached two large sets of doors, each manned by two guards wearing golden-colored armor and cloaks. Guards of the City Watch, I thought to myself as I entered the throne room. It was a large, spacious hall, with stained glass windows lining the sides, and large, thick pillars along the middle, all leading to the raised dais, where what I could only assume to be the Iron Throne sat. It was an asymmetric monstrosity of spikes, jagged edges, and twisted metal. As if the raised dais was not enough, the throne itself had stairs. The actual place you could sit was hired three men standing on each successive man's shoulders. Even the seat, itself, looked horrific, with spikes on the back, from the sides, and all above. I had to admit, it was beautiful, in a sick, twisted sort of way. Jaime sat at the steps, staring at us intensely, but he didn't say a word. I could tell that he wanted to, but he was holding himself back. For some reason, he must be upset about his sibling, but knows it's pointless to even say anything about it. Erebus supplied. Will you need me at the actual small council, Lord Ned? I asked lightly, the two of us stopping. Fair point, lad, Ned said. I doubt you would be allowed in the meeting itself. You can stay here. I nodded. A few moments later, Jaime and I were the only ones left in the throne room. Jaime was still hesitating to speak, even as I moved closer. Absurd thing, isn't it? I said, circling the Iron Throne curiously. Who would want to sit on this? Any ambitious man, I'd expect. Came the automatic response. And you? I asked curiously, as a strange expression spread on his face. It seemed pained, but also smug. I've sat on it before. Jaime said. It was quite warm. Warm. I blurted out. It was quite strange. You would expect steel to be cold. Jaime said, gazing at the Iron Throne. I felt a thrum of power from it, the same thrum I got from Ned's great sword, ice. This was made from dragon flames, yes? I asked. Forged from the swords of Aegon's many enemies, with the help of Balerion the Blackdread's flames. The hammering took 59 days. Jaime supplied. I looked at the throne with a bit more intensity. Dragon flame is magical in nature. Perhaps the metal was infused with some of it. Perhaps. Jaime said and left it at that. A long silence passed. You blame me, don't you? I stated. Jaime looked at me. I don't know what you're talking about. Jaime said smoothly, with barely a hint of agitation in his tone of voice. I can see it in your eyes. I said. You're angry. At me for getting the former Queen Cersei punished. Jaime flinched at the name drop. I am angry. Jaime found himself admitting. Not at you. Now I was confused. At who, then? I asked, feeling bewilderment. Lord Stark, or the king? I don't disagree with the ruling. Jaime said quietly. It was a light punishment, all things considered. Our precious King Robert could have had her executed. Lord Stark's son was attacked. And Lord Stark, too, held back. I know my Lord Father, Tywin, wouldn't have. What would your father have done? I asked. Have you ever listened to the Reigns of Castamere? Jaime asked. I nodded, not sure where he was going with this. My father obliterated the house reign of Castamere when they rebelled against my grandfather, Tytos Lannister, who was perceived as weak. He marched against the upstart and put Castamere to the torch, and killed every last reign there was in short order. Jaime explained. I made an of understanding, though the idea of slog. Htering whole families like that rubbed me the wrong way. Yet now the rains weep over his hall, and not a soul to hear. I quoted. Exactly. Jaime nodded and was silent for a bit, no doubt recalling childhood memories. Cersei was all but proven guilty. He admitted honestly. A trial by combat was never going to work. Not with you as an opponent. Or even Lord Stark. He seemed defeated, somehow. All that confidence I'd seen at Winterfell in spite of his defeat at my hands was gone, replaced by what I could only assume was a Great Depression. It reminded me of me, in the first few weeks I had been here. All I could think of was, Daphne, wait, could Balthazar have been right this whole time? I looked at Jaime again. What were the chances? Should I even say anything? I opened my mouth. But my attention switched to a duo of men entering from the doorway Lord Stark had went through. The first was a short man of slender build, in his 30s, or nearing them at the very least. He had sharp features, a pointed beard on his chin, and dark hair with threads of gray running through it, with gray-green eyes. The other man was plump, effeminate-looking, completely bald, and wore fine ilks in an outrageous blend of light purple and orange. The two of them passed me by, casting surreptitious glances at my exposed right arm, before stopping entirely to turn to me. Well, the fat bald one stopped. The other one just kept going. You are the one they call Harry, are you not? The bald man asked, stuffing each hand in the other's sleeve. The arm gave me away, huh? I gave an insincere smile, and the man replied in kind. And, you are, oh, forgive me, where are my manners? Varys spoke genially and extended his left hand. My name is Varys, the Master of Whispers, also known as the Spider. I took his hand in my own and shook it firmly. My right arm isn't dangerous, Lord Varys. I said reproachfully. My apologies. He went on, so formal and genial it was painful to behold. An instinctual reaction, on my part. I have seen many of those who have become afflicted with the grayscale. Well, my arm isn't affected by grayscale. I said, indeed, Harry of the Blackscale, they call you. I have heard the little birds sing of your deeds from the north and the east. Varys smiled beatifically. I, too, have been a victim of a practitioner of magic, so I can sympathize. I frowned at his words. Was he already onto me? I didn't know that. I answered honestly. What did the practee never mind? That was insensitive of me. I apologize, Lord Varys. Think nothing of it, Varys said simply, clamming up on the matter. And, I am not a lord. Simply Varys. I nodded. That's when Ned came in the throne room once more, looking irritated and disgruntled. I heard the jangling noises of a chain as a decrepit old man came out of the doorway, slowly making his way to the exit. Sheesh, that guy's life must be miserable, having to go everywhere so slowly. It was a wonder he even survived this long in a world like this. From what I've been able to glean from Maester Luwin's book collection, medical science here didn't exist. Or, at least, it didn't exist in the way I had seen it in my home world. Honestly, over 90% of the Maester's remedies were absolute bullshit placebos, at best, incredibly dangerous, at worst. It was appalling that I, a 16-year-old battle mage, was able to heal better than men who dedicate years of their life to that particular path. Come, Harry, Ned said without breaking his stride. I stared at him for a moment, before turning to the Jaime and the Spider. Good day, Sir Jaime, Varys. I gave a quick nod and hurried after Ned. Maybe we can spar some time, Sir Jaime. I called out. I heard a loud call of, perhaps, as the large doors closed behind us. A few minutes passed as I followed Lord Stark through the maze of the Red Keep, on our way to the Tower of the Hand. Meeting go well? I tried. Just the opposite, actually. Ned said flatly, wiping at his sweaty forehead as we turned a corner. That bad on the first day? I asked. Ned looked like he wanted to groan. Worse, he grunted out as we reached the Tower of the Hand, where Ned's household guards were waiting. They greeted him with a short bow and stepped aside, allowing us entry. We ascended the stairs, the both of us in quiet contemplation, or maybe Lord Stark was just too tired to hold a conversation while ascending these endless staircases. Eventually we reached the small hall, where Jon was busy chasing Arya around. Ghost was flicking his taw ill at Nymeria's nose while Sansa was combing Lady's fur. With a burst of energy I had not expected from the older man, Ned snatched Arya and lugged her over his shoulder while Jon laughed at her new predicament. Put me down, she protested, and Jon smiled wide as their father set her back down, ruffling her hair. I gave a sad smile at the unfolding scene before me. I missed Sirius and Daphne, a song of ice, fire, and lightning. But, I'm ready, Harry, Jon protested one night during training. No, you're not. I shook my head and stifled another eye roll. He was so exasperating, at times. We had been in King's Landing for almost a month, now. I managed to apply the bubble head charm to Lord Ned, and the other two direwolves, Nymeria and Lady, who seemed to take a shine to me after I'd erased their discomfort. Not that they didn't like me before, they simply grew to like me even more. Lord Stark was busy preparing some tourney being held by the king in his name, though he seemed quite angry on the matter. Apparently, the crown was 6 million gold dragons in debt, 3 million to the Iron Bank, whom I figured was the financial powerhouse of this world, and another 3 million to Tywin Lannister. Obviously, Eddard seemed leery of borrowing from the guy who they had grievously insulted by punishing his daughter for her actions at Winterfell. The validity of the punishment had no meaning to the man, from what I was led to believe. Hell, from the rumors and stories I've managed to glean from the fellow guards, Jaime's account of what happened to the house Rain, and a few offhand comments. Tywin Lannister was the most Dangerous man on the continent due to his wealth, and his willingness to go any distance to secure his family's position. Obviously, chopping off Cersei's hand weakened their position. True, Tommen was now the heir to the Iron Throne, meaning his family's position in King's Landing was still secure, but an insult had been dealt, wittingly or otherwise. Hence, Eddard's reluctance of even broaching the subject of money. How did I know so much of the subject? Well, my dear friend, the answer is pretty simple: shameless eavesdropping whilst under a disillusionment charm. But I've gained enough control. Jon's protests brought me back to reality. You haven't, I said with a shake of my head. Trust me on this, you're progressing at a rapid pace. But you still lack the force and the speed with which you gather your energy. Jon bristled at the criticism and opened his mouth to reply. I beat him to it, pointing my hand at his form, palm facing his body. Lightning answered my call, swirling, writhing and coalescing around the center of my palm, flying out as a concentrated ball of energy which he dodged on pure instinct. What are you? But that was as far as Jon got before he had to leap into a forward roll to avoid another ball. Jon mirrored my initial move and concentrated his power. He got a small, blue ember going before I slammed my fist in his stomach, taking the air out of his lungs and doubling him over. He fell to his knees as he coughed and wheezed, trying his best to fill his lungs with the air he had lost, to no avail. He raised his head, only to find himself face to face with my lightning-charged palm, merely inches from his face. A few seconds later, I backed away and clenched my palm, a small shockwave rattling our surroundings though no sound exited the room we had been using for training. As I've said, Jon, I bit out harshly as the fellow teen slowly regained his breath and composure. You are not ready to fight with your power in a pitched battle. The time it would take you to get a shot off, anyone would have cleaved your head off of your shoulders. Jon tried to apologize, but it came out half-strangled. I conjured a cup and filled it with water, handing it to the boy, who took the proffered drink and took a heavy swig. Thank you, Jon finally managed to say. I nodded in acknowledgement, before addressing the issue. Sorry for the demonstration. I know you're pretty stubborn, and this is the only way I figured would convince you. Jon was silent for a long moment. "'S'all right," he said finally. I smiled. It just takes time. We've only been at this for about a couple of weeks, now, or is it 3 weeks? I said and pointed my palm at the wall beside me. Lightning flew out and smashed against the red brick. The current strong enough to make the bricks glow red with heat. It was good to reach near the level of strength I possessed before being flung to this dimension, though it took some time, a lot of brainstorming, and many exhausting sessions of magic control in order to get my magic to compress itself to the levels I required. Jon stared in awe at the intensity of the attack, his anger replaced by a surging excitement. Hey, if only he knew how powerful I really was. Then, he'd be excited. You'll be able to reach that level in a year or two. I promised, but frowned. But you have to work at it. It's not something you hop into battle with and improvise as you go along. You have to undergo strict training in channeling your power. You don't want to end up killing the wrong people in a fight. Imagine if you hit Arya or Sansa with your fire. Jon grimaced and deflated immediately, his face turning solemn. Do you really want something like that to happen? I prodded. It was a little mean on my part to guilt-trip the guy, but it was important to stress the sheer danger he could be to those around him if he lacked the necessary control. Jon nodded and sighed. I understand, Harry, he said. I clapped him on the back. Good. Go get some rest. And don't forget, yes, meditate every night. Jon said, exasperation bleeding through his serious visage. You say that every time we finish training. If I didn't say it, you'd probably skip it. I grinned unrepentantly. Too eager to sleep, you are. Maybe. Jon smiled back, before leaving the room and heading to the guards' quarters. With a wave of my wand, I removed the silencing and obscuring spells I've had on the door, walls and windows. It wouldn't do to have a servant, or worse yet, a spy, see what she were doing and start blabbing to whoever was willing to pay him her coin. I tapped myself on the head with my wand, feeling the cold trickles of magic trailing over my body, connecting together and de-shielding my presence from the naked eye, before exiting the room. Another wave and my footfalls turned silent. I wandered through the Red Keep's hallways, moonlight filtering through the many windows, giving the place an ethereal look. I smiled. It reminded me of nights spent wandering the corridors of Hogwarts Castle. Has it really been months since then? I could still remember it all as if it were yesterday. I wondered what I'd see if I looked into the mirror of Arise now. Would it be my parents again? Would I see my home world? Would I only see Daphne and Sirius? Or was it a mix of all three? Questions I might never receive an answer for. I stopped moving as I heard the clinking of boots against the cold stone floor. A few seconds later, one of the Red Keep's servants appeared gradually into view. His eyes flitted wildly to every nearby door, as if he expected someone to catch him in whatever he was doing. So, naturally, I followed him. A few minutes passed as we went from one side of the Red Keep to its northernmost tower, where the spider, Varys, was waiting for him. I suppressed the shock though. Considering this guy was the spymaster of this kingdom, I shouldn't have been surprised at all. And followed them into a side room, making sure to enter as quickly as I could before they closed the door. With a snap, the door was shut, and then locked. I came as fast as I could without arousing suspicion. Lord Varys, the man said hurriedly, and Varys intoned softly. It is done, he said. The message has been delivered to the docks. I've secured its passage to pay. NTOS where your contact's men are prepared to receive it, as ordered. Pentos. That was one of the free cities, on western edge of Essos. Also, what kind of message would require travel by boat? Perhaps the ravens could be intercepted. Somehow. Good. Varys said. You have done well. Anything to have Targaryen rule back in these lands. The man said, bowing his head. Quite. Varys spoke, looking around to make sure no one was listening in, before giving the servant a piercing gaze. Though, I would urge you to not speak of them. However secure I can make our conversations, I am not without faults. The servant wilted. You're right, my lord. He bowed his head. I apologize. No harm done, my good man. Varys said genially, clapping the man on the shoulder firmly, once, before backing off. Now, I believe you have a few more tasks to attend to. Yes, of course. The servant gave one more bow before leaving quietly, closing the door behind him. Varys tisked, before homing on my exact location. You thought I wouldn't notice your presence, didn't you? Varys spoke, just as softly, but there was a dangerous edge to it all. Show yourself. I stayed quiet, even as he slowly approached my location. He couldn't quite see me, but he must have detected my presence, somehow. No sense in drawing this out. Stupefy. It came out as a whisper, and it was all the warning Varys had before a bright red light shot into his form, knocking him into the world of unconsciousness with a loud thud. Close one. Erebus whispered to me, you must go before anyone finds him. That servant was still nearby. He might have heard. The door slammed open, revealing the same servant from before, only, this time, he looked alarmed, which turned to panic when he laid his eyes on the unconscious Varys. He swiveled his head wildly, trying to find whoever did this, but saw nothing. I wisely kept my calm and made my escape, even as the servant dragged the unconscious Varys to his personal chambers and stood guard. I inched away slowly, until I reached a far enough distance and ran for it, making my way back to the Tower of the Hand. So Varys was a Targaryen loyalist. That made no sense. In the meetings I had been snooping on, Varys had never hinted towards such things. He even went as far as to suggest assassins be sent to Daenerys Targaryen's wedding with the warlord, Khal Drogo. I recognized the name from one of the king's conversations with Ned. Perhaps it was all part of his cover. Or maybe he didn't want all of his eggs in one basket. That way, he could be sure of his position in both this rule and whatever may come in the future. Wait, I stopped suddenly, feeling something brushing against the edge of my senses. Section what was that? Section Balthazar's hiss came out. Section you felt it too. Section I hissed right back. I, as well. Erebus intoned from his sheath. What do you think that was? I asked and closed my eyes. Tendrils of lightning leapt out of my body, writhing and swirling around me. Before launching themselves outwards, I opened my eyes and followed the trail, which led me to a door to the right. I grasped the handle and pulled. It didn't open. I tried some force. Nothing. Locked. I murmured and brought my wand back out. Alohomora. With a click, the door was open. I smiled slightly to myself and pushed it open, the hinges creaking loudly, evidence of the door's disuse over the years. There was a set of stairs leading down into pitch blackness. I went inside, closing the door behind me and removing the disillusionment charm, and locking the door behind me. Lumos. Quote. A bright white ball of light emerged from my wand, illuminating the stairway once more. I waited for my eyes to adjust, before making my way down. I pinched my nose a few times in order to avert a sneeze. Too dusty in here, I murmured in irritation as I finally reached the bottom. It appeared to be a dusty, damp cellar. What's so special about this place? I wondered as I took a few steps in. Focusing my power once more, it led me further in, to one of the many side doors lining the walls, though this one was much larger than the rest. I understood why when I went inside. Wow. Various dragon skulls were packed tightly into the large side room. The first few were really small, no larger than a cat's, but as I moved further and further, they got bigger and bigger. Section. These are the dragon skulls which were displayed in the throne room during the Targaryen dynasty. Section. Balthazar supplied as we reached the final one, an absurdly huge skull to say the least. How big was the dragon? I worked out the math in my head. From the sketches in the books I've read, the dragons looked eerily similar to the Hungarian horntail I'd tangled with a year ago during that stupid Triwizard tournament. But this, it was unbelievable. Agreed. Erebus wheezed out. It seems as if the tales of Balerion the Black Dread were not embellished in any way. Just look at its skull. I breathed, running my hand across the skull's snout. At least 5. At least 5 times larger than a horntail's. Then, it would be logical to assume the rest of its body would have been proportionately larger. Had the dragon still been alive? Erebus intoned logically. I stayed silent for a few moments, absorbing the words and the absurdity of it all. It took dozens of wizards collective, Ely using stunners to subdue the dragons from home. I said slowly. Yet these Targaryens rode them with ease on their own. No spells, no large groups of people. Truly curious. A voice came from behind me, startling me out of my reverie. I spun quickly, a roundhouse kick flying out and hitting nothing but air as I lost my balance and fell on my ass. I quickly regained my bearings and got back to my feet, finding myself face to face with a ghost. Even more curious, the specter continued as it floated around me. It was a tall, broad-shouldered, powerfully built man. His hair was short-cut and silver gold, going over a steel circlet set with square-cut rubies which framed his forehead. More striking were his eyes, a deep purple color that shook me with its vibrancy. Even in death, T.S. man looked regal in his black scaled armor. You can see me, the ghost stated simply. In the centuries I've been dead, no one has ever detected my presence, not until you. I remained quiet for a few moments, gathering my thoughts before finally speaking. You're a Targaryen, aren't you? The hair and the eyes. I am. The man smiled slightly. They called me Aegon, the first of his name. I looked at the largest dragon skull again, before looking back at the specter. Aegon the Conqueror. Yes, the specter Aegon confirmed without any heat. The Conqueror. There wasn't all that much to conquer. Some skirmishes here and there. Aegon floated to the largest skull and ran his hand over the snout, just like I did. My dear Balerion did most of the work. Vagar and Merixes, too. Not much to conquer, I repeated. I suppose it does sound somewhat arrogant on my part. Aegon smiled, though it was not malicious in nature. I had planned my invasion quite well, and with my dragons, no army stood a chance against us. True, I allowed. With dragons the size of several large homes, you could have conquered the whole world. One continent was enough for me, Aegon stated, but grimaced. Though, with recent events, Orys would be rolling in his grave at what his descendant has done to our legacies. Orys, I repeated. Aegon said, floating around the room. My half-brother, Orys Baratheon. It all clicked together. Yes, Robert's rebellion, Aegon said. What our descendants have been reduced to. I nodded wordlessly. One was a fat king who constantly hoarded and was drinking himself into an early grave, and the other was known to be an insane old man, burning his subjects alive with wildfire, oftentimes mistakenly believing them to be traitors to his rule. The Baratheons have fallen far, indeed. Despite it being a kingly house, now, Aegon continued grimly, and my own family, all that's left of our fire are two small embers halfway across the world, surrounded by darkness and enemies waiting for their opportunity to end my line, once and for all. No wonder this guy was a ghost, with heavy thoughts like these lingering in his ghost mind. Such is the way of life, I said softly. In compromising, even Aegon leveled his glare on me. The glare faded quickly at the sight of my unflinching gaze. Whoever rises to the top will eventually fall down, and hard. You were right, of course, Aegon admitted, before focusing his attention on me. You were a powerful one. I gave the man a sidelong glance as I inspected one of the medium-sized dragon skulls. What gave you that impression? I spoke easily as I dusted my hands off and faced the specter. You can see me, for one. Aegon had a good point. It's more than that. I can feel the power rolling off of you in waves. I had been slowly fading into oblivion over the last 50 years, at least until around a number of months ago, in which time I began to regain a measure of form in this unlife. That was about the time I had arrived to this realm. So, I strengthened all of the ghosts just by arriving into this realm. Did my magic inject into the world around me, somehow? I pinched the bridge of my nose in irritation. If ghosts regained enough strength to resume visible form, then how much stronger are the others, or the Red Priests? Or the Shadow Binders? I don't doubt that you could possibly defeat my Balerion in combat. Aegon spoke. With power like that, how did you acquire such strength? I said nothing for a few moments. I was born with magic, and have been taught by mages much older than I. As for my lightning, I'm afraid that's a bit of a long story. Aegon the ghost gestured at himself in a self-deprecating move and a disarming smile. I have plenty of time. I smirked back. This guy wasn't half bad. So I told him everything. I told him of a young boy entering a wondrous society filled with all manner of sorcery and wonder. I spoke of trolls, dragons, wyverns, worms, noondews, merfolk, elves, goblins, and other creatures. I spoke of a magical castle with moving staircases, ghosts like him, talking portraits, and endless shortcuts and hallways. I spoke of my teachers, old and wise mages who were well versed in their particular branch of magic. I told him of purebloods and mudbloods. I spoke of Dumbledore, and I spoke of Voldemort. I spoke of the rise of dark forces even greater than the wizard who had killed my parents and many others, demons, ruled by their Emperor Mundus, who I had fought between realms. Mundus, who was the reason why I was stranded on this world. I spoke of the higher powers of this world taking notice of me. The Red Priests of Arlor, Aegon said, a touch of familiarity in his tone. I'm familiar with their religion. I nodded, remembering the visions the Raven had shown me. Obsessed with fire, they were. Aegon continued, oblivious to my thoughts. They believed me to be one of Arlor's avatars because of my dragons. Did they? Now, I asked noncommittally. Why? Over 100 years before my conquest of Westeros. Aegon explained. The doom fell on Valyria. I read about that. I interjected before he could continue. No one seems to know what the doom really was. I don't, either. Aegon added to that, smiling patiently. What I do? No. My father told me. My great-great-great-grandmother, Daenerys Targaryen, was a greenseer. We called her Daenerys the Dreamer, as her dreams always seemed to come true. I nodded. She had a powerful, prophetic dream, depicting the destruction of Valyria, my family's previous, ruined home. Her father, Lord Aenar, decided to move our family and all of our belongings to the island of Dragonstone, as well as 5 dragons. Aegon said. 12 years later, the doom fell on Valyria, and House Targaryen was the only dragon-riding family left. Aegon said. Only a few houses remained carrying the blood of old Valyria. Houses Celtigar and Velaryon, 2 houses with close ties to ours. Though they have both fallen on hard times as well, but, I digress. With my rise to power came the attention of the people, both from within Westeros and without. Aegon said. The followers of Arlor claimed that I was a devout follower of their religion. He scoffed. It looked rather amusing on a ghost. The people overseas, of course, believed every word. How else would I be able to control fire-breathing dragons if I was not a follower of the religion which worshipped fire? I nodded. The simple-minded do tend to believe whatever sounds simple enough. All too true, Aegon said, smiling a little vindictively as he spoke further. I quickly corrected their mistake by riding over to a few of their great temples and burning them to the ground, much like I did with Harrenhal. The fool priests did not bother me again. I merely had to deal with the followers of the Seven in Westeros. Ah, yes, I said with a grimace. That religion reminded me too much of Christianity, way too many ceremonies, rules, and a hatred of anything different. The Seven who are one. A farce. Agreed. Aegon nodded. A religion installed by the invaders from Andalos, attacking the sacred weirwood trees of the children. I gave him a double take. I hadn't read about Valyrians following the old gods or knowing anything about the children, in particular. I had seen bits and pieces of them, when I was in the void. An image of children waving at me flashed through my mind. Oh, yes, Aegon smiled slightly. Valyrians were aware of the existence of the children. Written accounts of the many diviners using dragonglass candles. I'm afraid I did not possess the talent for it. Who have seen the children? And the others, creatures born of ice and death. I started a little, at that. It was part of the reason why my son, Maegor, built the dragon pit in the first place. Aegon said. The main reason, obviously, was to weaken the hold of the faith of the Seven over my family's kingdom. It served another purpose, of course. We meant to breed the dragons, in case the others appeared once more and attempted to kill us all. The history books never mentioned that, not even maesters. I said, remembering all of times I questioned Maester Luwin on magic, Targaryens, and the others. Knowledge is lost, over time. Aegon said, his tone of voice going sad. An important speech someone says is written down. Later it is rewritten. Then it is misquoted. Then, the passage is barely even mentioned as the years pass, and the old books become unreadable. I have seen many works disappear over the years, a true shame. You like to read? I asked suddenly. Aegon nodded. I was never a social person. The only people I wished to spend time with were my siblings. Visenya, Rhaenys, and my half-brother, Orys. When they were busy, I either trained with my dragons, or read books. Where was I? Oh, yes, Aegon smiled. The children of the forest and the others. I knew of their existence. So did my son, who built the dragon pit for our dragons to breed and grow in numbers. If he knew that the enclosed, tight space would hinder our dragons rather than strengthen them, he would have gone a very different route. Now, there are no dragons left, Aegon said grimly. Without one of their mortal enemies, the others have no challengers except, maybe, you. Harry of House Potter. You know my name, I said, startled. Indeed, Aegon confirmed, a hint of amusement in his tone of voice. I hear the servants of this castle all the time. Harry of House Potter. The black scale. He gestured to my right, scaled arm. An interesting sight, your arm. The rumors are running wild, of course. But the most popular one involves you. A warlock, a dwarf, a chicken, and a dozen eunuchs. I said eloquently. How does anyone even respond to anything like that? We ended up talking well into the night. A week after my conversation with Aegon I, the tourney began. With warriors, knights and fighters of every walk of life began to fall in line to sign up. I pondered why I was even doing this. Section because you're bored. Section Balthazar sniped. I gave an absent-minded nod as I finally reached one of the tellers. A man in his 20s, with a bald head and missing two of his front teeth. He took one look at me and paled at the sight. Must be the arm. You all right, there? I asked curiously. You're your arm. The teller stuttered. Yeah, what about it? I asked nonchalantly, rolling my eyes at a reaction I had grown quite used to. It's covered with black scales. He exclaimed dramatically. I stopped for a few seconds to stare at the man in absolute boredom, in the hopes of conveying how silly this man sounded, right now. You must be new here. A man said from behind me. I turned to see a somewhat rotund man in both armor and a red robe of sorts. It honestly looked so worn I was even surprised he still wore it. It almost looked like he was a red priest of Arlor. They were here, already. Wait, no. My moment of panic ended when I realized who this man was. One of the king's drinking friends. Thoros of Myr, was it? I greeted with a nod. My apologies for holding up the line like this. Blackscale. He greeted back with an easy grin. It's all right. Then, he turned to the teller. This is Harry Potter of the Black Scale. You would be quick in allowing him entry in this tournament. Unless you wish to suffer his ire and all of ours, as well. That is to say I mean. He quailed when he realized that almost everybody was now staring at him angrily for stopping the line. Visibly composing himself, the teller finally said, "Which competition do you choose to sign up for, Esser?" "Melee. And I'm not a knight. I'm just another fighter." I said CMPLY, and the teller began to jot things down hurriedly. "No jousting or archery?" Thoros asked from behind me, looking curious at the choice. "I've never fought on horseback, and I've never been much good with a bow." It was a lie. I've never even touched a bow to know if I was good or not. But, put me in direct, close-range combat and I will never lose. Bold claim, Blackscale. However, can you back it up? Thoros said, and many others behind him either grunted or scoffed at me, though their eyes lingered on my arm for a moment before shaking whatever chill they had felt off. "Done," the teller said, giving me a quick, embarrassed nod, before looking ahead of me. "Next competitor, please." I absently listened to the crowd's chatter as I slowly made my way to the melee fighting ring. Tournament grounds were situated a few hours' journey from the city in a large clearing that was about 3 miles across. In this clearing, 2 different areas had been prepared. The first was the melee field, a round, circular area of ground, grass and gravel, which I currently stood in. Wooden bleachers surrounded me from all sides, and at the very center of the large clearing, between the jousting and melee fields, there was the royal box, a 2-story box in which the king and his children sat, as well as the various nobles he had invited. The other field was for both jousting, archery, and other assorted competitions such as knife throwing, wrestling, what have you. I didn't really bother figuring it all out, to be brutally honest. I cared nothing for riding on horseback while smacking someone with a long wooden stick. As for the archery competition, what good would a bow do me if I could simply fire bolts of lightning whenever I wanted? Things to consider. Crowds have already gathered, so many. I heard a familiar voice from my right as the voice strengthened, overwhelming the endless chatter of my fellow contestants and the crowd itself. I turned to see Jory, standing next to me and looking bemused. "I thought John was going to enter," he said with a smile. I suppressed a wince and addressed my captain. "We made a bet on it," I said, smiling back and clasping the man's arm for a moment. "He lost, so I get to compete in his stead." Jory snorted in amusement. "What was the bet?" "Long story. It would probably take too long to tell," and I smiled, pointing at the king and his court, who had begun to take their seats as the large ring became packed. "It's about to start." In actuality, the story was pretty short and anything but fun. A few nights before today, John and I had learned that he was immune to fire. Not just his own fire, but all fire, everywhere. He stuck his hand in a brazier and nothing happened. Incendio also had no effect on him. Now, sure, that might be an offshoot of his new power, but and here's the interesting part, he couldn't even allow his body to be hurt by fire. Now, what exactly does that mean? As you may or may not have known, I had always been capable of using my own lightning to damage myself in some fashion, to cauterize my own wounds, more often than not, and, if an outside source of electricity impacted my form, it would hurt unless I ate it, of course. John couldn't, and that was the strange part of it all. At first I thought it was simply a mental issue, perhaps his mind was set on keeping his body safe from any flame. However, after a few hours of stressful testing and wool gathering, John admitted that he had never been burned in his life, strangely enough. On its own, that admission might have been considered slightly strange, but still acceptable. It was in the realm of possibility, after all. Some people spent their whole lives without any burns. However, the fact that John took a burning carpet and didn't feel anything but gentle warmth from it told another story entirely. I conferred with Aegon I, and even had John meet him to confirm it. It was quite the strange test. Aegon had circled the fellow teen, examined his facial features, eyes, and pushed his fingers against John's chest, before finally announcing his result. John was of Targaryen descent. "The blood is strong in you," Aegon had said to John's dawning look of realization and horror. "It sings to me." This begged the question, Just who was the mother? It couldn't have been Elia Martell, as she was not pure Targaryen. Perhaps it was the Mad King's wife. No, that was too far-fetched, and quite impossible, as Ned was a young man fighting a war, at the time, and had never even met Rhaella Targaryen. For obvious reasons, it wasn't the Stormborn girl, either. Was there some unknown Targaryen that Jon and I did not know about? Aegon, for his part, had shed some light on the situation. Prince Rhaegar, he said, nodding to himself as he gazed upon Jon once more. Yes, now that I think of it, the similarities are strong between the two of you. You have his lean figure. I can see him in you. No. Jon shook his head. Impossible. Eddard Stark is my father. Perhaps. Aegon the Conqueror aloud, still circling Jon. I can only reveal to you what my own knowledge consists of, young dragon wolf. Aegon continued, not noticing Jon mouthing the words, dragon wolf, in sheer disbelief. Before, and during the war called Robert's Rebellion, Rhaegar and his father the king had been obsessed with magic and prophecy. Prophecy. Of fucking course, it was prophecy. Oh boy, I said back then, shaking my head in dismay. Here we go. I do not know of its full contents, but there was a prediction made concerning a prince that was promised to combat the forces of darkness. Aegon said slowly. The prophecy also spoke of how his song was that of ice and fire. Now, those particular words held meaning to me. There was only one other person who had used those exact words, the three-eyed raven I had spoken with while communing with the heart tree in Winterfell's Godswood. I knew Rhaegar was quite set on a certain woman from the Stark family, Lyanna. Her name was. Aegon continued. Perhaps you are the result. My Aunt Lyanna. Jon choked, as he was trouble even accepting the idea of it all. She was kidnapped by Rhaegar. That's what everyone says. There was no way she would have allowed. Rhaegar was unstable in his last days. Aegon said gently, yet uncompromisingly. He was willing to do whatever it took to fulfill that prophecy. Even if she was not. Jon shut his mouth and shook his head, looking even more furious at the revelations and the sudden turn his life had taken. Now, unsurprisingly, he ended up responding by hiding away, not signing up for any of the tournament competitions, to the confusion of his immediate family and friends except me. Hence the little play I was putting up for everyone. I doubted King Robert. All Targaryens must die. Baratheon would appreciate such news being bandied about in his face. Best to keep suspicion off of everybody. I glanced at some men on horseback that had come with us. And down at the blunted blade I had picked up beforehand. Erebus shrunk and left in one of my pockets. The melee required you to have a blunted blade so you didn't kill all of the competition. Still, accidents happened and some people died, but, with the blades blunted, the fatalities were minimized. The king's voice grabbed all of our attention as he began greeting the lords, ladies and whoever else managed to find their way here. This tourney's in honor of Ned Stark taking over as my hand. He gestured grandly at the man in question, who seemed busy trying to avoid everyone's gaze. Next to him, Sansa and Arya sat, waving at me and Jory beside me. We waved back with a smile. The melees first, he shouted unnecessarily, but it seemed to get the crowds in the bleachers going, as they all cheered. I felt my pulse rise, much like it did before any game of Quidditch or a good fight. Fight for the honor of your families, or rather the money involved. A lot of people laughed at this. Most importantly of all, fight well for your king. The horns blasted as we all took our positions at the edge of the large circular field. When the horns would boom again, we air supposed to run forward 20 paces into the center of the circle, by which time we would all attack each other. I took the time to look around and see who had actually come for this melee. Thoros in his priestly robe and armor combo, with his flaming sword. Hey, nice. Jory smiled, looking in the same direction I was. I remember that sight when we stormed the castle at Pike. Thoros was the first in with that sword of his. I'll remember it until the day I die. I grunted in reply, gazing at the others. There were a few mounted riders, some dual-wielding swords, a few with great swords, and a giant of man. He wasn't as tall as Hagrid, but I would have said the man was 8 feet tall, bulky and imposing in his heavy armor, wielding a greatsword easily in one hand. The horns boomed for the second time, signaling the start of the melee. There was no time for me to wonder any longer, as we all dashed to the center of the arena. Shouting, grunting, and the sound of blades clashing erupted all around me as I ducked under a sword thrust, grabbed the offender's arm and used his own thrust's momentum to fling him into a man that had been attempting to sneak up on me. The two flew back, entangling into each other and slamming into a small group of people who were exchanging strikes at a fast rate, bowling them over and drawing a laugh from the crowd. Another man came, slashing left and right, but I smacked his blade away contemptuously before smashing an uppercut into his chin, knocking him out instantly. I heard a shout and looked around to see a flash of Joffrey do WNING, a mounted knight with a few strikes before I was surrounded by men wearing Lannister colors, rushing me all at once. I smirked and sheathed my sword, meeting their charge with my own the best W. I to break envelopment as to puncture through it. Lightning surged into my muscles and nerve pathways throughout my body, and I used the energy to further my dash. They tried to block my path by men from outside reinforced the spot I was trying to escape from, but it didn't do them any good. I smashed through their line, swerving aside to avoid a blow from a rather sharp-looking dagger one of the men I hadn't tackled had drawn. An assassination attempt within the confines of a melee. It made sense. They could simply claim I had died in all the confusion. I repaid the man's attack by continuing my swerve to launch a spin kick which connected to the man's shoulder, cracking the bone and sending him flying to the middle of another fight in the melee, which earned him a few deep and NFL cuts before he dropped into the land of unconsciousness. "What else you got?" I shouted challengingly as I blocked a sword slash with my right arm, before grabbing onto it and pulling the attack. Forward another Lannister lackey and landing a roundhouse punch into his face, dropping him like a sack of potatoes. The Lannister envelopment suddenly broke as a trio of mounted knights tore through the remainder of their line, and they were forced to fend off the onrushing attackers that came from behind them. Hey, I allowed myself a smirk before I began to dispatch each of the Lannister men. Melee. This may have been. But these guys needed to pay. All right, Blackscale. I heard Thoros' voice from the side as he clashed blades with a Lannister man and elbowing him in the face. I saw the envelopment and convinced a few of the old boys to break through it. I smiled back as I grabbed a sword mid-thrust and pushed hard, smashing its pommel against my attacker's face, who dropped WITH a loud moan of pain which joined the general cries of battle and the crowd's cheer. Much appreciated. We cut down 3 others before breaking off to rejoin the rest of the melee. The lightning enemy writhed and roared as I drank in the noise, the smells and sights, dodging below a side swipe and rolling forward to avoid the follow-up lunge, before spinning and lashing out with a sweeping kick that took my attacker off his feet. A punch to the head, and the attacker was out of it. I quickly dusted myself off and took stock of my current situation and surroundings. I was a little dirty and scratched in places, but otherwise I was completely fine. I could see Thoros tearing through a few Dornish men with his flaming sword, jeering and laughing as he did so. Nearby, the gigantic man was just smashing people aside like they were made of wet toilet paper. I began to make my way to the both of them, almost negligently punching, kicking and elbowing my way through the raucous brawl that had erupted in between us all. A heavy-set man grabbed me from behind and attempted to lift me in what I thought was going to be a suplex, only I didn't even let it get that far. His attempt failed. A continued stream of lightning-charged elbows to the face seemed to dissuade him of his notions or of consciousness, really. I was joined by Joffrey, who looked a bit worse for wear, but could still move easily. "Do me a favor," I asked as blocked a sword strike coming from Joffrey's back, before kneeing the offender in the stomach, causing him to fall to his knees and vomit uncontrollably. Disgusting. We moved away quickly. Joffrey parried a diagonal slash to the left and nimbly positioned himself so his foot reached in front of his attackers, tripping him. Added with a push, the man found himself in a collision course with my clothesline, which sent him down to the unforgiving earth, his entire body spasming from the impact before he fell to darkness. "What is it you would like?" Joffrey asked. "Because I'm in this to win the money." "Oh, that's fine." I laughed even as I grabbed a short sword with my scaled right hand and tore it out of my attacker's hand, before smacking him in the face with and pointing at the giant of man still tearing through the fighters around him with ease. "I want to fight the big guy." "Gregor Clegane?" Joffrey asked. somewhat astonished. You want to fight the mountain, himself. So, this was the mountain that rode, huh? Lord Lannister's mad dog. The man who raped the Martell princess after killing her children. The man who supposedly pushed his brother's face against an open fire, disfiguring him permanently. The levity and fun I had been feeling were replaced by scorn and disdain and no small amount of anger. Yes, I said simply, finally drawing the blunted blade I had been provided with. He's mine. Fair enough. Jory didn't argue. I'll keep the rest off your back, and try not to interfere with your fight. I smiled slightly, before earning grim once more and brandishing my sword in Gregor's direction. Thanks, Captain. I didn't wait for his reply as I tore through men, left and right, smashing the flat of the blade against the back of their heads, which stunned them for a few moments, or even completely knocked them out. I wasn't giving my strikes any precise aim. More simply, I was smashing hard in the general area before moving on. I heard Jory's shouts from behind me as I dodged past a surprised slash and found myself face to face with the mountain's fist. I pushed against his fist, which allowed me to minimize weight. Severe damage he was about to inflict on me, but, unsatisfied, Gregor slashed horizontally with his greatsword, in an attempt to cleave my head off of my shoulders. I easily managed to duck underneath it, though I felt the vibration of the air around me, a sign of the man's true force. From it, I inferred that this man had not held back at all during this entire melee. Knowing that the men around him were smaller, weaker, and less durable than him, Gregor still used his full force on them. Did he want the money from the melee that badly? Last I had checked, he was the head of House Clegane, who say that was quite rich thanks to aid from House Lannister. Was it the glory and recognition? He had those, too. Maybe, he loved the fight so badly that he never held back. It made sense. That was probably why he was called a mad dog. To begin with. Still, if he wasn't holding back, I supposed I shouldn't be, either, not against a rapist and child murderer, anyway. Out of the way, runt. The man grunted irritably as he tried for a diagonal slash in an attempt to slash me from hip to collarbone. An attack so slow I simply stepped aside to avoid it. I said, move. I don't think so, Clegane. I said lightly as I danced around the man's attacks, the lightning which coursed through my nerves increasing my perception so much it seemed as if the man moved at the speed of a particularly speedy snail. Stop running, damn you. Gregor got angry, and his swings turned wild and frenzied as he tried harder and harder to kill me, though he found no ground. I peppered him with punches to the ribs, stomach, and crotch every time he overextended. For every time he overreached, I smashed my blunted blade into his armored arm, denting it in and bruising the man underneath, which enraged him even further. I faintly noticed that the sound of battle around us had ground to a halt, as the remainder of the melee simply watched our battle unfold. The crowd, on the other hand, seemed to be cheering, more loudly than ever, at the clash they were witnessing. Teen versus Titan, Ant versus Giant, David versus Goliath. Most of them seemed of the mind that the mountain would win, as he always did against small opponents. They could not penetrate his armor, while he could simply weather their blows until they tired themselves out and were, then, vulnerable to his slow attacks. But, a few, like the King Robert, like Ned Stark, like a certain white-haired Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, they had other ideas. After seeing me dispatch the Kingslayer, and sell me with relative ease, the people in Eno had a feeling about what was going to happen now. Nice one, Clegane. I ducked underneath his sword, grabbing his outstretched hand and pulling him forward into my extended foot, tripping him, and sending him face first into the dirt. I leapt back from the wild grab he made as he rose back up, spitting out sand and gravel as he charged me once more. Dodge, parry, block, parry, dodge. Almost had me, there. But not quite. Shut up, Clegane roared, furious beyond measure. What's wrong, Clegane? I laughed derisively as I backed away from a downward slash meant to cleave me vertically in two. Can't you keep up with the big boys? He roared again and bull rushed me, though I easily avoided that by leaping to the side. What, can you only win a fight when you're killing babies and helpless mothers? I smirked, though there was no humor in my voice any longer. Hold on, let me do you a favor. I stood still, held my blade high in the air, before sticking it into the dirt by my side. The crowd gasped, scoffed and jeered at the extremely arrogant move, while Clegane, himself, got even angrier, though he waited for me to say whatever I was about to say. No sword, you see, me led in what I thought was an indulgent manner. I mean, I don't know what else I can do to make this fight easier on you. You seem like you need every advantage you can scrounge up. Hey, who knew the mountain was so dreadfully weak? That seemed to do the trick, as the mountain rushed me like the mad dog he was portrayed to be, his greatsword slashing down furiously. I heard a few ladies scream. In horror at the sight and suppressed a smirk, as I responded by standing my ground, and simply lifting my right arm to intercept it. There was a loud clang as his blade clashed against my scales, sending sparks out, but that was all. I had stopped his blade with my arm. Too shocked to even process what had just happened, let alone react to it. The mountain couldn't even defend against the lie. Tning charged breakdown fist which slammed into his chin, shattering the bones and imparting enough force and momentum to sending flying a few feet backwards, while also liquefying his brain. By the Ime the large man had smashed into the ground with a loud thud, and the roars of the crowd hit the remainder of the melee participants. Gregor Clegane, the mountain that rode, was brain dead. And then, the crowd erupted. I don't want to see anyone, right now. John's voice insisted from behind the door. Not even me, I asked lightly. Silence. You know I can open that door whenever I want, right? I said in amusement. If not by using my skills, then by pure force. I am stronger than you, after all. More silence. Maybe I had to sweeten the deal. Don't you want to hear what happened between me and the mountain that rides during the melee, John? Some silence, and then click. The door opened, revealing John with his brooding face. Patch 2.3 trademark. Or, is it patch 2.24? Hard to tell between the two, after all. Ah, well, you fought the mountain, John said incredulously, his face morphing into that of astonishment before quickly switching back to brooding again. I stifled an eye roll. Can I come in, then? Sure. John stepped aside to let me in, closing the door behind him. I pulled out my wand and slapped every privacy spell and intruder repellent charm I knew of before pocketing it and clasping arms with who I considered to be my closest friend, at this point. Months of bonding over training and travels does that to men. You can't help but trust the people you suffer with daily, because they know how it feels. But it went beyond the general feel of camaraderie I had with Jory and the rest of the Stark household guard. John and I were prophecy bound. We lived pretty crappy lives, sure, we were fed and clothed. There was a roof over our head, but there was a stigma against the both of us. The neighborhood I grew up in had always believed I was a bad egg and treated me as such. John, with his bastard status, was treated much the same way, though never around Ned or his siblings or cousins, I reminded myself. The room we stood in was empty. What did you do in here, all day? I stared out of the window, which overlooked King's Landing, showing a sky tinged with yellows, oranges and reds, the sign of a sunset. Just paced around, mostly. John replied, stared out the window a few times. Needed to think about things. I nodded in understanding. I see, I said simply. Have you eaten, at all? He stared at me for a few seconds. Guess not. I sighed and pulled my wand out again, conjuring a basic table and 2 chairs for us to sit on. Afterwards, I fished for a few things in my pocket, placing them on the table. John gazed at them in confusion, not astonishment, as he had gotten used to seeing me defy the laws of physics on a regular basis. What are those? 2 loaves of bread and a jug full of wine, I said, tracing an almost complete circle of icy blue light at the aforementioned items and incanting, Engorgio. Immediately, the shrunken items shivered and bounced around, growing and growing until they reached a size I was comfortable with. I know that I could make endless food with this spell. Yes, I did, but I was richer than the entire 7 kingdoms. Why waste my time on engorging every piece of food I owned to increase my food supply, when I could simply buy some more? It's not like it was hurting my finances in any way. I'll never get used to these things you do, John said with a shake of his head, though he grabbed a loaf and munched it down quickly, anyway. Careful, you might get the... John hiccuped as he swallowed another mouthful down. Hiccups. I finished lamely. Never mind. You've went and done it. I pulled out a couple of shrunken mugs. And used the engorgement charm again, before filling them with wine and handing one to Jon. Go ahead. Drink up, I ordered. He gave me the most petulant look, before hiccuping again and taking a long swig. Deciding that getting rid of the hiccups was more important than his embarrassment. So, what happened? Jon asked after a while. Well, I made an excuse for your absence, I said, giving him a nod. I'm sure that telling them that you were having some kind of identity crisis wouldn't have helped your deep, important thinking. Jon gave a grateful, if somewhat irritated smile, and nodded for me to continue. You lost a bet, I said. That's what I told Jory before the melee began. Honestly, I was not impressed, at all. I was too fast for any of them. The only damage I sustained was from my rolls on the ground. Obviously, you get scratched if your skin is dragged around on the floor while you roll. I would imagine, Jon said. I wouldn't be surprised if you started easily defeating opponents who would have given you trouble in the past. I'm not sure what level of speed you'll attain, but I'm sure you've noticed how much stronger you are now, I said, eyeing my fellow teen for a moment. Yes, Jon admitted. I am physically twice as strong and fast as I was before. I thought as much, I said. My powers aren't simply over the elements. They also synchronize with your body, powering it beyond its limits. You have twice your old strength, while still retaining the agility, flexibility and speed your lean build allows you. At the sound of his build, Jon's facial expression turned grim. I know, I said quickly, grabbing his attention before the idea of running away went through his mind. It's frankly shit, but you can't run away from this, Jon. I tried running from my destiny, looking for the great adventure once. It didn't end well. I had shared my true story with Jon, another reason why I considered him my closest friend in this world. While everyone else knew me as the strong warrior with a black-scaled right arm from the eastern continent, Jon knew me as I was, Harry Potter from Earth. He had a lot of trouble wrapping his head around different universes and all that, but he understood the general concept of it all. I know, Jon said, a little weakly. But Jon, I interrupted, grabbing him by the shoulders and staring into his startled eyes. Snow, Stark, Targaryen. Who cares? You know who you are. I know who you are. Your family knows who you are. Your bloodline doesn't matter unless you want to be king, or something. Jon Targaryen, first of his name, king of the... No, Jon almost yelled out, before taking a breath to calm down. No, kingship isn't for me. Hey, I grinned suddenly. You'd become as fat as Robert. The stupid tub of lard. Jon rolled his eyes, and I stifled a smile, happy to get him comfortable and talking again. So yeah, the melee started. I said. No one lasted long against me. I hit him a couple of times without even using my sword and they dropped like sacks of potatoes. I suppose, in all fairness, this was a melee and not a coordinated army. Quote, you would likely have much more trouble fighting against an army, Jon said, and I tapped my wand on my head, turning invisible. Unless you do that, Jon added as I shimmered back into existence. I am sure you could obliterate entire regiments if you so chose. Why waste the energy when I could simply escape? I asked. Bit craven, isn't it? Jon asked in response. Hey, I guess, I said, shrugging without much care. War isn't about niceties and honor. You know how war works. When Jon didn't answer, I continued. The victor decides what the history is in the books. We've both heard the story of the battle between the king and the former prince. Jon winced slightly at the mention of his late father, but I kept going. They said he bashed his armor so hard the rubies fell out into the river. Do you really think that happened? Jon shook his head mutely. You know the children of the forest exist. I said. Such is the religion of the old gods. You can't believe in them without believing in the children. Where are you going with this? Jon asked. Well, the followers of the Seven who or one came to Westeros and destroyed that religion in all areas except the north. I said clearly. And, think about it. What's the general view on northerners, here? Jon took a moment. They think we're savages. Exactly. I nodded. Guess who perpetuates these rumors? You can't mean the Septons. Jon rubbed the bridge of his nose. Yes, Septons speak to the people all the time. They preach about their seven and help the small folk with all of their issues. A few comments of the heathens in the north here and there. And the people start subscribing to their school of thought. I explained, it doesn't even matter if it's true or not. If you say something long enough, it will catch on to people's minds. The war between the First Men and the Andals, no one cares about any of that anymore. Anyway, I clapped. Back to the story. I was surrounded by Lannister men who tried to have me assassinated. After I dealt with them. What? Jon sputtered his wine out. Dude, that was good wine. I scolded. So wasteful. Tisk, tisk. They attempted to kill you. Jon repeated. Yes, that's what assassination is, Jon. I said, rolling my eyes. You have mastered the Westerosi tongue well. Have a drink. At Jon's deadpan stare, I continued the story. Yes, I'm not sure why they were trying to kill me. I said, probably Joffrey's doing. The Queen's too subtle to do something like that. She would go for something involving subterfuge. Honestly, this seemed more like the doing of Joffrey. He probably paid some of the Lannister men with specific instructions to kill me during the melee and make it look like an accident. Jon nodded, relaxing when he noticed my tone of voice hadn't wavered a bit. Truly, the entire ordeal bored me. But yes, the assassination attempt was foiled. I recapped, before moving on with the story. Thoros of Myr helped me break their line up. And then I fought in the melee some more, until I decided to fight the mountain. I stopped for a moment to take a sip of the wine, enjoying its rich, slightly fruity taste, before continuing. He was strong, much stronger than what his build suggested. He was all muscle, all honed to tear through his opposition. He never bothered dodging or parrying, the epitome of a berserker. Then, but High's greatest strength was also his greatest weakness. I said, swirling the liquid in my mug. He was furious, but reckless. Strong, but slow. His attacks were predictable, and easy to dodge. I have no doubt you could have beaten him very easily. Me, defeat the mountain that rides? Jon asked incredulously. Rode, I corrected, finger up in the air. What? Jon asked, frowning in confusion. Rode, I repeated. What? Jon repeated as well, his frown deepening. I don't understand. Oh, he said a second later. Past tense. He's dead, then. Took you long enough. I said, though not unkindly. Yes, he's dead. I decided to stop playing with him, and taunted him enough so that he launched a downward slash on me. I blocked it with my scaled arm and hit him back. A few seconds passed, and Jon asked a little impatiently. He died. I said, he died from a punch. Jon asked, did you punch him in the throat to choke him? No, I punched him in the chin and that liquefied his brain. I said. Jon stared at me for a few seconds, before shaking his head in resignation. I pushed my power inside of him and his body couldn't take it. I allowed. That makes more sense. Much more sense. I know, but confusing you was a little amusing, you have to admit. I smiled. What happened after? Jon said, trying to get on with the story. Everybody cheered. I said, I guess they wanted him dead as much as I did. Not surprising. Jon gave a nod of agreement. He's the main offender in the sack of King's Landing and the killing of the royal family. Fath uncle, you can still call him father, you idiot. I chastised. He's acted the part, hasn't he? Jon gave a stiff nod. Father. He rolled the word around in his head, as if it was the first time he was ever using it. Father want Ed Gregor Clegane and Amory Lorch to be executed or sent to the wall for their crimes. But the King Robert let them go since they secured the throne by killing my Targaryen half-siblings. A few NTS passed until Jon broke the heavy silence that had gathered around us. Father was right to claim me as his own bastard, wasn't he? Yes, you would have been put to death, otherwise. I replied unflinchingly and uncompromisingly. I can't think of any other way he could have ensured your survival. He loves you, you might not be his son. But he loves you as a son, just the same. Jon nodded a few times, looking to me so I could finish the story. Even though Jory said he wanted to win the money, after witnessing my battle against the mountain, they all simply laid down their arms and proclaimed me the winner. I said. Jon snorted at the change of subject. Must have been quite a sight, everyone cheering and chanting your name. I smiled lightly, pulling out a small pouch and throwing it to Jon. Here, what's that? Jon asked, untying the string and checking the inside of it, fitting his entire hand in the pouch. Bigger on the inside, all I can feel are coins. Yes, I smiled. The winnings from the melee. 20,000 gold dragons, was it? Jon's eyes went wide, and he tried to give it back to me. I can't accept this, Harry. Jon said strongly. You can. I disagreed. Quote, I wasn't going to join the melee since you said you wanted to join it. You can easily beat any one of those guys, of that, I have no doubt. But, I didn't compete. Jon argued. Yes, that whole Targaryen revelation. I said, rolling my eyes. You brooded, it was all very dramatic. Jon palmed his face. I'm never going to convince you, am I? Nope, I said cheerfully. Think of this as your emergency money pouch. I've already enchanted it to be considered worthless to anyone but the two of us. Amazing, Jon said, forgetting about the current argument. He probably knew it was pointless to argue with me. Do you think I could ever be able to learn the rest of your magic? I considered his words, before pulling out my wand and handing it to him. He looked at it confusedly, and then back at me. What am I supposed to do with this? He asked. Give it a wave, I said excitedly, startling and bewildering him. Hey, so that's how Ollivander got his kicks, Jon waved the wand. No response. Was something supposed to happen? He asked, waving it again, and again. If you had my magic, my wand would have shot out some sparks. I informed Jon, snatching back the holly wand and gazing at him curiously. Strange that he didn't have enough magic to interact with my wand. Was the energy source I used for my lightning different than that I used for wand spells? It sounded far-fetched. Hot to myself with a shake of the head. It seems your magic has overtaken my own, and reformed it to adapt to your own body's needs. I can't think of any other reason that you wouldn't get even the smallest response out of my wand. I said, going for the simpler explanation. I could have told you that. Aegon's voice came from behind us, before hovering around Jon, making him uncomfortable. How fare you, descendant of mine? Stop calling me that, Jon said. How fare you, then, Jon? I'm all right, Jon replied, satisfied. Have you taken the time to consider my words? Aegon asked, settling himself on ghostly chair with us. I do not wish for Targaryen restoration, Jon said, after a moment. He gave me a look. Kingship would not suit me. I am a fighter, not a king. I understand, Aegon said. I was a fighter, as well. I practiced with the sword every day, after training with my dear Balerion. Even after my conquest of the Seven Kingdoms, I did not wish to deal with the day-to-day affairs of the realms. All that mattered to me was the preparations to be made against the threats beyond the wall. You were drawn to it? Jon asked. Oh, yes, Aegon confirmed. The Targaryens were one of the dragonlords of Old Valyria, a civilization of magic. Though I did not know many spells, I was very sensitive to the magics of the world around me. When I visited the wall, I felt a presence so strong and dark I was overcome with debilitating fear. So, I began to prepare. Alas, I failed before I could even figure out their motives. The true enemy is stronger than ever, and there are only 3 Targaryens left in the world, you included. I'm not never mind. Jon gave up trying to correct him. You cannot deny who you are, Jon, Aegon said almost softly. I know that, Jon said a little strongly. Before sighing, I know that, but my loyalty is to my family, the only family I've known, House Stark. These other Targaryens in Essos, I don't know who they are. I don't know what they believe. I don't know if they're trustworthy. Understandable, Aegon nodded, smiling slightly. You remind me of myself. I do, Jon asked in surprise. Indeed, Aegon confirmed. Just like you, I was a quiet boy, my words, measured and controlled. I had very few true friends. The people simply wished to gain favor with the last dragonlords. The same went for other lords. It was difficult to trust others, to bare my soul to them. You're right, my descendant, Aegon continued. Your Aunt Daenerys and Uncle Viserys might be gripped by the same madness which gripped their father, Aerys. Then again, they might simply be attempting to regain their rightful place as rulers of the Seven Kingdoms, which I united. Magic is on the rise again, Aegon said, and with them, the great enemy in the far north, as well as dragons, and the like. What are the chances that? You are right, Aegon admitted, knowing where Jon was going with this. The chance of Daenerys or Viserys finding the egg of a dragon all the while knowing how to hatch it is slim to none. But, I know how to hatch them, and I know the location of an egg. He waited a few seconds before speaking again. An egg I kept from my children. Instead, I chose to keep its location hidden, taking the secret to the grave with me. You hid it, Jon repeated. That was hundreds of years ago. I chimed in. Dragon eggs can last that long. That goes against all laws of nature. Dragons are creatures of magic, Blackscale. Aegon spoke. Only magic can awaken them. My house's words, fire and blood, are the requirements to hatch the eggs. Human sacrifice by incineration, I asked. Aegon nodded. I refuse, Jon said immediately. Jon, the ancient spectre tried. No, Jon shook his head. I will not sacrifice another human being for the sake of power. How does it work, exactly? I asked curiously, ignoring Jon's appalled stare. Maybe I can revise it so it does not need a human sacrifice. The blood cannot be avoided, Aegon said resolutely. Life begets life, and if you are not willing to shed lifeblood onto an egg, it will not hatch. I nodded and Riley said, that's fine, blood magic tends to require blood. What about the fire? The strongest magic known, Aegon said. It channels the power of the sacrifice and cleanses it as it enters the egg. I see, I said. So, how did dragons hatch other dragons? I'm sure they wouldn't be able to prepare sacrifices of fire and blood. A well-thought-out point, Aegon allowed. In truth, I do not know. Perhaps a simple infusion of magical power is what is needed, as well as an open flame. I smiled, remembering Hagrid's way of hatching it. That should provide it with both life and fire. It's possible, Aegon said, before looking at Jon, who seemed mollified by my revised plan. Would you accept my gift now, Jon? Jon looked down for a few moments, before nodding and looking to the both of us shortly, but meaningfully. I will, and so Aegon told us. It was a good thing he did, because if we had waited just one more day, we would never have known. Say, who was the egg's parent? I asked curiously as he informed us of the egg's location on the Isle of Faces, held by some green wizards or whatever. Aegon smiled. Balerion, sidestep, kick, shield, punch, block, oof. I felt myself get carried off by the momentum of Jon's strike, but recovered quickly and grabbed his arm. With a grunt of effort, I heaved and threw him to the wall, but not before I was forced to shield myself from the burst of flame coming off his hands. Even as he was sent flying back, I lowered my arms, stood back and watched him collide against it before dropping to the floor harshly, the breath most likely leaving his body. Not bad at all, I trailed off, before my eyes widened as he recovered quickly and launched a stream of white-hot flames at me. I jumped as high as I could, and drove my lightning-coated hands into the stone ceiling above me so as not to fall. The flames guttered out, leaving the floor charred and glowing very slightly. I whistled, greatly impressed. His fire had torn right through the stone. Been learning some tricks, have we? I asked as Jon relaxed, signaling the end of the fight. He looked up at me expectantly, as I pulled my hands out of the ceiling and adjusted my fall so I wouldn't land on He's still extremely hot stone bricks below me. I was sure that would have hit you. Jon panted slightly, sounding slightly upset. You wanted to hit me with that, I repeated. Jon waved me off. I know you can take it. I grinned. Damn, so much for a guilt trip. You've improved a lot, Jon. I continued, my grin shifting into a soft smile. That attack of yours would work on anyone but me, I can guarantee you that. He nodded, but still didn't seem convinced. I moved to him and gripped his shoulder. I'm serious. I pointed at the steadily decreasing glow coming from the stone floor. You've managed to increase the strength of your flames faster than I ever expected. I turned back to look at him. I'm proud of you, I said. You know that. You've learned all I've got to teach you. Wah truly? Jon asked in bewilderment. Yes, I nodded confidently. I've taught you how to shape your flames. I've taught you how to compress it to a degree that, well, I pointed at his handiwork. The results are right there. So, what now? Jon asked. Now, you just work on getting physically stronger. I said. Perhaps learn how to fly with your fire alone, though that will take a lot of energy. Fly. Jon sounded incredulous. You think that's possible? Yes, I said with a smile. I can do it, though it tears through my shirts every time to make wings. Wings. Jon sounded both amused and intrigued. Show me. I stared at him for a few seconds before acquiescing. I made sure to take off my shirt and then began to concentrate. Electric blue wings quickly erupted from my back, filling the room with a gentle buzzing sound, and a bright, blue light as the new appendages swayed gently in the air, causing it to vibrate slightly. Amazing. Jon said, circling me with awe. I had no idea you could. Yes, I said, looking faintly amused. I can. I released my powers, the lightning drawn back into my body. No need to waste perfectly good energy, after all. Though, I only use them in certain situations. For the most part, I trust Tyrion to get me where I need to be. It's much faster, and infinitely less draining on my own reserves. I explained patiently. In fact, I had only used my wings once. When I had landed in the New World. Fair point. Jon spoke. Tyrion is unlike any other horse I've met. No more special than Ghost. I replied back. Jon smiled, but then frowned. What if? No, that probably won't work. I asked curiously. What won't work? It'll sound ridiculous. Jon said. Humor me. I encouraged him. Well, Jon started uncertainly. What if I gave some of my power to Ghost? That was an interesting thought. To Ghost, I repeated. I'm not sure. The direwolves come from the north, and, I smirked as I heard Balthazar's irritated hisses in my mind for a second. It's possible that adding your flames to him might not work. I doubt it would harm him, though. Well, the unaligned energy, at any rate. You might need some more training in energy sharing. To get that far. His face switched a hopeful look. I rolled my eyes. Yeah, sure, I'll see if I can teach that to you, at some point. Maybe, next week. Jon quickly agreed, and we exited the unused room. Before making our way back to the Tower of the Hand. It was almost midday, I noted as we greeted the Stark guards and made our way to the Hand's office, where Ned was waiting for us. You're early. He smiled slightly, and nodded in approval, before standing up. Much to do today, Jon. As for you, Harry, one of Baelish's associates had something to tell you. Now that sounded strange. Is that so, Lord Ned? I questioned, hoping he'd elaborate. Ned only grimaced slightly at the method of address, before replying. Yes, though he only stated that it was something that might take some time. Possibly the rest of the day. Great, I huffed in slight irritation. It sounds like it will be fun. Any idea where he might be? Jon snorted as his uncle spoke. He's waiting for you at the entrance of this very tower. Ned informed me. I gave a simple nod, and turned to leave. See you later, Jon, Lord Ned. I said, and exited the office, hearing Jon's call of good. Bye as I began to descend the long flight of stairs. I passed by some of the guards, giving them nods and smiles as they greeted me. I reached the bottom, where the man in question was waiting. He was a thin man, with wide eyes darting nervously every other moment. His round face was unshaven and peppered with pimples, especially on the top of his balding head. Disgusting. I greeted the man and he jumped, the dirty rags that he wore moving with him. My lord, the man said, smiling. It was all I could do to not cringe away from those rotting, yellow teeth. By God, was I happy I could still ends. You're that my teeth were clean through the use of magic. Hello, I replied, not correcting him on my lordship status. I was told you wished to see me on Lord Baelish's behalf. Yeah, the older man grunted, nodding quickly, tearing his eyes away from a nearby vase which looked on the expensive side. Lord Baelish said lead you to, I am. He explained, giving a bow. My lord, I nodded. Lead the way, then, my friend. It's a bit out of town, my lord. He hesitated. That's fine. I smiled in what I thought was a friendly way. A little walking never hurt anybody. The man nodded and said, my lord, before finally leading the way. We passed by more of the Stark guards, who gave me a respectful nod, which I returned, before passing through the Red Keep proper. The trip was slow going. My companion, so, Do you have any idea what this is about? I asked again, a few minutes later, as we exited the Red Keep, and made our way through the streets of King's Landing. Maybe I could make the process go faster if I knew what we were dealing with. He only laughed, a whistling noise coming out between the large gap in his teeth, before answering that he hadn't the faintest clue. Of course, he wouldn't know. Far be it from Baelish to actually tell his underlings what the deal is. I've only had a few interactions with the man, but he was a seriously annoying man. Oh, he smiled politely, N.D. attempted to be as unassuming as possible, but Erebus immediately picked up on the ill intent. As the Emperor of Darkness, I had also managed to pick up on this, as well. I figured he was probably ending ways to swindle people out of their money, or something. Greed is a strong, negative emotion, after all. I passed by a few known bars and brothels, being frequented by large groups of burly-looking men though. Not the knights in armor I was expecting. I shrugged. Perhaps they were here for the joust that would occur soon. We finally reached the gate leading out of the city. A few questions from the city watch later. And we were off. Just ahead now. Bout, an hour's walk. He stated in an accent which unmistakably put his place of birth as Flea Bottom or so I've heard. It was a bit of Cockney, mixed with this world's language patterns as well as something else. I didn't care enough to learn it. Hey, I'd probably lose quite a few brain cells if I tried lightning healing me or not. Anyway, I buckled down and followed the man, who walked at a ridiculously slow pace. I frowned. Could we walk a bit faster? I asked. Apologies, my lord. The man wheezed and rapped at his right foot. Old thing's been busted foe, a long time, now. I sighed but didn't reprimand him for something he couldn't help. It's all right. Something shifted in his eyes, but he nodded resolutely and kept going forward. Strange. It was as if he was sad, for a second. Section perhaps not many people are kind to him. Section Balthazar hissed quietly in my mind. I nodded. Fair point. I thought back. It makes sense. I could have simply ordered him to move faster or I'd have his head, and he probably would have complied. Quote, satisfied, I kept following him, as we passed by the shanty settlements outside of town and moved southwards to the Kingswood. From the looks of it, I figured it would either be an animal problem, or some killer who lives in the woods. I entertained myself with thoughts of battle as we entered the large forest. Walking straight ahead. Are you sure you know where you're going? I said after 10 minutes of non-stop walking. It's just up ahead now. He said nervously, eyes flitting around at every sound in the forest, before he pointed at our destination. You see, there it is. I looked to where he was pointing at and saw a broken down carriage lying on top of a large boulder. I said to myself, before approaching the carriage to examine it. Its doors were cracked open, revealing nothing within. I wonder what this is doing here. I turned to look back at Baelish's envoy. Is this what I'm supposed to be looking at? I questioned him. A nod. I looked at the carriage again and back at the man. Are you sure? There's nothing in there. I don't know, my lord. He stammered nervously, eyes still going a mile a minute, checking every tree and bush for danger. Relax, it's just a forest. I said reassuringly. Nothing's going to happen. The man responded by nodding jerkily again. I sighed and resumed my examination of the carriage. Again, I saw nothing but cracked, but polished wood. Though this carriage looked quite familiar. Wait, this was the Queen's wheelhouse. I remembered it because I had fixed its broken axle, back when we were heading to King's Landing. I'm guessing my charm faded at some point, because I spotted the same break on the axle when I bent to check its underside. I stopped my examination to speak to the man again. What was Baelish playing at? Is this some kind of joke? I said in irritation. Why would Baelish show me the empty wheelhouse of the former Queen Cersei? The man blanched and backed away. I made to follow him before Erebus shouted in my mind. Archers! He roared and I immediately went into action, cring-ing as I felt an arrow pierce the back of my hand while the rest peppered the former Queen's empty wheelhouse. I lost control for a second and fell to the floor, feeling 2 arrows graze the side of my neck and my face respectively. Immediately, I pressed down on the neck wound with my good hand and cauterized it, cringing and screeching in pain as the smell of burning flesh entered my nose. My modified bubblehead charm had failed. It seemed. Opening my eyes slightly, I saw the thin man make a run for it. I got up and made to follow him, only to crouch under yet another volley of arrows. I fey, Lieutenant, a few stings as they bounced off my clothes, the unbreakable charm holding under the onslaught. Though the impacts would definitely leave some really bad bruises, I would be fine. My left hand, however, I snapped off the arrowhead as cleanly as I could with my lightning and pulled the rest of it out, weathering continuous volleys which did nothing but slam painfully into my back and bounce off. Next step, cauterizing the wound on my left hand. I screamed again as the lightning closed the wound up, intensifying the smell of burnt flesh. It didn't matter, the blood loss was stopped, and it wouldn't get in the way of battle. I made some over-the-top choking noises, before pretending to fall on my side. The volleys stopped. I pretended to choke some more, wasn't really hard, with stabbing pains on my left hand, my neck, my face and bruises forming on my back. I think we got him. One of them said excitedly. So much for the Great Blackscale, Another one said, most likely smirking. A few laughs. 5 men. No, maybe 6. There was no way to tell. All right, boys. A third one said, his voice deep and grumbling. Let's take the boy and bring him to Baelish. I'm sure the Queen will reward us further by seeing his dead body. A few excited noises, and a get to it later. 3 of the men approached me, while the rest turned to leave, judging from the footsteps. You get the legs, the first one said. I get the shoulder and you get the middle. Why don't we just cut? I am in, Alf. The man who led me here suggested. Easier to carry, then, wouldn't it be? Don't get any ideas in your head, Tide. The first one warned. You might have managed to bring him here, but you're still not the leader, here. Some grumbling later, and they began to wrap their hands around me. I reacted quickly, ignoring the pain in my left hand and swinging Erebus hard as I got up and turned, cutting through all 3 men before they realized I was even awake. The 3 were dead before they hit the ground. I stared at them for a few moments, as the blood began to pool and the smell began to fill my head. I snarled in rage, my agony dulled, the nerves deadening around my various wounds. Soon, it was nothing more than a steady thump, locked in the back of my mind. I was going to kill Baelish for this. But first, hey, the remaining ne'er-do-wells said as they rushed me, unsheathing their swords. He's still alive, get him. I shifted Erebus to my undamaged right arm and made short work of the first man, whose thrust I sidestepped rather clumsily compared to my normal attempts. I might add rewarding him by swinging Erebus downwards through his neck. It didn't cut completely through, and I was forced to pull the dark sword out by kicking the man off me. Blood sprayed out of his neck, covering me in a spatter of crimson. I quickly wiped at my face and estimated where the last 2 were, before swinging with as much strength as I could manage at who I thought wasn't the leader. My trusty falchion tore through the man's sword, clothes, and the man himself in a clean swipe, bisecting him diagonally and spraying me with even more blood. I felt something hard slam point first into my stomach, heeling me over as the breath left my body. What is this? The man, the leader of these criminals, I noted thankfully, asked incredulously, pushing his long sword against the fabric of my shirt in a futile attempt to skewer me. I wiped the remainder of the blood off my face and pointed my injured hand at him, sending a bolt of lightning into him. Immediately, he let go of the sword and fell back, twitching uncontrollably, his armor making clinks and dings with every movement. I took the time to regain my breath, vanish the blood off of me, and take stock of my situation once more. I stared at the former Queen's wheelhouse for a few seconds, my mind making the connections, before turning to the criminal leader. While it was nice to make the connections on my own, his guy probably knew what the whole deal was. I shook my dizziness off temporarily and addressed the slowly recovering man. His shakes had stopped, but he was still drooling. Had I not watched my energy output and fried his brain? I knelt down slowly, making sure not to touch anything with my left hand. Just because my pain receptors were dulled didn't mean that I had to exacerbate my current wounds, after all. I laid Erebus on the dirt floor, before slapping the leader on the face a few times with my scaled hand. He sputtered and struggled, but I had no sympathy. The fuckers had tried to kill me, after all. Santo, he tried to say as I slapped him again, feeling his teeth snap and crack with every slap. Eventually I stopped, and he looked at me with unrestrained fear. "Now," I said lightly, staring at my hand in boredom as if this was an everyday thing, and I wasn't in extreme pain. "Tell me everything you know, or I'll pull your heart out and feed it to you. Your choice. Please, place," he tried to beg, but went completely still with fear when I placed my hand above his breastplate, Balthazar's potent acidic venom sizzling against his armor. He cringed as some of the liquid penetrated his skin. "Okay," he screamed and struggled. "All right, I'll tell you, please just stop. Please." Quote. I nodded in satisfaction and sucked all the venom back up through the hole in my hand. "So," I smiled and retracted my hand. "What have you got for me? We were ordered here." He stammered, his previous calm and collected voice a thing of the past. "Ordered by whom?" I asked calmly. Lord Baelish," he answered. "He wanted you dead." "You're not being honest with me, my friend." I gave an eerie smile and placed my hand on his chest plate again. "Perhaps another less." "The Queen." "It was the Queen," he shouted. I frowned, but kept my hand on his chest plate. "Keep talking. Omit any truth and you die. The Queen sent us here to kill you. She made a deal with Littlefinger," he said quickly, stumbling over his words, but I could understand well enough. "He was to lead you here, and we were to kill you." "Her orders, I swear it." "Interesting," I mused. "For what purpose?" "I doubt the humiliation she suffered would be enough to arrange my death like this. Though, it was certainly possible, the world lacked for reasonable people, not emotional ones. Her son, Joffrey, had tried to assassinate me during the melee, after all. Sure, it was Lannister. Men who could have ganged up on me over some sense of camaraderie, but such an excuse was flimsy at best. All in all, a very clumsy attempt. Only attributable to kids with power. Joffrey, in this case. Anyway, all I know is, she wants you dead so that you won't interfere." He said. "Interfere?" I asked. "Interfere with what?" He didn't answer, instead closing his eyes. "Interfere with what?" I asked again, letting my poison seep in through his breastplate again. He screamed, and yelled. He struggled, but I held him in place with a few electric shocks. "The coup," he finally screamed, after holding out for what he thought was eternity. It was really half of a minute. "She's taking over King's Landing." Now that was worrying. I stopped the poison abruptly. "And Baelish is just there to ride on her coattails. Is that it?" I asked, knowing he'd nod even before it happened. With me out of the way, they could cuss on the Stark Guard and family easily. My mind went through the possibilities. None looked good. I got up, and started to make my way back to the capital. The sound of the leader's laugh stopped me. I turned to see him slowly get up. "My job is done." He smiled and looked up. "The poison should be taking effect soon." As if his words were the trigger, I suddenly found myself stumbling over myself. My sense of balance completely gone. I lost control over myself, bending over and immediately vomiting out whatever I'd had to eat earlier in the day. I looked up, my vision blurring steadily. How I could see him bend over to pick his sword back up with a grimace. "It's too bad," he said, slowly approaching me as I tried to move back and fell on my ass. "We could have used someone with your talents, boy." "Ah, well, no use crying over spilt milk." He raised his sword to finish me off. I raised my right hand and sprayed him with all the venom I could. There was a loud, sizzling noise, and a very short scream, followed by a thud. The only things I felt before passing out were Balthazar's unintelligible yells, and the smell of dissolved flesh entering through my nose. I groaned softly. It felt like every bone in my body was aching, but I opened my eyes regardless. Well, I tried to. A sudden flash of red light lanced into my vulnerable eyes and sent a lance of pain ricocheting around my skull. I instantly shut my eyes and clamped my hand over them, only to yell out in pain as my hand pressed on my face. Everything hurt, but my hand was the worst off. What was going on? I tried to sit up, with great difficulty, and managed to turn myself over so I was facing the dirt beneath me. Wait, dirt. I opened my eyes to let them grow accustomed to the light in comparative shelter. A few seconds later, I pushed off the ground and surveyed my surroundings, stumbling slightly as I did so. The sight was horrific. I was in a forest. There was a broken carriage, and what looked to be the dissolved remains of a man. What is? And then it hit me. Queen Cersei tried to kill me, or stall. Shit, I hissed out, ignoring the stabs of pain coursing through my body. I have to warn the Starks. Too late, boy. Erebus clattered from nearby. That was hours ago. Quote, hours. I stared back at the dissolved corpse. That's right. He poisoned me. Section he did. Section Balthazar piped up, though his voice sounded weak and tired. Section I don't know what that was, but I counteracted it as best as I could. It took all my remaining energy to eradicate it from your body, Harry. Section. I nodded, moving to grab Erebus and sheath him. Section my armor is still in effect, but you must not use my venom for at least a day. I don't think I could handle the drain. Section Balthazar said tiredly, before going quiet again. I had the distinct feeling he was resting. I stumbled slightly. Treat your wounds, fool. Erebus scolded. Time is of the essence. True, but you are of no use to anyone if you simply show up at their doorstep, half dead. I almost snarled out a response, before thinking better of it and diving my good hand into my pockets, pulling out a small, cylindrical container. I popped it open with some difficulty, and began to rub its contents all over my wounds. The Myrtlap essence did its job quickly, completely closing the hole in my hand. I witnessed the flesh knit itself together at an incredible pace, until there was nothing left but an angry red mark instead of the hole it previously was. I poked it and winced. It still stung pretty badly, but at least there was something there, now. I applied the essence anywhere I could think of. My neck, my face, the bruises on my back and on my stomach, and felt my body release a lot of the tension it once had as the healing agent did its magic. I allowed myself a short sigh of relief, before closing the container and pocketing it once more. All right, Potter. Breathe in, breathe out, relax, check your body's capabilities before going any further. I tried to walk, to test my balance. As promised, Balthazar had completely counteracted the poison which was in my body, though his powers were largely unavailable to me. No matter, I had Erebus, my wand, and probably about 40% of my real power available to me. 40% was generous, but one could hope, right? I disillusioned myself quickly and ran back to King's Landing, enhancing my legs with as much lightning as they could comfortably take at the moment. A far cry from my true speed, but enough to get me back within 10 minutes, rather than the hour it had taken before. I approached the gate silently, scrunching my nose at the overwhelming odor of human refuse and feces, as well as that of animals. It had been a while since I'd smelled this delightful stench. I had honestly grown used to having a modified bubblehead charm on. I didn't want to waste any energy for anything, though. A little smell was unimportant when compared to ensuring safety of my friends and their families. I used a summoning charm on the gates, and they flew open with a loud groan. I cringed at the noise and immediately made my way inside, the disillusionment charm letting me pass by Completel. Why unnoticed as a pack of gold cloaks showed up and stared dumbly at the entrance. I made my way through the streets, spotting the same group of unsavory-looking men I had seen around the brothel's Earl. Wire cell swords hired by the Lannisters, no doubt. How did I not notice the signs? How could I put Jon and the rest of my friends in danger? Focus, Erebus chided. There are bigger things at stake here than your feelings. Quote, I nodded, glad for the reminder, before steeling myself and making my way to the Red Keep. The entrance was packed with guards standing side by side like a human wall. They were all in their armor Lannister colors, I noted standing at attention. A quick glance to the sides revealed half a dozen archers at the ready for anyone trying to enter. This meant the struggle might not be over. There was hope. Still, no sense in barreling through these men. I was weakened, and it would probably take a whole lot of effort to kill them all and the archers without suffering any damage or drain to my reserves. So, I did this instead. Tarantalagra. I cast the spell a dozen times at the guards and watched as they broke into dance. The unlucky targets mouthed oot as they began to tap dance in sync with each other. Enough. One of the unaffected guards shouted. Stop that, a man standing behind the group commanded. I can't help it. My legs are moving of their own accord. One of the unlucky guards yelled out as he did a little twirl. The group broke apart as they tried to stop their comrades from dancing, to no avail. I immediately used one of the many openings to walk right past the group and into the castle proper. I immediately rushed to the Tower of the Hand, and hope began to die as I saw dead Stark guards. Men I had eaten with, slept with, rode with, and joked with. I entered the tower as quietly as I could, before making my way up the stairs, trying not to look at the dead guards every other step. As I reached the top, I stopped to look at Joffrey. His neck snapped and his eyes glazed over. His hand still clenched hard over his sword. A fighter until the end, huh? I fought the tears away and knelt beside him, closing his eyes. His skin felt slightly warm to the touch. He hadn't been dead long. I swallowed the lump in my throat, and made my way to the Hand's office. The sight was more horrifying than the rest, combined. Drinks lay at each end of the table, with a few large meals in between. On one end of the table, was Robert Baratheon's dead body. His eyes, glazed over, a chicken leg on the stone floor beside him. He'd likely dropped it post-mortem. A sword, the Valyrian blade, ice was run right through his chest. The chair and ground under him were soaked with blood and other, less identifiable fluids, which prompted a grimace of disgust and horror. At his right side lay the body of Eddard Stark. He was face down, his hand directly below the sword impaling his king. A great pool of blood lay beneath him, though it was no growing. They'd also been dead a while. I stared at the two for the longest time, my mind trying to make sense of things. How did Cersei do this? We are not alone in here. Erebus sent me his thought calmly. Quote, "Don't tense up." Tense up was just what I did, allowing me to leap to the side and avoid the whiz of darts, which embedded themselves in the table next to me. Impressive, I heard, as a man stepped out of the shadows in the room. It was almost as if he was part of them. Not many possess the ability to detect my presence and dodge my killing strike. He's magical, Erebus informed me. Oh, gee, how could you tell? I thought back sarcastically. Maybe it's how he could easily detect my invisible presence and hide in the shadows. Erebus said nothing as I took in the newcomer. Who are you? I spoke quietly, dangerously. Did you do this? No answer. Answer me, I said with clenched teeth. I won't ask again. Yes, he answered. This man did. I swallowed the lump in my throat and pushed my sadness away. Why? The price has been paid. The contract has been made. He answered without emotion. The gift must be bestowed. An assassin, I said. My apologies, he said, not looking sorry in the least. But I cannot let you live. My fellow is taking care of another boy. I believe he is the Hand's son, judging from his reaction to his father's death. What? And then the assassin attacked. Faster than any man I had seen so far. Faster than Jaime Lannister and Barristan Selmy put together. But still not as fast as me, even at my reduced power. Lightning answered my call, strengthening my muscles, bones, and nerves as much as they could as I dodged the man's pinpoint strikes at my point, all debilitating, and aimed at precise spots at my body despite its invisibility under the disillusionment charm. Enough of this. I began to fight back. I quickly swung Erebus at him, but he managed to avoid each and every hit. He sidestepped my vertical slashes, leapt back from my horizontal swings, and merely kept his distance whenever he could. I better understood his fighting style. He was more of an ambusher, it seemed. Though he possessed speed far surpassing that of the greatest knights in the Seven Kingdoms, he did not have the necessary skill to back it up. The fact that he was trying to tire me out, rather than go for the kill, was proof enough. In other words, he was slower than me, and not as skilled as me, either. So it was no surprise that, after a few minutes of furious exchanges, I thrusted the blade through his head, puncturing through his eye and coming out from the back. His body feebly twitched for a few moments, before going slack. I pulled the black blade out of his head with a sickening squelch, and wiped it on my shirt, before sheathing the blade and staring at the assassin's dead body. His magic was odd, but ultimately weak in comparison to mine. If I was at full strength, this exchange would have taken seconds rather than minutes. I heard a choking sound, followed by awkward shuffling on the ground, and turned to stare at Ned Stark, who was awake and coughing. Ned, I cancelled my disillusionment charm before kneeling by his side and helping to flip him over and sit him up. He tried to form words, but it seemed like his throat was slit. I quickly put pressure on the wound before pulling out the murtlap essence and covering it up. Ned relaxed as I began to put more essence onto his wounds, and there were many. It was a miracle that he was alive, still. A few more gurgles, and then, Harry. His voice was weak, too weak. Yes, I'm here, I said, trying to smile but failing miserably. I've got you. I'll fix you right up, you'll see. Ned shook his head slightly. No, don't think that. I said, I swear, I'll get you fixed up in no time. He's right, boy. Erebus sent me a thought. He's been in death's grip for a while now. He only held on through sheer force of will. Incredible will, easily matches yours. Harry, he said again, looking directly at me. Arya, Sansa, Jon, I'll find them. I promised. I'll keep them safe. He closed his eyes for a few seconds, before opening them. The evil of sadness and despair I saw in them, it shook me. Tell Jon, he struggled to say. Tell Jon I'm not. He knows. I said. He knows his mother is Lyanna and his father's Rhaegar. Ned's eyes widened at the revelation. He doesn't hate you for it. I said, watching the man tear up in happiness. He knows you kept him alive, healthy and safe. He still loves you. Damn it. I couldn't cry now. I had to be strong. The tears came anyway. Ned merely nodded, before looking at his sword, resting his eyes on his dead friend, before gazing back at me. I did not. He almost choked on his own blood. Did not. I know. This was Cersei's doing. I promise I will make her pay. I almost snarled, making sure not to jostle the dying Ned. The sword, Ned said, his eyes beginning to glaze over. Though his words were clearer than ever. Bring it to Robb, or Jon. I will, I promise. I immediately said, and he began to smile, closing his eyes as he did so. And then he stopped talking, going completely limp in my arms. A happy smile still on his face. It almost looked like he was sleeping peacefully, now. But he wasn't. He was dead. I stared at him for a while longer, feeling the tears stream down my face. Why should I have been sad? I was going to leave this world anyway, right? Of course you're sad. A part of me scolded. He's been nothing but good to us ever since we came to this shithole. And Cersei killed him for it. Quote, yes, Cersei did this. She was going to pay. I laid Ned's body back down on the floor, gently positioning his hands so that they lay over his chest. It was a position of dignity which he deserved. I pulled ice out of Robert's chest, and did the same for him, attempting to clean it up as much as I could. Though, I looked at Ned's corpse again. His corpse. I couldn't leave him here. He should be resting at the Winterfell crypts, with the rest of his family. I learned that from his many talks over the past few months I was serving under him. I owed him that much. I pulled my wand out, and waved it over his form with a muttered, Reducio. His body shrank to something that would fit in my hand. I fashioned a small wooden coffin for him. Before placing him in it and applying the strongest cooling charm I had on it, as well as an unbreakable charm to make sure his body would not be disturbed. Then, I pocketed it and took his family sword, Ice. Staring at it for a long moment. I had promises to keep. I left the king's dead body behind, intent on finding and rescuing Ned's remaining family. Emotions warred within me, sadness, despair, self-loathing, anger, fury, rage. I wanted revenge. An understatement, if there ever was any. I wanted to find Cersei and rip her to shreds, before feeding them to her father Tywin and her son Joffrey. Then I wanted to tear their hearts out and stuff them down their throats. But, I had to clamp down on my anger. Anger would serve no one, right now. Control was the key. Focus. Erebus chided as I exited the hand's office. I took a few breaths to calm and center myself, once more. No, I was still weakened, though I could feel my power slowly increasing. The fight against the assassin, while a little challenging, was not as difficult as I had expected it to be. Sure, he was faster than anyone else I had faced with the possible exception of Jon, though he was pretty close, but Till was nowhere near even my weakened power. I clenched my left fist. Only a light twinge of pain. Was it healing that quickly, or was it the adrenaline flowing that dulled the pain? I had no way to accurately tell, at the moment. Not that it mattered. There was only one thing I had to focus on now. Finding Arya, Sansa, and Jon. Of the three, Jon was most likely the one in any immediate danger, but I trusted in his skills. He could kill one of these assassins. I taught him well. On the other hand, Sansa and Arya, well, Arya was fairly decent, from what I've seen from her dance lessons. But she wasn't good enough to fight grown men with years of training. And the less said about Sansa's skill in athleticism, the better. The first thing I did was reduce ice to the size of a toothpick, before placing it in one of my pockets. Then, I incanted, "Point me Sansa Stark." The wand jerked towards the general direction of the Stark quarters, which was a few floors below my current position. Okay, she was close by. "Point me Arya Stark." The wand jerked and pointed outwards, outside of the Red Keep, and possibly outside of town. I frowned, and incanted one last time. "Point me Jon Snow." The wand did not move from its previous direction. So Jon was possibly with Arya. I had no real way to tell, as a general direction didn't really reveal all that much. It was possible the two were together. But it was also possible they were miles apart, just in the same direction. I shook my head. Sansa was the closest to me. I would get her first, and then we would find the rest of them. There. That was a plan, or a semblance of one. So I moved. I made my way downstairs, not giving any of the fallen Stark men any lingering gazes. They were dead, I could not help them. I turned to the right, into the small corridor that led into Sansa's room. I redid the point me spell and my wand jerked to point inside her room. I approached the door slowly, carefully. "Sansa," I whispered when I reached the door. No answer. "Sansa," I whispered more urgently, opening the door. A great loud grunt was heard, and the flash of steel alerted me to the presence of an attacker. I instinctively raised my right arm to block. The great sword crashed against my arm, sparks flying as it grinded against my hardened scales. "No, don't." I heard Sansa's scream as the man holding the sword realized who he had tried to kill just now. The man in question being none other than Sandor Clegane, the disfigured hound. My gaze quickly flitted across the room. Sansa's direwolf, lady, was dead, her throat slashed open. Septa Mordane was also dead, as well as a few servant girls. Clegane was alone in the room with a terrified-looking Sansa. Was he trying to know? Otherwise there would have been noise. Plus, aside from what seemed to be a spatter of blood on her face and dress, Sansa looked fine. Clegane backed off, though he kept his sword out. "Didn't think you'd come, Potter." His deep voice came out from his horribly disfigured face. "What are you doing here, Clegane?" I asked as he stepped aside, allowing me entry into the room. "Here to take revenge for your brother, or are you here on the orders of Joffrey? I thought you'd still be with him at wherever the stupid shit is, right now." The man in question snorted at the questions. "Hardly. I hated my brother more than anyone." The hound retorted with a snarl when mentioning his brother. "I swore my service to House Stark after I witnessed the events of the melee. Lord Stark did not accept." I blinked. "So, why are you here?" I asked again. "Just because he didn't accept my services doesn't mean that there's not a debt owed, Blackscale." Clegane said simply, before glancing at Sansa, whose facial expressions had shifted from terrified to hopeful. "You and the Starks have done more to punish my brother than anyone I've ever known." "Fair enough." I turned to the distraught Sansa, giving her a hug and rubbing her back. Sansa, aid before she could start crying or speaking. "We need to go, okay? We can't stay here, not after what happened." Aye, she stammered, looking like she was on the verge of a breakdown. Poor girl was in shock. "I know." I backed away and gave her shoulder a squeeze. "But there's no time. Guards could come here at any minute. We'll have plenty of time to figure out what to do after we get out of here." "All right." Sansa closed her eyes and shuddered, before looking at me with those scared, blue eyes of hers. "I promise. I tried a different route. We'll find Arya and Jon and get as far away from here as possible." The mention of her siblings seemed to do the trick, as her gaze turned to steel, reminding me of her father for just a moment, before her unease settled back in. She nodded, and made to follow me. Hey, the hound said, sounding irritated. "You think you can just walk out of the Red Keep, just like that? Guards are everywhere. We can't even make a move without every shit in this castle knows about it." "Good point, Hound," I said, eyes unfocusing slightly as I recalculated what the plan ought to be. I turned to him. You're coming with. You watch over Sansa, and I clear the way. You kill any fuckers who try to grab her. We're going to try and sneak our way past some of the guards, but if push comes to shove and hiding is not an option, then I'll kill them. The disfigured man mulled it over. Sounds better than any plan I've got. What the hell? Let's do it. I smiled, and motioned for the both of them to follow me. I surreptitiously waved my wand over Thay, our feet with the silencing charm so that no one could hear their loud footsteps. If Clegane noticed that his armor was as quiet as the blackest night, he didn't give any indication. Fine by me. We made our way to the base of the Tower of the Hand, moving past the dead Stark guards. I heard a few gasps from Sansa, the shocking imagery destroying what little self-control she managed to retain. And, who could blame her? The people she'd known her whole life were lying dead everywhere. I motioned for Clegane and Sansa to stop when I heard the sound of approaching footsteps. I unsheathed Erebus and slowly inched forward. You think the tower's been cleared yet? One of them asked. Yes, the signal was given. The other replied. Our orders are to capture the Stark bitches to hold them hostage. Hey, a third started, and was about to say more when I turned the corner and swung the sword right through his neck, detaching his head from his body. Lightning coursed through my body as I dodged an impromptu charge from one of them, tripping the fool for good measure before driving Erebus straight down into his back, severing his spinal cord. The rest of them, 6 more, it seemed, drew their swords. At their back, a Kingsguard stood, not Jaime, not Selmy, either. One whose name I never cared to learn. They began to circle my form as one of them made to attack me. That way I'd be kept OCCU. Pied while one of them stabbed me in the back. I was having none of that. I grabbed the man's sword with my right hand, ignored his yelp of surprise and pulled, sending him colliding with the man trying to get behind me. The two fell in a loud clatter of metal against stone. I pointed Erebus at them. Leave nothing behind, Erebus. I snarled hatefully at the rest of them. Dark stream. Darkness poured from the blade, washing over both downed men and the ones charging me with loud, defiant roars. Their roars turned into frightened screams which were cut short as the darkness consumed them whole, leaving nothing behind but frosted stone. I cut the flow of darkness. It was the first time I had used that on actual people. It was incredible. Nothing of them was left behind. Another silent moment passed, and I heard my sword burp. I had the distinct feeling the demonic sword was rubbing its belly contentedly. Good meal. I haven't had human in a while. I opened my mouth, and shut it. There really was nothing I could say to that. What the 7 hells was that, Blackscale? I heard Clegane's odd voice come from behind me. I turned to see him and Sansa, who were greatly shocked by what they just witnessed. My true power, or a fraction of it, I said simply, smiling despite the situation. I don't really have time to explain, but Lord Ned knew of my powers. That's part of the reason he requested my services. Quote, now, come on, I said and led the way again. There will be time for questions later. Escape first. Fair enough, Clegane said. Sansa kept quiet, most likely moving on autopilot at this point. What came next were a few tense minutes walking quietly through the hallways and corridors of the Red Keep, avoiding guards here and there with a few applications of the Confundus charm. I entertained the thought of using the disillusionment charm on myself, Clegane and Sansa, but thought better of it. I wouldn't be able to track their position, and they wouldn't be able to track mine. Eventually, we reached the entrance of the Red Keep, still packed with guards, though they were no longer dancing. Did the spell fade, or were the men taken away? It didn't matter. All of these fuckers were dead. I'm going to kill them all, but I have to get my horse first. I said calmly. You two stay back. Clegane immediately complied, knowing better than to argue with me at this point, and pulled the distraught girl with him. No sense in giving them a target, I thought before tapping my wand over my head, initiating the disillusionment charm and walking past them towards the stables of the Red Keep, where Jirian was standing there, looking directly at me. Through my disillusionment charm, I shook my amazement off quickly, before patting the horse on the head and explaining what I wanted him to do. You come here after I use my roar, okay? You remember my roar, right? I whispered to the horse gently. A nod. Okay. Good. I smiled and gave him another pat on the head. Before going back to the guards and finding the best possible spot to do the most damage before they could even react. I counted at least 20 men on the ground in front of me. The arc. Hers were still the same 3 on each side. My left hand still stung from the arrow that had torn through it just a few hours back. I sheathed Erebus. A dark stream could not cover this much range. The archers. I could kill easily with well-placed bolts of lightning. The remainder of the guards, well. There was only one thing that would do the trick. I smiled and pointed my hands at each group of archers and called on my powers. Lightning shot of my hands, splitting into 6 different arcs which immediately overtook the archers, who could only scream in shock, hey, pun, and pain as they fell down, spasming uncontrollably as they did so. What was that? Amongst cries of fear and bewilderment, I took a deep breath, charging my lungs with lightning. Incidentally, the great collection of power forced my disillusionment charm to come undone. The black scale. Get him. If they had a few more seconds, maybe they might have made it to me and stopped me. Too bad. Lightning dragon's roar. Quote, a great blast of bluish-white lightning burst forth, encompassing an incredibly wide area, tearing through stone and soldiers alike. Their screams were short as the red keep shook with the force of my attack, which exploded with a thunderclap against the gates, almost completely atomizing them. I stopped the flow of energy and examined my handiwork for just a second. The Lannister guards were there one moment. The next, they simply weren't. The sheer force of my roar had destroyed them, as well as digging a trench in the red stone which stretched from my position to that of the gates. I took a deep breath and spat to the side. Good riddance, I thought before motioning for Clegane and Sansa to come out of their hiding spot. They quickly complied, as Jirian also trotted over to me, giving Sansa and Clegane a single glance, before looking back to me. You two get on, Jirian, I'll lead the way. I ordered the two. Sandor opened his mouth but I cut him off. No questions. Do as I say. He nodded, but obeyed by helping Sansa up on the horse, with him sitting behind her. I channeled some lightning into my legs, gave Jirian a single look, and took off at a sprint, the loyal steed following me with ease despite my greatly enhanced speed. Judging by the sound of bells and marching, I assumed we'd gotten out of there just in the nick of time. Too close for comfort. Erebus rattled within his sheath. I nodded imperceptibly, fully in agreement with the powerful sword. This fucking brat is right out of the damned storybooks. I heard Clegane grumble as I incanted. Point me Arya Stark. Quote, the wand pointed to the northwest. I followed its trajectory as best as I could, weaving in through the streets, Jirian trotting along behind me at great speeds. Eventually, a few minutes later, we reached one of the gates leading out the Iron Gate, if I remembered correctly. It was on the north wall, and connected to the Rosby Road, which would lead us to Rosby, along the Blackwater Bay. I redid the spell again. The wand definitely pointed outside. I nodded, and used a summoning charm on the gates, not waiting for them to open as I made a break for it, running as fast as my legs could take me. The gates flew open with a loud groan, half a second before we ran through the open space, too fast for the guards to react. I heard a few whizzes of arrows, but they fell extremely short as we slowed to an enhanced jog. Point me Arya Stark. I used the spell again, and it pointed northwest again, though the wand moved further east as I kept going forward. Point me Jon Snow. I tried for Jon. Same thing occurred. I relaxed an infinitesimal amount. They were both at the same place, meaning they were together. I wanted nothing more but to find a bed and rest, or sit on Jirian's back. But neither of those options was available to me. No rest for the wicked, it seemed. 20 minutes of silent running passed before I tried the spell again. My wand pointed west to a hill which looked to have a series of caves, one of which was tinted in a flickering orange, the sign of a fire. Jon and Arya had stopped for the night. I gave a glance up at the steadily darkening sky. Night was indeed falling. I took a short breath, before running to the cave in question. As I got closer and closer, I made sure to use the point me spell again, just in case I was crashing on someone else's party. The wand pointed exactly in the direction of the cave. Good enough for me. Okay, I said slowly as I motioned for Clegane and Sansa to dismount. Clegane did so first, before grabbing Sansa and carrying her bridle style she had fallen asleep on the trip here. Not surprising, this entire ordeal was very exhausting, even to me. I was surprised she was even able to keep up this long. Still, how exactly to approach them? I moved towards the cave. Clegane and Jerian followed along, walking over the treacherous ground with an ease acquired from months upon months of traveling. Arya, Jon, I called out. It's me, Harry. No answer. I opened my mouth to speak again, but was cut off by a small, brown-haired blur diving in my arms and sobbing. Harry, Arya said, looking up at me, tears falling freely from her eyes. Jon, you have to help Jon. He protected me and now he's hurt. Please. My blood ran cold. What's wrong with him? I asked but shook my head. How the hell would a little girl know what's wrong? Take me to him, I said before she could say any more. She sniffed and grabbed my hand, leading me into the cave towards the fire. I rejoiced in the warmth for a second before my eyes landed on Jon, whose skin was deathly pale even under the orange light of the fire. I let go of her hand and knelt next to my friend, looking over his body for a few seconds. His clothes were completely shredded, his body cut, bruised and slashed all over. His skin was pale and clammy to the touch. He was sweating hard, and I was pretty sure it wasn't the fire causing it. He protected me, Arya said as Clegane placed Sansa on a pile of furs, before taking a seat, himself. A man tried to kill us. He changed his face and Jon fought him and he shot fire but the man shot something at Jon and I pulled the little girl in a hug, comforting her as best as I could, while casting diagnostic charms on the comatose teen. It's okay, Arya, I said. I'm going to fix him up like I did with Bran. You did that? She sniffed and looked hopeful. Yes, I confirmed, pulling back and giving her a smile. Why don't you go lie next to your sister, and I'll make Jon better again. It's not safe. Here, Clegane cut in, looking outside with an uncertain look in his face. If I was looking for escapees, this is the first place I'd look. I nodded. It was a fair point. So I pointed my wand at the entrance and cast the strongest muggle-repelling charm I could. The entrance shimmered for a few seconds, before dying down. A quick mental check, and I realized the spell had taken hold. That should keep anyone from checking the cave, I explained before turning back to Jon and recasting the diagnostic charm. What did you just do? Clegane asked. It's a spell that discourages people from entering the cave, I said simply as I took in the results of the diagnostic spell. Jon's running a high fever, I said to myself, before turning to Arya, who was sitting next to Sansa. But staring right at Jon. You said he was shot. By what? Arya pointed to a spot next to Jon. Darts. And what happened to the man who did this? I asked calmly as I pulled out the myrtlap essence and spread it over the many cuts and scratches I could find. Jon burned him to death. Arya looked at her brother again. With blue fire. I nodded. You believe me? Arya sounded incredulous. Yes. I nodded distractedly, staring at the swollen puncture wounds caused by the darts. I'm the one who taught him how to do it. Now, be quiet for a second. Arya complied. I racked my mind for a solution. Okay, so the poison is circulating through his bloodstream. I thought to myself, trying to bring the whole situation into focus. I have no antidote, so the only way to do this would to pull the remaining poisons out of his body the hard way. A weak, modified summoning charm should do the trick. The fact that it would put Jon in extreme pain didn't escape me. However, it was either that, or Jon's death. A simple choice. Don't be alarmed, I said, pointing my wand at his puncture wounds and slashing them open with a weak spell. I'm going to pull the poison out of his body, but it will hurt. A lot. Do you understand? Sansa slept soundly. Clegane grunted in understanding. Arya nodded quickly. I looked at Arya pointedly. That means he's going to thrash and scream. Keep calm. She nodded again, more slowly this time. Satisfied with her answer, I focused back on my friend, and took a breath. It was now or never. Accio poison. I incanted and watched a haze of purple exit out through his puncture wounds. Almost immediately, Jon's body began to twitch and spasm. His body curled up in the fetal position while his hand went over his heart. I suppressed a wince, hoping that the poison hadn't made it that far. I was wrong. Jon twitched and writhed in agony for what seemed to be an eternity, but probably was around half a minute. After a few seconds of not seeing any poison come out, I ended the summoning charm and recast the necessary diagnostic spells. Already, his body temperature was lessening with every moment, which was good. I threw in a few calming charms to help him along. Before covering him up with a sheet, I turned to the rest of our assemblage. "That should do it," I said. I stopped for a moment as Arya hugged me tightly. I smiled softly, and patted her on the back as she tried her hardest not to cry. "Don't worry, little one," I said. "Jon will be up and about after some rest." "Thank you," Arya sniffled. "Anything for you guys," I replied and rubbed circles on her back. Her breathing began to even out as her exhaustion settled in, and she fell asleep. I gently carried her and placed her next to her sister, conjuring a sheet to cover them both. And then I sat down. "Magic," Clegane said as I finally began to relax. Jon wasn't in mortal danger any longer. Sansa and Arya were safe. We were safe. I kept my promise to Lord Ned. "Can't imagine you could create some bread and wine for me, Blackscale?" Clegane asked jokingly. I nodded, stuffed my hand in my pocket, placed the items on a conjured sheet before incanting, and Gorgio. Quote, "The loaf of bread grew as big as a medium-sized dog, while the jug of wine grew to about 2 times its original size." I followed up by conjuring a few mugs. Clegane's eyes widened at yet another feat of magic he didn't think me capable of. But he tore a piece of bread off and filled his cup anyway. "I was only joking, Blackscale. Didn't think you'd actually create food out of nothing," he said as he dove into his food. "I could take it back, you know," I said with a tired smirk, moving to take the food away from him. "No, it's all right. TCH. I grabbed a piece of my own and dug in, relishing the taste as if it was my first time eating. Thought as much. I put a poll up on my profile for the pairings. The votes, so far: Daenerys Targaryen, 35, Arianne Martell, 7, Val, 6, Marjorie Tyrell, 5, Sansa Stark, 1, Other, 1, OC, 1. Seems Daenerys is winning by a landslide, so far. A scream. My eyes flew open as I woke up abruptly and scrambled to my feet, ready to deal hell onto whoever was able to get past my muggle-repelling charm. The sight that greeted me was Sansa and Arya embracing their brother, Jon, who was finally awake, while Clegane sat back, watching. The whole thing unfold with what I later realized was envy, and a little amusement. "Oh, Jon," Sansa exclaimed as I calmed down, a slight tiredness creeping up on me. I shook it off. How much had I rested? 6, maybe 7 hours now. Clegane answered my unasked question, gesturing outside with a nod. It was the middle of night. I grunted and drew my wand, incanting a quick, tempest. Quote, faint white energy formed in front of me, displaying the time of day. 3:42 a.m. I gave a noncommittal grunt before canceling the spell and pocketing my wand once more and staring at my hands, specifically my left one, which had been punctured by an arrow, not long before. I clenched it. No pain. I smiled and felt for my neck and back. The cuts were gone but the bruises were still there though, nothing compared to the pain I felt before. "All right there, Jon." I turned to the boy in question, whose skin had regained some of its former color. Better yet, he was no longer sweating. There were, however, heavy bags under his eyes. "Yeah." His voice was weak, but he managed to look around. His eyes landed on Clegane for a second, before he looked back at me questioningly. I gave a nod, telling him without words that the hound was trustworthy, for now. A flash of white came from the entrance of the cave. Oh, it was Jon's direwolf, Ghost, dragging what seemed to be a dead goat off to the sea. Before diving into his meal with gusto, my thoughts drifted to Lady, who was dead in King's Landing. Arya. I got the girl's attention. "Where's Nymeria?" I hid a wince as Arya froze in Jon's arms and then hugged the boy tighter. "What happened?" Jon finally asked, when Sansa and Arya let him go and handed him some bread. I sighed and ran my hand through my hair. "Killings is what happened," Clegane answered. "Why?" A simple question, though it felt monumentally difficult to answer, at that very point. "Cersei's attempt at taking the throne," I said heavily, seeing Lord Ned's face in my mind every time I closed my eyes. I was led outside of King's Landing before all of this started. She ordered Baelish to get me out of the way and kill me. I managed to survive that and came back to find Lord Ned and the King Robert dead. They made it look like Lord Ned killed him before dying, himself. Lord Baelish wouldn't, Sansa said in confusion and a hint of hurt in her tone. But why? Jon asked again. I shrugged, swallowing the lump in my throat. Greed, revenge, lust for power, take your pick. But that doesn't matter now, I said, changing the subject. I promised Lord Ned I'd see you all to Winterfell. I have his body with me. They all looked at me in confusion, with the exception of Jon, who understood immediately, followed by Clegane. Shrunk him, did you? Clegane deduced. I gave a simple nod and pulled out a small, coffin-shaped box. He's in here. Jon made to grab it. I let him take it. Jon looked at the box hollowly, before pocketing it. We should take him back to Winterfell. To the crypts. Father deserves to be there with his family. Arya and Sansa looked stricken throughout the whole thing. There's also this. I pulled out a sword the size of a toothpick. Before releasing the reduction spell I had over it, I grew back to its original size, as wide across as a man's hand and almost as tall as Jon, the blade possessing a dark and smoky appearance. Ice, Jon whispered. Lord Ned said to either deliver this to you or rob. I said, handing the Valyrian great sword to the already distraught boy, but he scooted backwards from it. What? Jon said slowly, shame evident on his tired face. But I'm not. You're just as much a Stark as Robb, Jon. I said forcefully. Lord Ned trusted you to use the sword for the right reasons. Yeah, Arya echoed what I said. Sansa, not really knowing what to say, kept quiet. Likely, she knew that Catelyn would disapprove of this, but in light of what happened, there really was no way this could be argued. Jon looked down for a few moments, before right back at me, his gray eyes showing the steel the Starks were known for but also the blue glow of his flames. With a grunt of effort, he got back to his feet and held his hands out. So I gave the sword to him. I felt something shift in the air as his hand grasped the hilt. The sword pulsed, before glowing as blue as Jon's flames. Whoa, I said. I heard a clatter of plate against the rocky cave floor as Clegane drew back from the flaming sword, eyes wide with unadulterated fear. Why would he? Oh, right, the late mountain put his face in a fireplace or something. The power died down, and Jon sagged before falling back on his ass, looking exhausted. What was that? Arya asked in awe. A few moments of silence. I don't know, Jon managed to say. It felt like the blade sang to me. I said. Looks like Ice chose you. You were meant to wield it. Arya nodded excitedly, and even Sansa looked convinced at this point. Clegane was too busy looking at the sword in fright. Jon started, but shook his head. You don't have to say anything, Jon. I said, before engorging the wine inside of the almost empty pitcher as well as the small piece of bread remaining. They both grew back to their original size. Time to eat, I said unnecessarily. Breakfast was a subdued affair. I handed each of them as much food and drink as the Y could handle water for the two younger ones. They, with the exception of Jon, still kept sneaking odd stares in my direction. I supposed it would be incredible to non-magicals. My mind wandered back to what Clegane had said. He'd thought I actually created food and drinks. I suppose he wasn't wrong in the practical sense. In reality it was simply the engorgement charm at work, for both the bread and the wine. It needed a base element before simply replicating more and more of it, though there was a limit to how much you could engorge something. I think if you over-engorged something it would explode. Though the size would have to be probably 30 to 40 sizes bigger. I was fuzzy on the details. Still, the argument could be made. But he's still creating extra elements, even if he is using one of them as a base. And it was true, to an extent. Conjuration took your energy, and brought something out. Engorgement takes your energy, latches it onto the base material, and produces more, as if the item was a growing organism going through a series of mitosis. In that sense, it was a bit of a combination of conjuration and transfiguration that was somehow permanent despite the fact that both individual branches of magic weren't. How was that? Hell if I know. I never took arithmancy. But that covered the food and wine aspect of this breakfast, I thought as I took another munch out of my bread. Watching Arya sip at her water as the three siblings huddled up closer together, with Ghost sitting beside them like a guardian. The water was not an engorgement charm. Nor was it a conjuration, though it was always easier to refer to it as one. Aguamenti, the water-making spell. Note that it doesn't refer to creation in any way. It only says, making. So how was I making water, you may ask? It wasn't my energy being converted into water. It was a variation on two different charms, summoning and banishing. The first step was to summon all of the air moisture at the tip of the wand. And then banish at different levels of power, depending on what your intent was. Theoretically, you could squirt someone lightly in the face, give them a full-on bath, or you could compress the water and banish it fast enough to cut through reinforced steel. In essence, it was water manipulation through charms. Most likely, it would prove to be extremely powerful in a rainforest, but in a desert. You'd be lucky if you managed to fill a pitcher of water with the lack of moisture in the air. Semantics. At that point, though, Erebus chimed in. While it's not true creation, you essentially have an endless supply of anything you could want provided your preservation spells hold. Your spells, you mean? I thought back in amusement. You have better control over the cold than I do. It was true. While Erebus was not the Emperor of Air, he still possessed a fair bit of control over the cold, due to his power of darkness. And I used him as a glorified fridge. I ignore. Ed, the flash of irritation Erebus sent me, finished the last bite and took a sip of the wine, an acquired taste over the few months. I've been here before addressing the rest of them. All right, I started, getting everyone's attention. We have to get to Winterfell, or at the very least, past the neck. They nodded in agreement as I pulled out my map of Westeros. Any suggestions? I asked, before marking our current position. This is an estimation of where we are. Somewhere close to Hayford Castle, near the King's Road incidentally. Take the King's Road straight to Winterfell, Clegane said bluntly. The others nodded. Jon scooted closer and studied the map for a second, before tapping certain points on the map. Stop at the Ivy Inn, before we make our way to Derry. I frowned. You sure? Won't these be the obvious places to look? They could send ravens ahead to look for us. Jon's eyes unfocused in calculations for a few seconds. Won't be that fast. Clegane shook his head. If what you saw is true, then King's Landing is now in chaos over the death of the king and the Hand. I nodded. Yes, I agreed. I'm sure Cersei will seize this opportunity to regain her former power, though, as to who'd be king, I have no idea. Perhaps Tommen will be king as Robert stated. Joffrey. Clegane disagreed with a grunt. It doesn't matter. Jon interjected, giving the both of us a look. But the succession will likely be another hurdle, as well as the appointment of a new hand. He choked slightly at the end. I nodded in sympathy. Sansa and Arya just tried to understand it all. I would like to go back in there and slaughter them all. I said. I made a promise to Lord Ned. You three will reunite with your remaining family. Robb will be the head of the Starks, I'm guessing. Then you guys can plan out how you're going to respond to this. Harry, what about you? Arya asked, looking slightly concerned. My anticipation rose and lightning coursed around my body, bathing our surroundings in pale, blue light. Overtaking the fire for a few moments. Oh, it's simple. I will go and crush Cersei and Baelish. I said. Alone. Arya piped up. You'll die. You've beaten all those men while we were escaping. Sandor acknowledged. But you've taken a beating. Just look at you, Blackscale. You think you can take an entire army? They're right. Jon agreed. You can't do that. I won't let you. I glared at him, my lightning writhing threateningly. He glared back unflinchingly. Cersei Lannister and Petyr Baelish will pay for their crimes. Jon said calmly, though it pained him to say it. But cutting off the head of the snake will only let another rise in its place. Jon was right. The world never lacked for greedy people. I took a deep breath, and reined my power back in. Baby steps. I could think about this later. Focus on the objective, Potter. Winterfell is the objective. All right, I said, nodding apologetically. I won't make any hasty decision. Let's just get to Winterfell, first. Jon smiled, before relaxing and pointing at the map again. We'll rest at Ivy Inn, best we move soon. You're exhausted, Jon. Sansa piped up. You can barely move. Little bird's right, boy. Clegane said unflatteringly. You look as if a good breeze would knock you over. No, John's right, I said in agreement with my friend. We have to move, and soon. The lawn. Jeer, we stay here the more time they have to send their agents in everywhere. And who's going to carry him? You. I don't exactly have my horse anymore. Clegane sneered, though he looked a bit pained after he mentioned his horse. I guess he was attached to his horse like I was attached to Jirian. No, I answered back, my mind whirring with the possible solutions, before it hit me. See, I have his thing called magic that lets me create things, like a carriage. Oh, Sandor said, realization dawning on him. Yes, oh, I mockingly repeated what he said. John can sleep in it while my horse Jirian takes us to Ivy Inn. From there, well, I shared a look with John as I pointed at the Isle of Faces, which was northwest of it. Do you want it, or should I have it? I asked him lowly. You should, John said immediately at the same level of sound. We would have never known of its existence if you couldn't speak to his ghost. And that was that. Well, okay, I said, louder this time. We'll go along the King's Road past Derry, to the Crossroads Inn, but it doesn't look like there are any more places to stay, afterwards. There are. The Hound disagreed. I've stayed in a few of them. Out of the way, though. That's fine, I said. Better to sleep on a bed than on a tent. You think we'll be followed? We'll be followed everywhere we go. Clegane answered back with little to no care. Just kill him and keep going. I nodded, having considered the same method many times over throughout the discussion. We'll eat our own food, I said, waving my wand at the bread and wine, shrinking them to a satisfactory size and sealing the jug so the liquid wouldn't spill. On the off chance that they poison us. Ambushes, I can handle, but I have no idea how to counteract ingested poison. I learned my lesson on poisons. Almost dying because of poison tended to do that to you. Any objections? I asked, looking at each and every one of them. How will we hide Ghost? Arya said. Good question, I said. I actually almost forgot about him. Thanks for reminding me, little one. I turned to look at Ghost, before pointing my wand at him and incanting. Reducio. Arya's irritated ripple, why was cut short as she watched the large form of Ghost grow smaller and smaller until he was the size of a puppy. And then he barked, the sound coming out more squeaky than anything. I heard the sound of concealed laughter, and turned to see Sansa trying her best not to lose it at the sight of the formerly large direwolf trying its best to look threatening. He barked again, irritated at the slight against him. She lost it. Her laughter was infectious, it seemed, as Arya, Jon and I also joined it, with even Clegane rumbling in amusement at the sight. It was uplifting, like a heavy weight had been lifted off of my shoulders for a moment. It's okay, Ghost. Jon took the miniature wolf and gave him a hug. They're just jealous of you. Ghost didn't seem convinced, until Jon began to scratch the back of his head soothingly. It was difficult to forget that Ghost was, 2 months old? If that. I waited for the amused laughter to die down, before folding the map together and stowing back inside my enlarged pocket. I got to my feet and dusted myself off. You guys pack everything up, I said. I'll go make a carriage. There's a forest out there, so it should be easy to fashion it out of wood instead of creating it outright. Myself. What's the difference? Clegane asked as I began to move. Lasts longer, doesn't drain as much, I said easily, walking past the muggle-repellent char, and cancelling it with a quite finite. I stared out to a small forest to the east, watching the sun slowly rise behind it. No time to lose. I made my way down the hill, noting that moving was much easier when I was not suffering from debilitating pain. What were the odds of that? I cut down a few trees with the severing charm, using it over and over to form the necessary planks to form the box. It wasn't going to be a nice-looking carriage, but it didn't need to be. A few applications of the sticking charm removed the need for screws and nails, making my life much easier. I placed the planks of wood, side by side. Before beginning to work on its sides, I figured the walls of the box had to be a few feet high, and adjusted the planks accordingly to make an entryway. Okay, so far so good. I had a box. Next up was wheels and the chassis. For wheels, I used magic to bend the wood's shape until it was as circular as I could make it, before cutting up even more wood, as I realized that the wheel wouldn't turn without the support on the inside pretty easy, though a little time-consuming. The chassis, thankfully, was a much quicker task. 2 bars of wood, one in the front, one in the back, each with a wheel on the side. Then, connect the 2 bars together with 2 more, going from the ends of the rear bar to the center of the front bar with smaller bars to hold the frontal side together. With that done, I simply levitated the box onto the chassis, before sticking it there with the sticking charm. After all of that was the thing that hooked up with my horse. Harness. Erebus supplied. Yeah, that, I muttered. I would need Jirian here to do that, which meant I had to wait until they came here. There was still some work to be done on the matter. I made fixes here and there such as actual seats, caps for the wheels so they don't just slide out of the bars I had put them in, unbreakable charms on the integral parts of the chassis and the wheels themselves, as W.L. is coloring the whole thing a dark brown. I backed away from my work and admired it from a distance. Not bad at all, I said to myself. It will suit the purposes of this trip. Erebus replied. I scowled. What do you think? Balthazar. Section Sock. Section Balthazar piped up, still sounding extremely tired. I ran my hand through my hair, before the sound of approaching footsteps reached my ears. I turned to see John and the others, carrying bundles of fur and the like, Jirian trotting over to me. Hey buddy, I patted his head, you think you can drag this carriage for us? Jirian looked at the carriage, and then back at me, before nodding. Awesome, boy, I smiled, before motioning for him to stand where I was. The horse obeyed. I went to work, removing his saddle and placing it in the carriage, before conjuring a decent enough harness, which I linked to the chassis. Try dragging it, I said. Jirian complied and easily dragged the carriage as if the weight wasn't even there. Perfect. I watched as he ran long circles around me, testing the thing behind him out, understanding how far he can turn before the whole thing went upside down. And then, he came back to me. I smiled, and rewarded the mighty steed with a carrot, before turning to the rest. Okay, before you get on, I conjured a few cloaks and handed them to Sansa. Wear these on the way to the inn, we won't get recognized as easily if at all, I said, and helped them get situated in the back rows. One for Sansa and Arya, and one for Jon and the Hound. I would sit at the front. No reins or whips, Blackscale? Clegane asked curiously, ignoring the horse's snort of challenge at his words. No need, I said easily, patting my buddy's side. Jirian and I are partners. Isn't that right, buddy? A whinny for an answer. I smiled and took my position. You guys ready? I asked and got positive grunts in reply. Okay, let's go. Jirian snorted and began to tug at the carriage as it began its roll on the uneven, rocky tear. Rain though none felt it on the carriage. The wonders of magic. We headed west for a while, going over all sorts of terrain until I saw a castle in the distance. Hayford Castle, I realized. There's Hayford Castle, I said. Clegane said from the back. I glanced back for a second. Arya and Sansa wore their cloaks already, their hoods down, though I could easily tell they seemed shaken. Jon was napping in the back row, while Clegane looked uncomfortable in his own cloak. I smiled at the girls. Don't worry, it'll be all right. I'm definitely going to get you to Winterfell. Then, I turned to Jirian. Go a little to the right, buddy, that way we can hit the King's Road at a better angle and avoid the castle, just in case someone's lying in wait, there. Jirian gave a snort and began to slowly turn to the right, steadily changing our direction from westward to northwest. A few minutes later, we merged onto the King's Road, and I grinned. So, how much do you reckon it'll take us to get to the Ivy Inn? I asked. 2 days, maybe, Clegane said. Hayford is half a day's ride from King's Landing, and Ivy Inn is farther than that by at least 5 times. I gave a hum of acknowledgement. Okay, you heard that, Jirian. Half a day to the Ivy Inn. Have you gone deaf, Blackscale? Clegane said in irritation. I said whoa. Jirian began to channel his strength and sprinted, easily ragging the carriage along with him as we reached a speed 5 times as much as the typical horse. I sneaked a glance to the back and saw the wonderment delight, in Arya's case of my passengers, as They watched their surroundings pass up by at a speed they'd never thought was possible. What was even more amazing was the fact that the carriage still felt as comfortable as it did standing still. See, Legan scrunched his hideous face under his hood, though I didn't see it, and began to mutter. Shouldn't be surprised. He creates food and drink, shrinks things, creates carriages, and the horse is as strong as 10 other horses combined. What else? He has a pet dragon. Check on everything except the dragon. That would be later. When I reached the Ivy Inn, I thought to myself. The trip ended up taking a bit less than 10 hours. Though it could have been even shorter if we didn't have to slow down in the village of Brindlewood, a bit after the halfway point between Hayford Castle and the Ivy Inn. If we'd barreled right through, that would have been easily noticeable. Luckily, we simply rode our way past the village, and no one tailed us. I suppose it made sense. Everyone at King's Landing was most likely still reeling, and haven't sent anyone out yet. Or they have, and we simply were too fast for them, as it would take over a day and a half's ride, non-stop, to get from King's Landing to Brindlewood alone. Another day to get to the Ivy Inn. Still, there were other threats in this medieval shithole. John and I had killed those magical assassins who could change faces. They were the faceless men from Bravos, I realized. I had stumbled upon them when I was researching all things magical, and they had come up as an infamous guild of assassins whose services must have cost a fortune. How much did Cersei pay for them? I wondered if she could afford more. Or would the Guild of Assassins take it as a personal insult and hunt me down? I didn't know, and I didn't want to find out anytime soon. But, yes, we'd made it to the Ivy Inn. John had woken up halfway through, only to fall asleep again. The rest hadn't managed much. Arya had slept a few hours, while Sansa only managed a bit less than 30 minutes. I wasn't even sure Clegane was capable of sleeping. He'd been awake every time I checked. I had managed to sneak in a couple of hours, trusting Jirian to see us part of tea. He way through without any guidance, and he did not disappoint. How could anyone screw up sticking to one road, anyway? We entered the small village, really just another set of worn wooden buildings. Ho looked like a good breeze would rip them to shreds, with a few men tending to their farms, and women knitting and cleaning, and stopped at a building covered in ivy. As if that wasn't enough of a hint, there was an actual sign saying, Ivy Inn. I turned to see John jostling his sisters awake as Clegane got off the carriage. The bags under his eyes had disappeared completely, and he moved with a lot more fluidity and strength. If he wasn't already fully healed, he would be, and soon. It seemed to be getting close to night time, again. After a few grumbles, everyone got off the carriage and we went inside the inn as I set on putting Jirian in the stables. I unhooked the harness, looked around to make sure the coast was clear, and shrunk the entire carriage so that it was the size of a peanut, before pocketing it. Jirian, I said to my companion, who didn't look tired in the least, even after 10 hours of riding and dragging us along with him. I'm going to need your help soon, so eat up. Then I gave Jirian an engorged carrot and left him to devour it, going inside the inn. There was barely anyone here, I noted as I saw John handing the innkeeper some silver coins and exchanging pleasantries with him. He then turned to me. I got us a couple of adjacent rooms. One for Sansa and Arya. One for you, me and him. John informed me as the innkeeper led the way. The rooms were on the ground floor. I glanced around the common room he was leading us out of. 2 entrances, easily defensible in case of any sudden attack. With any luck, nothing would happen while I was visiting the Isle of Faces. I decided that I would do that tonight, rather than tomorrow. That way, no time would be wasted. Here are your rooms, friends. The innkeeper smiled and went back to wiping a mug at his bar. My lips quirked upwards, comparing the innkeeper with the stereotypical bartender from the Old West. The resemblance was uncanny. I shook off my amusement and we entered our rooms, but not before making sure everyone had enough to eat. With that done, I surreptitiously threw a stunner at Clegane, who was lying on his bed. The flash of red light impacted him, making sure he would remain unconscious for a good while. Until morning, at the very least, if I took his exhaustion into account. Why? John started, but I shook my head. He wasn't sleeping one bit. I said, he'd be useless to us in a fight if he went on like that. John gave a nod of understanding as he ate his bread slowly. Ghost was lying on the bed, drooling off the side as he immediately fell asleep on the comfy bed. I'm heading to the Isle of Faces, I said, smiling at the shrunken direwolf slightly. Now? Jon asked incredulously. I gave a short nod. Can you watch over the rest of them? I don't think this will take long. If it does, then I'll just give up and come back. Jon sighed and gave his consent. I'll be waiting for you. He extended his fist. I bumped it. Don't worry. I smiled, and went through the room's exit, speaking as I closed the door. I'll be back before you know it. The doors closed with a click, and I took a breath, before walking outside of the inn, and to the stables again, where Tyrion stood there, already waiting for me. I quickly put the saddle on the powerful stallion, and we rode northwards, out of the village. Following the map, I told Tyrion to go northwest of our current position. The faithful steed took off at maximum speed, easily twice as fast as the speed he had when pulling the carriage. I held on to the reins more for remaining on the saddle than actually steering. We eventually reached an unnamed village. I wasn't sure if the writer of the map simply didn't know the name of the village, or that it simply didn't have a name. I supposed it didn't matter. The important bit was that the village rested on the shore of the God's Eye, the lake surrounding the Isle of Faces. I got a few strange looks from the local villagers, who were already turning in for the day. Excuse me. I stopped next to a woman who was about to enter her home. Yes, can I help you? The villager answered warily. Do you know anyone that can ferry me to the Isle of Faces? I asked. No, I don't, the villager replied, looking irritated and muttering about foreigner idiots always wanting to go to the Isle, before she slammed the door. I blinked, so I knocked on another door, and another, and another. And Anyo, what is it? A gruff man, in his late 30s asked. Do you know anyone who can ferry me to the Isle of Faces? I asked for the millionth time. You're looking at him, the man replied, but it's late in the night. Come by tomorrow. He tried to close the door, but I stopped him. You think you can get me there right now? I asked, and pulled out 2 gold dragons. His eyes widened at the amount. It was likely more than he made in a year. The man stared before regaining his wits. Yes, good. I smiled, and gave him 1 coin. You'll get the second one when you take me back. We made our way up the muddy shore of God's Eye, on our way to where I assumed the man's boat was. I could hear the sound of crows everywhere as we finally reached his boat. It wasn't the best of crafts, but it would do well enough. I left Tyrion there, with express orders to wait for me, though I pretended to tie him to a tree to avoid the boatman's strange looks. The crossing was a slow and silent affair, though I managed to speed it up with a few animation charms on the boat itself. The boatman would likely believe that the waters were simply cooperative this day. We arrived at the Isle of Faces, and I immediately understood why it was called such. Even as I disembarked from the boat, I could see the huge forest made purely out of weirwood trees. I could feel the energy in the air, similar to the barrier I felt in Winterfell, but on a different scale of power altogether. How long do you want me to wait? The boatman asked as I began to walk away from him. As long as it takes, friend. I smiled back. The money I'm offering you will last you years in terms of food and lodgings, either that or a few fun nights at an expensive brothel. The boatman simply nodded in response, excited at the prospect of making bank. After a minute of walking or so, I pulled my wand out. Point me Balerian's egg. My wand jerked a bit to the right. I followed its path, making my way through the white and red forest, a strange sight, as I was accustomed to brown and green. The faces carved into the trees looked unpleasant, but I simply couldn't help but get the feeling that I was perfectly safe in this domain. Perhaps not from other vanilla humans, but definitely from any magical ones. A few minutes later, I reached what seemed to be a temple of sorts, only it was made out of weirwood. Perhaps temple was not a good way to describe this place. It just looked like a big house, with plenty of mats inside. What was more interesting was the small group of men, dressed in green robes and wearing what seemed to be horned headdresses. Welcome, Harry Potter of the Blackscale. Our ally, the Bloodraven, has spoken highly of you. One of them stepped forward. How may the green men assist you? That's a relieving change in pace for once. Though who the hell was the Bloodraven? I believe you simply refer to him as the Three-Eyed Raven. The green man said. I gave a nod of thanks and stated simply, I'm here for Balerian's egg. The green men now looked at me with far more intensity than they had a second ago. The atmosphere around us, the wards of this island, I realized, reacted in response to their behavior, and it felt like my soul was laid bare. How do you know of it? The same man said calmly, dangerously. I was told to come here and retrieve it. I said simply. Told by whom? Aegon the First. I said. I met his ghost in the chamber which held the skeletons of all the dead dragons. He told me where to find the egg, and he told me how to hatch it. They said nothing, so I took that as my cue to continue. I know what's north of the wall. I continued, noting their uneasy looks. The others, they bring death and destruction with them. With the help of a dragon, I could help turn that around. If it's anything I learned from what happened to me at King's Landing, it's that I had the tendency to overestimate my own strength, and underestimate my enemies. No more. I would need all the help I could get. So, can I have it? Silence. You may. I heard a familiar voice sing in the air around me. Raven. I greeted as T. He green men began to whisper among themselves. We meet again. Indeed. Raven replied. It has been quite some time since we spoke last. Yes. I said. I journeyed to King's Landing, total shithole, by the way. All too true. It was that way, even back when I was Hand of the King. Raven agreed, not caring if he revealed anything about himself, as one of the green men approached me with a light blue, scale-covered egg. Balerian's egg. If I had known the secrets of hatching it or even its location, I would have attempted to hatch it myself. But it is yours now. Thanks, I said as I held the egg awkwardly. I would have to conjure a sack for it before I went back to the boatman. The less he saw, the better. I'd love to stay and chat, but I have to go now. Ah, yes, Raven spoke softly, accompanying the Stark children back to their home. I stiffened and answered in a clipped positive. Be at ease, Harry Potter. Raven tried to placate me. The forests speak to me, sometimes. With your presence in this world, my powers have even increased to catch snippets from non-magical woods. I have been watching over you to the best of my ability. I supposed that was all right, even if I didn't. Trust the being behind the voice all that much. He could watch but he couldn't tell anybody. Right, I said, and turned to leave, my dragon egg by my side. I'll be going now. Thank you for the egg. Think nothing of it, the spokesperson of the green men said. It is our duty to aid in the fight against the long night, in whichever way we can. I nodded, and walked away, conjuring a knapsack for my egg when I was out of sight of the green men. I placed the egg inside and tied the sack to my back. I wish you good fortune on your endeavors, Harry Potter. Raven gave me his parting words, before I felt his presence slowly fade. You will need it. Tell me something I don't know, stupid Raven. I muttered to myself as I made my way back to the boatman. I smirked as a thought occurred to me. Hagrid would be green with envy if he knew I was going to hatch a dragon, just like he did. I smiled to myself as I thought of better days. Though I am not calling the dragon Norbert. Section How about Orochi? Section Balthazar piped up. Section Fully Awake, are you? Section I asked as I made my way back to the boat. Section And, no, that's a stupid name. Orochi is a snake deity, not a dragon. Section Zoma. Section Balthazar asked again. Section No. Section Baramos. Section Balthazar tried. Section No. Section Divinigan. Section Now it was just getting ridiculous. Section No, are you just naming boss monsters from Dragon Quest? How do you even know what that is? I'm the gamer, here. Not you. Section Okay. I've got a name. For real this time. Section what? Section I hissed back in irritation. Section Slime Dragon. Since the egg is blue, maybe the actual dragon is blue like a slime. Section Balthazar reasoned. Section just shut up, Balthazar. Section No. Go back to sleep. Section. Balthazar hounded me the rest of the way back to the boat. I sighed as I disembarked from the boat, where Jirian was all ready for me at the muddy shore of the God's Eye. The trip was silent, though not uncomfortable. I could tell the boatman was quite ecstatic. Who could blame him? I had essentially just given him enough money to loss him a few years, either that or a fun night with STD-riddled hookers. I adjusted my knapsack slightly, before shaking hands with the boatman and giving him a quick farewell. "Thank you again," I heard as I mounted Jirian. "No problem." I smiled back, and Jirian began to trot away. "Take care of yourself." I waited until I was outside of the village before pulling my wand out and incanting. Tempest. Energy gathered before me as white wisps of light, it said. 11:52 p.m. I nodded to myself, before canceling the spell and urging Jirian to rush back to the Ivy Inn. The trip back took longer than before, but I really wasn't surprised. Jirian had dragged a carriage for around 10 hours, before taking a slight break and outright sprinting to the village at the God's Eyes shore. It was normal that he would be tired at this point. I smiled softly as the village around the Ivy Inn came into view, though the streets were deserted as it was almost midnight. People were sleeping, after all. Jirian's sprint slowed to a light trot as we entered the village and made our way to the ivy-covered building. I dismounted the tired horse, before leading him to the stables and giving him another engorged carrot. Jirian nudged me affectionately and began to devour the huge vegetable. I snorted in amusement and left him to it, going through the Ivy Inn's entrance. There were even less people in the common room. The innkeeper was busy putting all his booze in a box. Most likely, he would haul it somewhere no one could steal it. One could never be careful in this world. Literally anyone could show up and try to steal his stuff. Though, for tonight, I doubted anything would happen. The only one currently inside here was Bloke, drinking away his worries in the back. His face was coarse, it was well hidden behind a thick and matted black beard. From his tattered black cloak and leather, I assumed he either liked the color black, or he was part of the Night's Watch. Though, what would someone from the Night's Watch be doing here? I thought those fucks were killed if they were deserted. We exchanged glances for a few moments before I looked away. Well, he certainly wasn't scared of me. So, that meant he was either brazen enough to walk in public after desertion, or that he hadn't deserted at all. A recruiting job, perhaps. I didn't care either way, I thought as I made my way back to my rented room. Turning the handle and pushing it open, revealing John, who was absently petting the shrunken ghost and staring out the window until he heard the door open. Clegane was out like a light, snoring like there was no tomorrow. Sheesh. I waved my wand at him. Silencio. The snoring disappeared. We exchanged greetings as I closed the door and made my way to my own bed. "Well?" John asked a little eagerly as I took my place on the bed, feeling the soft mattress underneath and sighing in slight relief. I closed my eyes and languished in the comfort. "Did you get it?" I gave a short nod. Before opening my eyes and reaching into my knapsack, pulling the blue scaled egg out. John's eyes were glued to it, as I set it on my bed and gazed at it curiously, running my fingers over it. The blue pattern on the egg was beautiful, resembling more like brilliant sapphires rather than the metallic feeling scales they were. Still, there was something else. A sort of energy within them. It resonated with mine, though I could feel it was different. Not stronger, but wilder. More ferocious. "It's amazing," I heard John say as he approached it, leaving Ghost behind on his bed. "Can I?" I gave him a short glance and nodded. He grasped the blue-scaled egg with both hands and lifted it. "It's heavy, heavier than I was expecting," John said softly, staring at the egg with an unreadable expression. "The legacy of House Targaryen." I felt a little guilty at that. Maybe I shouldn't be the one taking it. "You could still have it, if you want it," I offered. John didn't answer, only staring at the egg, long and hard. "John," I said after a few seconds. He closed his eyes, before letting out a deep breath. "No," he said, handing the egg back to me and resuming his seat on the bed. "I am a Stark, before Targaryen. You can have it." "Are you sure, John?" I asked uneasily. "This egg, it's part of your birthright. Aegon himself even said it. You are his descendant." "I know," John said, looking conflicted for a moment, before shaking his head and lifting the great sword, Ice, from the side of the bed. It glowed with blue fire, for a few moments, before he reined the power back in. "But, Ice has chosen me and I possess a fire of my own. I need no dragons." He smiled, set Ice back down, and held Ghost close to him again. "Not when I have Ghost, here, anyway." I took in his words. ND realized he was definitely not budging on this. Months of spending time with the fellow teen allowed us to read each other's moods quite well. I nodded. All right, then, I said, and hefted the egg. Guess Spawn is all mine. Spawn. Jon looked irritated. You're naming your dragon Spawn. What? I asked, feeling a little defensive. It's a cool enough name. That's like naming me, Offspring. Jon snorted. Or, child. I mean you're right, but, I huffed. Well, you name him, then. It's your dragon, you name it. I groaned in a mix of irritation and amusement, before putting the egg back in its knapsack and putting it aside, and lying on the bed, staring up at the ceiling as we both maintained a comfortable silence. Hey, Harry, Jon said after a few minutes. I sat up slightly, stretching tiredly. Yeah, did father, Jon said, before hesitating. When you found him, was he already gone? No, I sighed. I was hoping we could wait until we got to Winterfell before broaching the subject of Ned. It still hit too close to home. People around me invariably managed to die, no matter what. He was still alive, I don't even know how, with all of that blood, but he held on, through sheer willpower. A long silence passed. Jon choked on his words. Did he? I can't even form the words. He cursed. I sighed and steeled myself. Jon deserved to know this. He deserved to know what happened to his father. His throat was cut, but he still lived on. I said, in a monotone but with an undercurrent of fragility. It hurt to talk about this. I tried to heal him. But the effect of the healing was superficial at best. He could talk, but not much else. Jon was quiet. I trembled slightly as the image of Ned, trying to speak but failing, flashed in my mind. He knew he didn't have long to live. The first thing he said were your names. You, Arya and Sansa. He tried to tell me that he wasn't your father, but I told him you already knew, and that you still loved him despite all that. He gave me ice, and then told me to either give to you or Rob. He was smiling, and then, he just closed his eyes. I wiped the moistness out of my eyes, clamping down on it with force. This was not the time to lose control. I had to be strong. I promised Lord Ned I'd get his family back to Winterfell, safely. Thank you for telling him, Jon said, looking down and sniffling slightly. And thank you, for making his passing as comfortable as you could manage. If only I could have done more than that. I took a deep breath, wishing the tightness in my chest would lessen. It's my fault, I said out loud. What? Jon asked. How could you have expected this? I should have, I said, shaking my head. It's my fault they're all dead. Lord Ned, Jory, and the rest of the guard. It's not your fault, Jon insisted. If I hadn't testified against Cersei and gone through the trial of combat that got her hand chopped off, none of this would have happened. I shot back. She sent faceless men at us, Jon. She made it look like Lord Ned invited the king to the Tower of the Hand so that he could kill him. All because of revenge against us for what happened. Don't be foolish, Jon retorted with a heated glare. Bran almost died because of her, and she faced justice because of it. You did nothing wrong. His words were true, but I couldn't help but feel that they rang hollow. There was a soft knock on the door, interrupting our argument. There was furious wiping of the faces, before Jon and I said, "Come in." At the same time, the door opened, revealing a distraught Arya and Sansa. Both looked to be on the verge of tears. "See, can we stay here, tonight?" Sansa asked, looking a mix of weepy and terrified. Her eyes were red from crying, and she looked disheveled. Arya, the disheveled look being the norm for her, merely looked ridiculously sad, though she tried to remain strong for her sister. "Yes, of course," Jon said immediately, getting off his bed and motioning for them to sleep on it instead. "Where will you sleep?" Arya asked worriedly. "I'll make my bed bigger," I said quickly, pulling out my wand and doing just that. The bed grew under the engorgement charm, increasing its size by 50%, large enough to fit the both of us, but not so large that we couldn't even move around any longer. "There, that should do it," the two girls nodded gratefully, before climbing into bed with each other. Perhaps having stay in a room on their own was not such a smart idea. I hid a wince as I watched the two frightened girls attempt to sleep. Before all of this happened, Arya and Sansa couldn't get away from each other fast enough. Now, They were clinging to each other like they were each other's lifeline. I supposed the death of the father would induce such a reaction in the father's children. If Ned were here to see his daughters now, I had no doubt that he would be proud. "Rest up," I said to everyone, before waving my wand at the door. Quote, "Patty." The door glowed slightly, before dimming back into nothing. "Nothing will break through that door," I assured them as I stowed my wand away. "I promise." I briefly considered throwing stunners onto the two, before dismissing it. As the two girls began to relax, I nodded to myself, and laid back on the bed, and tried to catch some sleep. Surprisingly enough, I fell asleep quite quickly. I woke up, much later, to the sound of crows and swans. I shifted slightly to the right, getting a little more comfortable in the bed as I slowly came back to the world of consciousness, a light hum reaching my ears. But I couldn't decipher what it was. As my senses gradually returned to me, I realized the noise was simply the hustle and bustle of the inn. I opened my eyes blearily and looked around, letting them adjust to my surroundings. Finally awake, I heard an amused voice from my side, and turned my head to see Jon, sitting between his sisters, while Clegane was nowhere to be seen. "Took you long enough," I yawned, before sitting up, and stretching to work all my kinks out. "Where's Clegane?" "He's getting drunk," Jon answered easily, shaking his head. "All right," I smirked slightly. Breakfast was a comfortable and quick affair. The engorgement charm was getting practically second nature at this point, I noted as we all fed ourselves and drank, though Arya and Sansa drank watered-down wine instead. Arya drank it with a grimace, saying she preferred beer, but Sansa seemed to enjoy the wine well enough. I stopped for a moment to realize I was giving alcohol to young children, before I threw that idea to the side. Their father had just died and they were wound up tighter than a 10-day clock. Some alcohol would be good for them. "So, we go straight from here to the Crossroads Inn," I said between munches. It took about 10 hours of riding, including breaks to pee and eat, to get from Hayford Castle to here. I pulled out the map, and checked the locations, making estimations on the time it would take to get to our next destination. Crossroads Inn is more than double the distance from Hayford to here. I muttered loud enough for everyone to hear as my fingers traced the routes. The next leg of the trip would take a bit over a day, though we'd have to sleep in the wild. "Not really a concern with you around," Jon said easily, going over the map as well. Chair the Crossroads Inn, around a week's worth of travel to arrive at Winterfell, provided Tyrion continues to run at this speed. "Agreed," I nodded. "Why waste the time to stay at an inn?" Sansa piped up. "Though we may be under disguise, there is still a chance we may be recognized." Jon smiled in her direction, before turning back to me. "Sansa's right, Harry. There's no need for us to stay at inns. It will only get us some unwanted attention. We may be faster than those chasing us, but ravens can fly quickly, as well. We can't avoid everyone, forever." I frowned in thought. Yes, good point. What's a little roughness compared to increased chances of survival? "Exactly," Jon said, as I folded the map back up, and put the knapsack on, before reducing the bed's size back to normal. "You guys ready?" Silence. I turned to see them already exiting through the door. "Guess that's a yes." I followed them through. We found Clegane, drinking whole mugs in one gulp. I wondered if he could eat Tyrion Lannister in a drinking contest. "You coming?" I smacked him on the back before moving outside, ignoring his sputters. I found Tyrion at the stables, nudging another one of the horses, a white mare, I realized. "Okay, lover boy," I interrupted his fun, and he rewarded me with an annoyed shove. "None of that," I said easily, looking him straight in the eyes. Tyrion relented. "Good boy, come on, we have to get going." A nod. I found Clegane already with the rest of the group, and we all slowly made our way to the northern outskirts of the village. It was full of people going about their daily business, so I wasn't going to engorge a carriage right in front of them. Had to exit the village. Finally, when the coast was clear, I pulled out the shrunken carriage from one of my pockets. Before restoring its original size and hooking it up to Tyrion, the rest wasted no time and got on the carriage as I worked. "All right," I said, before taking my seat and signaling for Tyrion to move. We were jostled slightly as Tyrion began his run, but aside from that, the ride itself became smooth, even as the wind buffeted us and our surroundings flew right by. Actually, maybe I could. I waved my wand, tapping the side wall of the box. The strong winds disappeared. Good. I smiled, and pocketed my wand back. Bubblehead charm is the best thing in the universe. Anyway, I turned to the rest. Some of you might not be aware, and by some of you I mean Clegane, but we've decided not to sleep at inns to save time and avoid detection. Then, why'd we stay at the Ivy Inn? Clegane asked immediately. Honestly, we were all exhausted and mentally drained. Speak for yourself. I heard Clegane mutter but kept going. So a nice bed and 4 walls would have been a very comforting sight to us. But that option was only viable because Jirian is a ridiculously fast horse, and word has not yet reached about our grand escape. But that will happen very, very soon. I warned. If we're lucky, we'll evade all of their trackers through Jirian's sheer speed. If not, we might have to fight. In either case, we can't stay at any inns, otherwise we risk detection. Sandor grunted in irritation but nodded in acceptance regardless. Not much choice. Exactly, I said. The trip to Winterfell will probably take around a week, assuming we don't get sidetracked. 1 week, Clegane scoffed. Impossible. It would take. He stopped and shook his head. Right, magic. I quirked an amused grin at the hideously scarred man, but only gave a nod of confirmation in return. We'll rest up a few times a day. To eat and answer the nature's call. What's that? Arya interrupted with a confused frown. Are you going to speak to trees? He means pissing, underfoot. Jon answered easily, rolling his eyes. Oh, Arya said. All right. I gave the young girl a smile, before continuing. Back to what I was saying. We'll stop to eat and sleep, before resuming the course. Luckily, Jirian can ride for 10 hours straight at this current speed without tiring out, so I'm going to make full use of that. That's about it. I nodded, my eyes unfocusing as I checked to see if there was anything I didn't say. Before focusing back on the rest of them. Any questions? No one said a word. Good. The trip passed without much incident. The days were dull and monotonous. All we did was sit on the benches, play some cards conjured by yours truly and talk about anything and everything. During our breaks, I taught Arya how to play hopscotch, as well as other games like jump rope, and was surprised when Sansa joined in. Jon would watch us as he fed the cute, shrunken ghost some rabbit meat I had placed preservation spells on and engorged. If I concentrated hard enough, I could almost pretend that this was simply a fun camping trip, if I ignored the death and destruction that happened around me, either by my hand or the hands of my enemies, and the fact that these enemies wanted all of us dead. For the threat we posed to their power base. Surprisingly enough, though, we never did get ambushed. I most likely had overestimated the response to our escape. But then again, after almost dying from poison and fighting supernatural assassins, could anyone blame my extreme caution? The bogs and swampland in the neck were pretty unpleasant, but not an issue, since I had magic. Any obstacles were quickly taken care of, whether it was the road's disrepair. Luckily, the carriage never got stuck in the bog, due to Jirian's enhanced strength. Even so, a few waves of my wand, and the problem would have been fixed, regardless. Once we had crossed through the moat, Kaelin undetected a large area disillusionment charm, followed by summoning and banishing charms to open gates and move other people and obstacles aside. We all breathed a sigh of relief. Except Clegane. That guy was very quiet, for a supposed fiendish attack dog borderline rapist. Maybe all the rumors weren't what they were hyped up to be. Sure, he'd most likely killed, but in this world, I doubted you would get anywhere in life without killing hundreds of motherfuckers. Everyone killed everyone here. It was just the way of life and death. It took another 2 days for us to reach Winterfell, and the Stark children got more and more excited as they entered further and further into their homeland, relishing in the familiar cold temperatures and the soft snow covering the lands. Winterfell finally came into view as we went over a familiar-looking hill, the same hill on which I had first laid eyes on the castle. I was right back where I had started. Oddly fitting, Erebus said. What do the modern humans call it? We've gone full circle. Agreed. I thought back to the sentient blad. As I laid my eyes on the welcoming sight. It looked just as impressive as the first time I'd seen, made all the more majestic by my adventures in King's Landing, what with the all-encompassing stench of human and animal refuse, as well as the corruption at all levels, and many other things. Even with its wears and tears, the sight was welcoming. Winterfell stood strong. It was solid and powerful. Just like the family this land belonged to. We're home. Sansa sounded like she couldn't believe it. Yes, Jon said, smiling at the sight of their steadily approaching home. You see, underfoot, we made it. We made it. Jon repeated and grunted as the girl in question hugged him tightly, before standing and looking hopefully at her home. State your reason for the ladies Stark. The guard at the gate had started sternly, but sputtered out as Sansa and Arya lowered their hoods. Blackscale and Snow, what are you doing here? Lyndon, Jon greeted. There's no time to waste, we must speak with Lady Catelyn and Robb. But, right, of course. He started but immediately complied after a surreptitious wave of my wand. He stood aside and the carriage rolled past him, into the stronghold of Winterfell. We passed by the tall walls and made our way through, the residents quickly recognizing us. We stopped the carriage at the courtyard, and began to disembark. All right, let's go find. What are you all doing here? I heard a familiar, gruff old voice say in shock. He looked bewildered, though by our disheveled looks, beaten demeanor, and the unmistakable sword on Jon's back, as well as the presence of the hound, he was probably piecing it all together. However slowly, we all shared a glance, before I took a step forward. Sir Roderick, I greeted. Harry, he greeted back. What are you all doing here? Where is Lord Stark? We need to see Robb, or the Lady Stark. I went straight to the point. Terrible things have happened at King's Landing. A few moments passed as realization dawned on him. Very well, he said, his face shifting to a solemn look as he led the way. Robb has been spending most of his days attending to his lordly duties in the Great Hall, so that's where he should be. The Lady Catelyn has been assisting him in these matters, of course. I gave grunt of acknowledgement as we opened the doors to the Great Hall, and saw Robb, sitting at the head table. Face scrunched up in concentration as he read through documents of different kinds, trying to make sense of it all. Maester Luwin stood nearby, patiently observing his lord do his duties, while the Lady Catelyn rifled through papers of her own. Nearby, little Rickon was being entertained by both Shaggydog and Grey Wind, the two great beasts working together to keep the little boy distracted. Bran and Summer were nowhere to be seen. Robb, Mother, Sansa and Arya shouted at different intervals, gaining the attention of everyone and bolting to them like their lives depended on it. The Lady Catelyn got over her shock and was almost about to bite their heads off for sneaking out of King's Landing without anyone's knowledge until the two girls glomped her, buried their faces into her and began to sob. What? Lady Catelyn seemed at a loss for words, until her maternal instincts kicked in and she began to try her best to soothe her two girls, whispering gently to them. Robb approached the two girls, unsure of what he was supposed to do in this situation, before being pulled in the impromptu family hug his sisters had initiated. With a squeal, little Rickon joined in, reeling into them with a delighted laugh. Jon looked on, stoically. So did I. After a while, Robb managed to extricate himself from the rest, and made his way to us. What's going on? He asked immediately. Why are you here? He looked at Jon, or rather, the sword at his back. Why do you have ice? Where's father? Robb. Jon wasn't even sure where to start. He's dead. Lord Ned gave ice to Jon. I said simply, everyone is dead. We're the only ones that survived and made it here. What? Anyway, that's that for chapter 21. I'd like to thank all of you who have been reviewing and giving me suggestions and the like. For example, dragon names suggestions. I've already had a few, but would like to hear out a couple more before deciding. It doesn't have to be a mystical name entrenched in lore and myth. It doesn't even have to be a powerful name. It just has to be a name. As for the scathing minority of you who are angry that Harry got almost killed, well, tough luck. I remember getting the same reviews on Lightning Dragon's Roar, when Harry was forced into a similar situation in which he was absolutely powerless to stop bad things from happening to him. They were all pitching a fit because Harry wasn't wrecking everything in sight as if he was doing such before, and stated quite vehemently that they were going to stop reading my story, except my story got all the more popular when actual tension was introduced. So, I will tell you the exact same thing I told those guys. You see what's in my hand? Shows empty hand. In this hand is the number of fucks I give about you not reading my story anymore. What? Rob's shocked exclamation echoed in the great hall. No one spoke for a few moments as Jon and I shared a glance, debating which of us would tell the tale. That's impossible, Rob argued instantly. We've received no such word from King's Landing, and you cannot have arrived here before the Ravens. Interesting to note, whoever was doing the plotting was keeping the Ravens back. Or had sent them way too late. No matter, it took a week for us to get here. I said simply, motioning for Jon. Give me the box. Jon gave a nod and produced the coffin-shaped box, ignoring Rob's continued exclamations of impossibilities. To be fair, he didn't know what I was capable of, so it was forgivable. I took it and placed it on the floor. Jon and I backed away. Before I cancelled the shrinking charm affecting it, the coffin quickly grew to its former size, though I kept it closed. You what? Rob stammered at the sight of my magic. How did you do that? I stifled a wince as I recalled that Rob had never seen my magic in action, or even knew of its existence. How do you think Bran was miraculously healed? I retorted. He that was you. Rob asked. You, Rob, listen. I interrupted him with a glare. Your father is in this coffin. He was killed. Catelyn approached quickly, her two daughters still clinging to her, as Rob kept opening his mouth and closing it. Before he mastered himself and gave a steely nod, turning to Maester Luwin. Take Rickon out of here, he ordered as he also approached the coffin. He's too young to see this. Of course, Lord Rob. Maester Luwin said and led the crestfallen boy outside. Likely he wanted more group hugs, not even realizing he would grow up never knowing his father. We heard the faint sound of a door opening and closing. Show me. Rob wasted no time. I gave a hesitant glance to Arya, and back at him, before nodding and detaching the coffin's top, revealing the deceased Lord Ned. The preservation charm had held perfectly, keeping his body as fresh as possible. I felt my chest constrict at the sight of his still softly smiling face, covered and caked with blood. His wounds were as visible as day, his clothes completely soaked through with blood. As expected, everyone reacted in a similar manner, gasping in shock and horror at the sight of their beloved husband. Our faces were stricken with grief as realization dawned on some, and cold, hard truth reasserted itself in others. My own grief rose in response. I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath. And I told them what happened. Everything but Jon's heritage, something he and I had agreed to keep quiet, for the time being, possibly forever. Jon didn't want to live the rest of his days, continually hounded by those who would either wish to put him on the Iron Throne, or use him to stir up dissent in the ranks. I had to stop a few times to swallow the lump in my throat and fight my tears back, before finishing. It was the Lannisters, and that scum Baelish was in on it. I don't know if any others were involved. I said with barely suppressed rage. It was all I could to grab Sansa and meet up with Jon, who'd helped Arya escape. Baelish. Catelyn choked, shaking her head. Why? I wisely kept out of it. I'd heard rumors that he bragged about having fucked both Catelyn, her sister Lisa, so he was probably of some value to her. To have him betray her and kill her husband, well. Just then, I heard the large doors of the great hall open, revealing Bran already sprinting in, with Theon Greyjoy hot at his heel, trying to stop him. No, Bran, Theon cried as he tried to keep up. Maester Luwin said not to. The two froze in their tracks at the sight of the dead Eddard. No, Bran said, looking at his dead father in shock. Before running to him. No, Bran, no. Rob grabbed his arm and held him back. Let me go. Bran struggled, and it almost seemed like he was going to escape. No doubt then. KS to the increased strength my injection of energy had given him when I'd healed him, but Rob held him back successfully. No, Bran, Rob said. He's gone. He's gone. No. Bran's eyes landed on me. Harry, you can do it. I closed my eyes and shook my head slowly. You can. Bran insisted. You healed me. Why can't you heal him? I said nothing. Why? Bran turned and buried his face in his brother's chest and began to sob. I turned and left, ignoring the cries behind me. I couldn't stay in there anymore. I pushed the large door open, feeling the cold winds wash over me, and I welcomed them. I took a deep breath and relished in the cold for a few moments as I leaned back against the wall. About a minute later, the door opened once more, revealing Clegane. Clegane, I said, swallowing another lump in my throat. Do they want me to go back inside? No, he shook his disfigured head. I don't think the Starks would appreciate a stranger watching them mourn the Lord Eddard. The door opened again, revealing Theon, whose eyes looked hollow as he just kept walking by. I didn't stop him, of course. I nodded. Let them mourn. He was their immediate family, after all. Couldn't stand the sight and sounds, either. Clegane said uncaringly, the world's a shit enough place, already. Would rather avoid all of that. I wanted to berate him, to scold him, but he had probably suffered more than anyone I knew. His whole life was defined by his disfigured face, and his strength as a fighter. He'd likely been shown nothing more but looks of disgust for the majority of his life. He knew pain, and he had grown stronger, both physically and mentally, so that no one could belittle him ever again. So, I let it go. So, what now? I asked him. What are you going to do, now? Dunno, he answered. Likely fight for the Starks in the war to come. Yes, the war to come. The door opened once more, revealing a teary-eyed and weary Robb. Harry, he said and swallowed down his sadness for a moment, trying to keep his voice level. Thank you for bringing my father back, and all my brothers and sisters. It was the least I could do. You all have been good to me. I'm just sorry I couldn't make it in time to save Lord Ned. Robb said nothing for a while, most likely having no idea how to respond in this kind of situation. What will you do now? I asked, and watched his face morph into the hard face of his father. I will call the Banners and make the Lannisters answer for their crimes. Robb said with cold fury, the fury of hundreds of Starks before him. I nodded. Then we're with you. I gestured at myself and Clegane, before offering my hand. He took it without hesitation. Thank you, and you as well, Clegane, Robb said, eyes shining, before he looked back at the Great Hall. You're welcome to your quarters here, at Winterfell. You and Clegane. Appreciate it. Clegane answered simply. I have to go back inside, now. Robb said awkwardly, letting go of my hand. I responded with a solemn nod. Go ahead. There's a lot to be done. Robb waved it off and headed back inside, leaving us alone once more. Come on, Clegane, I sighed, and led the way. I've got to get Jirian to the stables and then I'll show you my room. Sounds fine to me, he said. We made our way back to the courtyard, where a servant still stood in wait, trying his best to keep Jirian in place and failing miserably. Excited barks came from the horse's back. Ghost was doing a balancing act on Jirian's back. I cleared my throat and watched as the servant stuttered apologies, before waving him off. Don't worry, you can go do whatever it is you were doing before, I said. I'll get him to the stables. The servant couldn't get out of there fast enough, too embarrassed to reply. I sighed and grabbed the shrunken direwolf, setting him on the ground as I chided Jirian after bringing him to the stables. I can't leave you alone for 3 seconds, can I? Jirian snorted, and shoved me slightly. I ignored the friendly shove, instead pulling out my wand and canceling the shrinking charm, watching the albino direwolf quickly grow back to his original size. There, I said, patting Ghost on the head. Back to normal. Ghost just barked. Go on, Ghost, I said. I'm sure your brothers and sisters are excited to see you. Plus, Jon will need your comfort, right now. Ghost answered by bolting to the Great Hall, shoving Clegane out of the way. The man in question stumbled and grunted but held his ground, swearing under his breath. Something about neutering mutts or whatever. I too, RNED my attention back to Jirian and idly wondered where Hodor was as I gave Jirian a handful of carrots. There, I said, patting the powerful stallion on the head. That should cover you for a while, buddy. Jirian gave me a nudge of affection before diving into his meal. Done, Sandor's gruff voice asked. I replied, thinking about linguistics for a few moments before shaking my head. Come on, I'll show you where you'll be sleeping. The trip to my room had been quick and short. My body was on autopilot, easily making my way to the guard quarters and passing by what I knew to be the group rooms, until I reached my own. Here it is, I said unnecessarily after going inside. It was nothing special. It had 3 beds, one of which I used while the others simply took up space, a chair, and a table at the corner. Right, Clegane said, placing the bag he'd been lugging around with him on a bed and immediately leaving. I'm going to the kitchens to see if they've got some chicken. Sure, I said easily and watched him leave, before placing my knapsack on the bed I had been using while I stayed in this room. I sighed, and lay my head back. My heart was heavy with grief and righteous anger. My mind was filled with the endless possibilities on how to exact my revenge against Cersei, Baelish, and whoever else was behind this. Who else could have been involved? I had learned a lot from my time in King's Landing. Everyone seemed to hold secrets about something or the other. Information was more valuable than gold, with it being doled out very carefully. Sometimes to gain favor with certain factions, or to condemn others. Every other day, there was a story or another of some minor courtier being caught in a scandal and covering it up. So how was I supposed to know who was behind all this except those two? Step by step, Erebus whispered to me as I closed the door with a wave of my wand and began to brainstorm. You're right, I said slowly. We have to deconstruct what happened that night. I scrunched my eyes closed for a few seconds. I didn't even want to think about that night, but I had no choice. I had to be strong. Focus, Erebus chided. The ambush was effective, I said. If it were anyone other than me, that ambush would have been a success, and the coup would have gone without a hitch. Perhaps the fool underestimated you, Erebus reasoned. He definitely did, I mused, staring at my left palm, where the arrow had punctured it. Though, taking a poison-filled arrow right through my hand, as well receiving various cuts from others as W.L. is being beaten senseless, which is better than being impaled, but still hurts like a bitch would do any normal person in. He always seemed to be the sort of person who disdained fighting, so T is not surprising that he wouldn't truly understand what you were capable of. Erebus added. I only nodded in reply. The mercenaries took orders from Baelish, I said logically, and Baelish took orders from Cersei. But how did she get faceless men to fight for her? Section How do you get any assassin to assassinate somebody? Section Balthazar scoffed. Section Money. The Lannisters shit gold, or haven't you heard? Section Yes, everyone seemed to like saying that in that shithole of a city. I said in understanding. He was able to see through my disillusionment, and that was worrying. Still, at least I know ICA.N beat the faceless men if the situation arose. Section So, who else? Section Balthazar hissed. I considered the possibilities. I've heard rumors that the Grand Maester Pycelle was a Lannister supporter. He could have been feeding them information. Renly seemed more happy to be a social butterfly than to plot against his own brother. He had no reason to, anyway. I stopped for a moment. Possibly the other brother, Stannis Baratheon. I mused. He never showed up to any of the meetings, instead holing up at Dragonstone, keeping himself off the grid. The only reason that would happen was because he was hiding something big. Or was about to do something big. Sketchy, but possible, Erebus opined. We already know Varys supports a Targaryen restoration. I said, remembering the night he had almost caught me. The eunuch seemed to have some magical potential, if he was capable of detecting my presence while disillusioned. Either that, or he had some really good senses. No, scratch that. I had the silencing charm on. He was definitely magical, but likely didn't know it. Meaning he either aided them, or simply let it happen. Erebus suggested. I have no doubt that this would be something he would do. I agreed with a nod. He is of the ruthless kind, but then again, everyone is. Still, that doesn't exclude him from being a possible ally in the future. I looked at my egg, currently hidden in the knapsack. Targaryen restoration, huh, that Daenerys chick is still somewhere in the east, getting fucked by a horse lord or whatever. And her brother, too. I mean that he's with her, not that he's getting fucked by a horse lord. Yes, it was understandable the first time. Erebus replied, and I got the feeling he was rolling his eyes. Section Are you suggesting we seek the remaining Targaryens out and broker some form of alliance? Section Balthazar asked. I shook my head. No, I said. From what I've heard of these horse lords, they're a barbaric race of raiders and reavers. I doubt they would be of any use to us, not that I'd want to associate with their kind to begin with. I sighed and ran my hand through my hair. I guess we just have to wait and see. I said wearily. We just don't have enough information, but at least the North can defend its borders easily. No one can cross the neck, and an attack from sea is just as unlikely. I would also advise keeping at least some of your attention north of the wall. Erebus warned. Don't get too caught up in these people's politics. Quote, I groaned, feeling another headache build. More and more problems. I had almost forgotten about the others and their whites. So overwhelmed by current events and their consequences. Well, shit, I said dejectedly. The entire trip to King's Landing was a failure. The whole deal was to build a name for myself. And gather people to join my group so we could fight against the others. Instead, the entire Stark guards died, as well as Lord Ned and the king. And, what the fuck did we get out of it? King's Landing, a city full of self-serving liars and dickheads trying to stay in power. Dozens of people had lost their lives, and for what? Influence. I could already tell the succession would be questioned in light of the suspicious circumstances of it all. Robb, for sure, would start his own rebellion. Renly and Stannis Baratheon, possibly. All of that would ensure that there was chaos in the kingdoms. They'd be a sitting target while the others from the north took their sweet time, building an army of their own. My hand moved to the knapsack on its own. Perhaps the trip was not a total waste, after all. I did have this dragon egg. Tonight, I promised myself, and waved my wand over the knapsack, hiding it from view. I'll hatch him tonight. I ended up joining Clegane for dinner. The residents at Winterfell had been informed of what had occurred to the Lord Stark, and the atmosphere seemed extremely subdued. Jon had also joined us, informing me that Lord Ned was to be read a day from now and that I was personally invited to witness it, seeing as I had brought back his body and all. He looked a lot older than his years, the light in his eyes gone as he silently mourned for his uncle's death. As well as all of our friends in the guard. So, I attended, fixing up my clothes as best as I could, not that I needed to. None of them were overly dressed. The ceremony, itself, was simple, and to the point, much like Ned himself. There were no long sermons, no over-the-top speeches. Lord Ned's body was taken to the crypts of Winterfell, and we all followed and watched. As his body was gently placed in his final resting place next to his deceased brother, sister and father. He looked as regal as the kings of winter of old, wearing a new, leather suit of armor and holding a worn-looking greatsword, apparently the sword he had used before receiving ice. Words were said, from Catelyn, Robb, and oddly enough, Jon. Catelyn had given Tyrion words of farewell, and the N had to be gently pulled back from her husband's grave. Robb looked lost as he muttered his own words, before his eyes gained a steely gaze. Sansa, Bran, Arya and Rickon huddled next to their mother. All sad and all trying their hardest not to burst into tears at the sight of their dead father. Jon had drawn his uncle's sword, ice, and swore that he would not fail in exacting vengeance upon those who did this to him. Catelyn had given him a dirty look, but glanced at Robb and thought better of it. Likely, she had demanded the return of the weapon, as it belonged to the House Stark, and not a bastard. Something must have happened to change her, or more likely, Robb's mind on the matter. Perhaps he had demonstrated the fact that the sword had chosen him as its wielder. Yes, that seemed to be the most plausible theory. He wouldn't have any ground to stand on without that simple event. It didn't matter. The sword was his, now. The rest of the children were too distraught to give their words, but that simply was proof of the unconditional love they held for their father. I watched as the stone coffin made a grinding noise as it was closed up and sealed by Robb himself. He ran his fingers over the coffin, staring at it with heavy sadness, and closing his fist so hard the leather creaked loudly before walking away. Jon and I followed him outside, but he stopped us. I wish to be alone. Robb said tightly, at least for a while. We shall speak further on the morrow. Jon was about to say something, but I held him back and let Robb have his space. I figured he just wanted to beat on something until he exhausted himself. I could tell that Jon wanted to do the same. And so, I dragged him to our usual training spot outside of Winterfell. What are we doing here? Jon huffed, clearly agitated. This isn't exactly the time to train. You're right, it's not. I agreed. But we're not here to train, Jon. You need to release your anger, and this is the best way to do it, by fighting until you can't fight anymore. Otherwise you'll retain your anger and let the Lannisters win. They've already killed Lord Ned. Jon's eyes flashed in fury at the mention of the Lannisters and the killing of his father at their hands, before drawing his sword. I drew Erebus in response. Jon attacked with the great sword as if it possessed the same weight as a twig, swinging it quickly and furiously. I dodged every attempt, knowing that blocking a strike from a great sword with a falchion was highly unwise, not taking into account each weapon's capabilities. His fire was used constantly throughout the battle as he put everything he had into this fight. Every time he shot his flames or infused ice in his blue fire, I would counter it with Erebus' inborn darkness and control over the cold. I countered another strong stream of his flames with a dark stream, countering and weathering the effects of his moves as best as I could. I wasn't trying to win, anyway. If I wanted to win, I would have already zapped the crap out of Jon. No, I was simply letting Jon spend up all of his energy to tire him out and release all of his pent-up frustration, but he was still keeping a cool head, at least. That was until I grabbed him, slammed my fist into his face and sent him crashing into the dirt. "Come on," I snarled as he slowly got back up, dazed from the blow. "You can do better than that." That seemed to snap something in Jon, as his strikes became more furious and lethal, and his demeanor turned almost feral in response to the fresh wave of physical pain I had rewarded him with. But, even with this new ferocity, he still couldn't do all that much to me. There were a few close calls, in which I made missteps in my attempts to dodge or attack, but I was never caught. The next few minutes, Jon took it up a notch further, his strikes slamming into the ground so hard that ice cut and then scorched right through the earth below us. I parried his downward swings, feeling heat and the displacement of the air as it passed me by. His technique grew sloppier as he descended further into his anger, and he began to repeat his same movements. After dodging 2 slashes, and parrying a third, I sidestepped a downward swing, got into his guard and smacked the blunt side of Erebus into Jon's hands. Jon hissed in pain and ice dropped out of his hands, hitting the ground with a thud, but Jon was not done. I realized as he slammed his head into mine with the full force of his enhanced strength, stunning me and allowing him to slam his fist in my cheek, sending me tumbling into the dirt. The impact was jarring and painful, but I managed to minimize any of the damage done by rolling halfway through my tumble, letting go of Erebus so I wouldn't cut myself on my own sword. Jon merely stared at me, panting in exhaustion as I got back up, a little damaged but otherwise fine. Better. I sheathed Erebus. Jon's feral gaze gradually dimmed back into his previous stoicism. He sheathed ice. He walked past me and stared in the distance. "Thank you, Harry." I grabbed his shoulder and gave it a firm, reassuring squeeze, staring out in the distance with him. The sun was almost fully gone, at this point. "What are you going to do with the egg you received at the Isle of Faces?" Jon asked suddenly. I smiled. I was actually about to bring that subject up. "Yeah?" he asked. I nodded. "I'm going to hatch it, tonight," I said, before shaking my head. "Might as well get started on the preparations, now." "Preparations?" Jon repeated. "Yes, I have to prepare the necessary conditions for it to work. Fire, blood, and I began to explain, but Jon interrupted. "Life, yes," Jon said, giving me a dangerous look. "Are you sure you want to do this? Is there a choice?" I fired back. "You know what's waiting for us in the north." Jon rolled his eyes at the name, but I pressed on. "They are out there, right now," I said, "building their army of the dead." The trip to King's Landing was supposed to be first to gather allies to combat the coming forces of the others at the wall. But we're worse off than when we started. Now, the North is going to be busy rebelling against the Crown. Lord Ned is gone. Most of his guard is gone. The only addition to our ranks is Sandor Clegane of all people. The egg is literally the only good thing to come out of this. I have to hatch it. And if your theory of simply using your own power to hatch the egg is wrong," Jon asked pointedly, "then I'll use an animal as a sacrifice." I said easily. Why should a man be any more special than a stag? In fact, wouldn't a stag possess much more life and vigor than a man? Jon nodded carefully, not really finding fault with such logic. "And, if that fails?" Jon pressed. So that's what he was asking me, if I would sacrifice people to hatch the egg. "Then the egg will never hatch," I said immediately. "Not by my hand." He looked at me for a long moment, before nodding in satisfaction. Go, he said. I'll gather some wood for a fire, and come back here. You go get the egg. All right, I smiled, and we made our back to Winterfell, splitting up to complete our tasks. I walked on through the grounds of Winterfell, nodding at the servants, guards and workers as I passed them by. I entered the guard quarters and immediately seeked out my room, entering it with silent footfalls. Not that I needed to be sneaky. Clegane wasn't even here, probably enjoying some midnight fun at the brothel. Erebus clattered in his sheath as I waved my wand at my bed. Ma. King, my knapsack fade into view as the disillusionment charm over it was cancelled. You're probably right, I said offhandedly as I took the egg and made my way back to Jon and I's training spot. I found a few piles of firewood, enclosed in a circle of large rocks placed so that the ensuing fire didn't spread. At the sound of footsteps, I turned to see Jon carrying as many logs as he could hold in his arms, dumping them unceremoniously into the circle and dusting himself off. Think that's enough? Jon asked, pointing at the pile of wood. I shrugged and made to rearrange the pile so that I could place my blue-scaled egg at the center, before pulling said egg out of the knapsack. Blood, I said, holding the egg in my right hand as I held my left hand out for Jon. Could you cut my palm? Jon stared at me for a few uncertain seconds, before nodding and pulling out a small hunting knife. He approached me and held the blade over my palm. Ready, I nodded. Do it. His motion was swift. I felt the coldness of the knife before the spikes of pain erupted, my palm wetting itself with my lifeblood, painting it crimson. I smeared the blood over the egg, the metallic blue replaced by a vibrant red. I felt a pulse of power from within the egg as I placed it in the center of the pile of wood, before pulling my wand out and incanting. Incendio. The dry wood caught fire at once, quickly spreading to the rest as the frigid air warmed up considerably around Jon and I. I shivered slightly at the sudden change in temperature, though it was quite pleasant. As the fire spread, I took time to smear some myrtlap essence over the large cut in my palm, the cut healing instantly, leaving nothing, not even a scar behind. I watched the crackling fire coalesce around the egg, suffusing into it, and energizing it somehow. The pulse emanating from the egg was now stronger. It was working. The dragon egg was successfully given fire and blood, but now, it needed life to complete its birth. I crossed my fingers, hoping that I was right and that I didn't have to sacrifice an actual person, before I released my control over my magic. It suffused into its surroundings, connecting with everything it could lay its influence on until it touched the egg within the flames. I could see the little dragon within the egg in my mind's eye. It was drawing from my power, using it to build its body, its skeleton, its organs and scales. The remainder of my energy, which had been flowing outwards in all directions, suddenly focused on the egg, saturating it with my power, my life force. It was like a weight had settled on me, a weight that kept growing and growing. At first, it was painless, akin to the feeling of someone placing their hand on your shoulder. But it grew worse as time went on, and I felt like I was being crushed by all sides with no end in sight. My perception of the outside world had completely faded by that point, my focus remaining solely on the egg and my own struggle to live. The agony persisted for what felt like an eternity, before dissipating entirely. I sagged in exhaustion and weariness as the world came back into focus. The fire had gone out, though egg now glowed a bright blue, the same color as my own power, and that of Jon. A long moment passed, and then, crack, a fissure appeared on the egg's surface. It's hatching, I heard Jon say in excitement as I watched the egg crack under the relentless assault from the occupant within. The egg wobbled for a few more moments, before a clawed foot crashed through the shell, opening a big hole. The little one within began to expand with furious swipes and thrusts. I approached the egg as the baby dragon finally tore a hole big enough for him to crawl out of. He looked exactly like the depictions in the books portraying his race, scaled, reptilian creatures with 2 legs, 2 wings and a tail, though he looked infinitely more beautiful than the ones in the books. He was the size of a small cat, and Section it's a she. Section Balthazar interrupted lightly. How can you tell? I thought incredulously. Section smell. Section Balthazar explained. I smiled and watched the lady dragon attempt to move through her surroundings. using her leathery wings as forelegs, before finally reaching me and looking up into my eyes quizzically, already showing more intelligence than most animals, and she was not even a minute old. We both scrutinized each other, noting that the baby dragon already had a sharp set of teeth and claws before trilling at me, reminding me of Fox for a moment, and climbing up my body. She paused at my right arm, sniffing and poking the hardened black scales before losing interest and coming all the way up to my shoulder, showing me a view of her back, with spiny, red-tipped crests running over it. "He's beautiful," Jon whispered in awe. "What are you going to call him?" "It's a she," I corrected. "How do you know?" Jon asked curiously, but made an "oh" with his mouth when I tapped my scaled right arm in response. The dragon trilled again as she affectionately laid her head against mine. "What are you going to call her?" Jon asked curiously. I caressed the top of her head, the little one leaning into my soothing touch. I smiled down in affection, and knew exactly what to call her. "Hestia," I decided. "I'll call her Hestia." I sighed and waited for the inevitable onslaught of questions as I held a small chunk of meat over my right shoulder. Immediately, the offered meat was snatched up and devoured by my newest companion, a baby dragon by the name of Hestia. Her loose scales gleamed in the early morning light filtering in the great hall of Winterfell as Hestia nudged my shoulder, her tail pointing to my lap. I smiled, and obliged her. "A dragon," Arya was the first to say, standing on her chair and leaning forward to get a better look. The Lady Catelyn didn't reprimand her, too shocked to be able to form any words. "Where'd you get it?" "Found her egg on the way here," I answered easily, feeding Hestia another piece of meat. "Hatched her last night." Bran seemed to be warring between looking at me with anger, to gazing at the dragon in awe. I met his gaze, and he looked away. I guessed he still blamed me for not healing his father. "Can I touch her?" Arya asked excitedly. I don't think that's a good idea." I smiled apologetically before Catelyn could yell out a no. "Maybe if she gets more used to you." A few moments passed, and then, "Just who are you?" Robb asked slowly. Everyone's excitement died down at the loaded question, and I licked suddenly dry lips as they looked on worriedly between the two of us. This would be the deciding moment in my bold move. Jon and I had argued extensively on what was to be done about the newest addition to my small family. Jon had said that she should be hidden, in case any lingering hatred of anything Targaryen remained. After all, the Mad King Aerys Targaryen had burned the Lord Rickard Stark and his son Brandon to death. Indirectly caused the death of Lyanna Stark as well as countless others in the Seven Kingdoms. And, Jon had a point, so I'd given him an out, a way to avoid any of the stigma I was possible to carry after revealing this secret. I told him that he could act as shocked as the rest of them were, thereby removing any wrongdoing on his part. Jon refused instantly, looking visibly upset at the thought of betraying me. Not going to lie, it was really heartwarming to see that kind of devotion and trust. I had smiled and told him why it was better to reveal the existence of Hestia as soon as possible. The longer I kept this a secret from everyone and with magic, I figured I could do that for at least a few months before Hestia grew too big and too powerful for my magic to effectively hide her, the worse the betrayal will feel for them. This way, I would demonstrate that I trusted them with this secret. And that was why I walked around most of Winterfell, with Hestia on my shoulder, trilling loudly and proudly as the residents took turns gaping and gasping in shock at the sight. There were even a few screams of shock mixed in with fright. But no one dared to make a move on the little one, my smoldering emerald glare rooting them all on the spot. The fact that lightning flew out of my body, scorching the earth around me with ease, as well as my black blade exu. Ding, and unholy dark light helped as well. In for a penny, in for a pound, I had grimly thought to myself, then. I stared Robb down for a few seconds, telling him without words that any attacks on my EU companion would be construed as an attack on me. He would not enjoy the aftermath. I descend from the ancient and noble dragonlords of Valyria. It was a lie, but there was no one who could refute my claim. There's a reason I am capable of magic, and there's a reason I was able to forge my magic sword. No ordinary man could do these things. Robb's eyes widened at the claim. "You're a Targaryen descendant," the Lady Catelyn said in dismay. I turned my gaze to her and shook my head. The Targaryens were one of the Dragonlord families, but they were far from the most powerful. I paused for a second, before continuing. No, if my parents' stories were true, then I am a descendant of a man named Orion. He'd survived the doom and attempted to retake his lands. I believe he declared himself the Emperor of Valyria. What happened to him? Came the question from Arya. He's believed to have died at the Valyrian Peninsula. I said easily. Took his dragon, and an entire army, and head to Valyria or whatever remained of it. They never came back. And you're his descendant? Robb asked, a little doubtful. As far as I know, yes. I said with a shrug. I'd thought it was fanciful thinking on my parents' part, and had dismissed it out of hand, until I hatched this egg and got little Hestia, here. That's her name? Arya asked with a smile, the atmosphere lightening up slightly. Yes. I lifted Hestia slightly, who snapped at me at the interruption of her meal. I sternly glared back and hissed. Section none of that, little one. Section. She stopped, bowed her head, and returned to her food. Discovering that Parseltongue allowed me to speak to dragons was also quite convenient. I turned my gaze back to Robb. So, what do you wish to do now? I asked bluntly. I know I promised to help you against the Lannisters. The Starks scowled at the name. But if you feel my presence will hinder your efforts, I understand. And I did hinder my efforts. Robb repeated dumbly. You healed Bran. You saw that justice was served to those who attacked him. You and Jon saved Sansa and Arya, helped get father's body back to Winterfell, as well as our family's sword, Ice. Robb paused to let all of that sink in. I noticed Bran absorbing his words as well, giving me an unreadable look. At least it was better than the veiled resentment he was giving me earlier. How exactly have you hindered me? Robb asked, looking faintly amused. Because you have a dragon, now. Though what you've shown me is disconcerting, you have done nothing but good to my family, Harry. Only a dishonorable pile of filth would turn you away. After all you've done, my spirits lifted, and I smiled. I was about to say something, before Hestia trilled affectionately, climbing onto my shoulder once more, before alternating between staring at Grey Wind and Ghost, who was standing next to Robb and Jon respectively, as if they were the most interesting creatures in the world. The large direwolves approached me, returning the hatchling's stares with equal interest. I felt her claws grip my indestructible shirt a little tighter, as she huddled closer to me. Ah, I smiled and gently pried her off of my shoulder, putting her in protective embrace on my lap. Look, she's scared of them. Section it's okay, Hestia. Section I hissed at the little one and she looked up at me fearfully. Emerald met emerald. Section I won't let anything hurt you. Not while I'm alive. Section. That seemed to do the trick, as Hestia crawled over to the side of the seat and poked her head out to see the two large direwolves staring at her still. She squeaked carefully, nervously. Grey Wind moved away, seemingly losing interest, while Ghost rolled over to his back, panting and waving his tail happily. Hestia squeaked again, her tail poking the albino wolf's nose. Ghost sneezed, startling Hestia, who quickly crawled up my shoulder. Shish. I calmed her down as Ghost ran back. Jon. You're fine. Hestia calmed down once more, though she kept a wary eye on the two direwolves. Are you sure I can't come pet her? Arya requested again. I smiled again, and shook my head no. The news of my capabilities and ancestry traveled all over the north like wildfire in the weeks that followed. Lord after lord answered Robb's call to arms, proudly displaying their banners as they were welcomed by the Starks. The Karstark Sunburst, the Manderley Merman, the Glover Fist, the Mormont Bear, the Serwyn Battle Axe, the Bolton Flayed Man, the Hornwood Moose, the Umber Chains, and many others, all there to answer Robb's call and also see the rumored Dragonlord with his very own dragon. The famed Harry of the Blackscale, who had defeated both Jaime Lannister and Barristan Selmy, arguably the best swordsman of Westeros, as well as the Mountain That Rode, a legendary fighter in his own right. The meetings were short, as feeding and raising a quickly growing dragon turned out to take up the majority of my time. Hestia, while kind and gentle at times, could also be quite frightening when roused. Right now, the damage she was capable of inflicting was minimal at best. But, when she was fully grown, well, I'd seen what a Hungarian horntail was capable of, and I remembered that dragons here could be at least 5 times larger than the horntails, though that would take quite a while. Quicker than I was expecting, though, as Hestia had already grown in size. About 30% larger, if I was being modest, 40%, if I was being generous. Hestia's appetite proved more and more voracious as the days passed. Not wanting her to get fat, I gone to devise a series of exercises to keep her active. I had her crawl laps around the courtyard. After that, I would have her attempt to play fight with either Ghost or Grey Wind, sometimes with some whom she had quickly learned to tolerate. She obviously lost, every time, though Ghost and Grey Wind were gentle in the way they handled things. Summer was a little less gentle, but it was probably for the best, as it would toughen Hestia up quickly. I would not allow Shaggydog to interact with little Hestia, though, as he was too rough and wild for my tastes. It was no surprise, Rickon was too young, prone to childish tantrums as all children are. His direwolf picked up on it, being just as irritable, so I didn't let him come close. By the old gods, I never thought I'd see a dragon with my own eyes. The Greatjon boomed as he watched the growing Hestia crawl alongside me as I headed to the Great Hall, where Robb was holding a meeting. The Greatjon, or Jon Umber, was the lord of the last hearth, head of his house. He was a large man, easily over 6 feet tall, heavily muscled. He needed them to carry that monstrous sword over his shoulder. Geez, and I thought ice was over the top. And now you have. I motioned for Hestia to crawl up my shoulder. She obeyed instantly, rubbing her head against mine affectionately. You are the Lord Jon Umber. He gave a nod. And you're the famous Blackscale. I didn't respond immediately. Yes. Heard you defeated the Kingslayer and Barristan Selmy in single combat. He gave me a piercing look. Yes, I repeated, though I didn't elaborate on the subject. You are heading to the Great Hall, as well. The Greatjon replied as we passed through the courtyard and made our way past the sept. Lord Robb is assembling a war council. The Great Hall was as large as ever, though its table layout seemed to have changed slightly to accommodate the war council. 3 long tables were arranged in a broken triangle, with each lord taking his seat with no order of importance. Jon was standing by the side. Robb had invited him personally, though he did not assume his seat next to Robb, likely the doing of Catelyn. I guessed even saving her daughter's lives still wasn't enough. He stood by the side, his face stoic, revealing nothing to the world. Ah, you're here. Robb took notice of our presence, and the remainder turned to look at us. Most of them focused on the Greatjon for a few moments, before onto me, and then Hestia. They stared in fascination some more, before Robb cleared his throat and motioned for us to take our seats. We both complied, though I took a moment to turn to Jon. Come, Jon, I said, motioning to the empty spot next to me. You can sit here. A few silent moments passed, before Jon nodded tightly and assumed his seat. Lady Catelyn's face looked scandalized for a few short moments as Jon, ice slung over his shoulder proudly for all to see, assumed his seat next to mine. The remainder of the lords looked on disapprovingly, but were interrupted by Robb, who began speaking. My lord father is dead, he said bluntly, killed by assassins hired by the Lannisters. There was a flurry of motion and almost overwhelming sound at the news. Each lord yelling in shock, dismay, and disbelief, until Grey Wind barked loudly, the sound impacting everyone with the force of a man's light shove. The king, Robert Baratheon, has also been slain. Robb added. It was orchestrated by none other than the former queen, Cersei Baratheon of houses Lannister and Baratheon, though the latter is debatable, in light of new information. The same woman who had my younger brother, Brandon, pushed off a tower to hide her infidelity. Her infidelity was a moot point, as Robert tended to fuck anything with a pulse, but a person was judged by their own sins, not the sins of others. Just because Robert was not loyal did absolve her of her own sin. She was also disloyal and evil enough to consider killing a child to keep her secrets just that, secret. Robb paused for a few moments, letting the news sink in. Why? Came the question from one of the men. He looked wholly unexceptional. Robb turned to him, and answered. Because Cersei Lannister had nothing to lose, and everything to gain, Lord Glover. Robb said slowly, before addressing everyone. During your journeys to Winterfell, my lords, we have received a few ravens from King's Landing, as well as other locations, and the contents are, well. He paused for a few moments, eyes unfocusing slightly as he attempted to recall the contents. The missive F. Rom King's Landing stated that Cersei's son, Joffrey, has been installed as the king. Robb said gravely. Joffrey, who had been stripped of his heirship by his father for demonstrating a tendency to abuse his power as prince. On the late king's bed, a letter had been found with his seal, declaring that Cersei and Joffrey were to be pardoned, and Joffrey was to be reinstated as the heir to the Seven Kingdoms. It is now being loudly proclaimed as truth that my late father was a traitor to the realm who had killed his king in an attempt to usurp the throne and mold the king's son, Tommen, in his image. Now, that got a response. Ned Stark, a traitor. The Greatjon boomed over the rest of them, his voice easily drowning theirs out, hitting the table and leaning forward aggressively. The North will become a great, bleeding desert before that day comes. A chorus of "I"s were heard, echoing in the large hall. Another set of letters came in, from Highgarden, as well as Storm's End. Robb continued unabashed. Apparently, Lord Renly Baratheon has laid a claim on the crown, stating that the children of Cersei are not of Baratheon descent. He claims that they are bastards. He's Ulraya, allied himself with the Tyrells of the Reach, and intends to crown himself as king. Again, the room broke out in an uproar, though much more subdued than before, the various lords having realized that this wasn't just Robb trying to play at revenge. The kingdoms were fracturing themselves. Surely, not Stannis. He is the elder, Catelyn asked, and a few among the gathered people nodded in agreement. I agree, Robb said. By the laws of succession, and, if Renly's claims are true, then Stannis Baratheon is to become the king of Westeros. But, there's more. A few grumbled. What now? As Robb pulled out the final missive. It came in this morning. Robb said, eyeing the message for a few seconds. From Lord Stannis Baratheon of Dragonstone. Like his brother, Lord Renly, Lord Stan. Nis claims that Cersei Lannister's children are not of his family but that they're the product of incest, between Cersei and the Kingslayer, Sir Jaime Lannister. What? Quote. Robb only nodded in response. My eyes widened, remembering an old conversation with Balthazar on the subject. He had made the suggestion that Jaime was having sexual relations with Cersei, and that's why he looked so conflicted. Incest. Lord Stannis Baratheon has also staked a claim on the Iron Throne, proclaiming himself to be the king, as well. Robb added, looking at each and every lord and lady present. 3 kings, then, a soft voice spoke, its source an average-sized man with a plain face, beardless and ordinary, and pale eyes. His skin was equally pale, and pasty. I almost mistook him for a vampire, with that appearance. Renly Baratheon with the might of the Reach and the Stormlands. Stannis Baratheon with his large fleet of ships and the vassals of Dragonstone. And Joffrey Baratheon with the backing of the Westerlands. All 3 claiming to be the king of the 7 kingdoms. Lord Bolton, Robb said. That is correct. So, it's obvious what must be done. I pitched in, nudging and poking at Hestia, who tried to fight against it, but failed, resigning herself to being poked with as much dignity as she could. The Lannisters are the enemy. That leaves Renly Baratheon, or Stannis Baratheon, as possible allies. But, who to pick? By laws of succession, Stannis should be the king. But, then again, by laws of succession, the Mad King's children should have been the heirs to the throne. Renly has the backing of 2 kingdoms, one of which sells grains and livestock to the other realms. There were some murmurs at that. Lord Ned was dear to me, I said honestly, ignoring the strange looks I got at the way of addressing their previous Lord Paramount. He was a wise and good ruler. He always listened to people before making his judgments, and his judgments were always fair and honorable. And they killed him. Lord Ned tasked me with getting his children back home safely, and I did. He wanted the world to know the truth, that it was not him that killed the king, but Cersei Lannister. With the help of her own family's gold and resources. That leaves us no closer to knowing who to ally ourselves with. An old man with a massive belly and fingers the size of sausages said. Though his eyes were calculating and shrewd. I was getting to that. I said, and gently pried Hestia off of my shoulder, placing her on my lap, instead, noting that they all stared at the creature, till fascinated by Hestia's very existence. Lady Catelyn's family control both of the Riverlands, as well as the Vale. That makes 3 allied kingdoms, who can also ally with the Stormlands and the Reach against the Westerlands. Catelyn shook her head. My sister, the Lady Lisa, has not sent a single letter from the Eyrie. Moreover, my uncle, Sir Brendan Tully, has confided in me that Lisa refuses to leave the Eyrie, and has closed the Vale's borders to any outside influence. I believe she does not wish to participate in the war to come, despite the death of Lord John Arryn, another suspicious death linked to the former queen. Cersei. Murmurs rose once more at that declaration. Isolating her kingdom, I mused aloud. That still leaves the Riverlands. Here, Robb smiled. Lord Hoster Tully has agreed to join forces with us. Likely, he understands that a war between the Westerlands, Stormlands, Reach, and the North will lead to the decimation of the Riverlands. He wishes to prevent it. A cheer broke out at that declaration, and more plans were made to meet up with the nobles from the Riverlands and join forces. But that still leaves us in the same predicament as before. I noted grimly. The way I see it, there are three choices. The first choice is to follow the laws of succession and join our forces with those of Stannis Baratheon, who has little in the way of fighting men. The second choice is to discard the laws of succession and join with Renly Baratheon, focusing your forces to destroy the Westerlands and claim their riches for your own. And the third, Robb asked calmly, not swayed by the prospect of riches, though some of the others perked up. At least he was willing to listen to advice. Arguably the most dangerous option, I said, and looked at every single person in the room. Make allegiances to no one. Rule over yourselves like the Winter Kings of the past. A deafening silence ensued. The most dangerous option, indeed. Lord Bolton agreed with a tiny nod of the head in my direction. The possibility of both Lords Renly and Stannis declaring the North as enemies is there, which would mean our allies in the Riverlands would be attacked from all sides, thus negating their potential usefulness. I felt a bit of admiration creep into me. Despite his vampire-like looks, this was a man with a brain, and he knew how to use it. They all turned to Robb, who had his eyes closed in deep contemplation. He opened his eyes. Lannisters took my father, Robb said in a deceptive calmness, though his eyes were furious. I will not allow any of our brood to sit on the Iron Throne. I mean to see them dead. My father's death will be avenged. That drew a cheer. And the Baratheon kings? Roose Bolton asked softly. Here's what I think of these two kings. The Greatjon boomed, before spitting to the side, garnering a laugh from those attending. The War Council. Lord Bolton frowned, but said nothing in return. I will not alienate the Baratheon brothers, just yet. Robb decided after a few moments of deliberation. We will claim neutrality on their end, at least until we have taken our revenge on the Lannisters and their Westerlands. We'll finally get to see if it's true that Tywin Lannister can shit gold. That got another booming laugh from the Greatjon. You're a Stark, all right. The large man said boisterously. No give in you, whatsoever. The meeting continued for a few hours longer, going over the various details involving war preparations. Whoever told you that war was simply about gathering an army and leading it to a fight was an idiot. The logistics of it was a nightmare, which was why Maester Luwin as well some other maesters who had accompanied the invited lords had joined us, helping everyone figure out what the expenses would be in terms of food, equipment, mounts, and supplies. Which roads needed to be maintained, where to raise more levies and where to find more men. That was when Theon burst in the Great Hall, dragging something behind him. Theon, Robb said as a few lords shouted, what's the meaning of this? Look who I found wandering towards Winterfell. Theon moved sideways to show us what he was dragging. It was a familiar-looking dwarf, though unconscious. If he was, he would shit his pants at the death glare Robb had immediately given him. The famed Tyrion Lannister. Robb smiled dangerously, getting up and approaching the dwarf in question. Just fell into our lap. How convenient. I winced, soothing Hestia's agitation by caressing her spine delicately. Tyrion was probable. Why going to have a very bad day when he woke up? I smiled down at Hestia during our daily workout, which consisted of her crawling laps around my training spot, as well as jumping at the end of every lap, in order to strengthen her hind legs. While she was in mid-jump, she was to unfurl her wings and glide back down to earth, before running once more. In short, this workout ensured that she increased in strength in all areas. Except her tail. I just had her move relatively heavy rocks with it, for now. We took a short break to regain our energy, by which time Jon would join us, Ghost along for the ride. Thus began the second phase of our training. Sparring, or play fighting in Hestia's case. I watched Hestia attempt to pounce on Ghost, who would shove her aside, or bat her with his large paws as she got close, while also forcing her to defend against his own lunges and bites. It had been 2 weeks since Lord Tyrion Lannister had been brought to Winterfell. He was strangely cooperative. After I'd let him pet my dragon, and Hestia was growing in leaps and bounds. She was almost as big as a medium-sized dog, at this point, and was capable of dishing out as much as she could take. I figured she would be ready to attempt flight or breathe fire any day now. While Hestia did her mock battles against Ghost, I would spar against Jon. He had quickly gotten used to wielding ice, swinging it as easily as he had done his previous weapon of choice. But wielding a great sword was different than wielding a long sword. The weight was not an issue, what with Jon's increased strength, and the lightness of the Valyrian steel that ice was made of. Though, it was always important to note the sizes of the weapons. A long sword's blade was known to be around 30 to 40 inches, whereas a great sword's blade was at least 60 inches, and that was being quite conservative as well as being wider than the blade of a long sword. So, while Jon could still wield it passably in the beginning, his lack of skill showed when it came to high-speed swordplay, and he couldn't compensate for the added reach the blade afforded him. But, after non-stop training for weeks on end, I felt that he had gotten it down pat. After our spar, Jon and I would sit together and theorize on the limitations of our respective magical powers, and the prospect of transferring some magic into Ghost. What ended up happening was Jon slumping forward unconscious, transferring his consciousness into his direwolf. He warged into Ghost. It took a while, but with a bit of a concentration and a lot of calming down, Jon managed to return into his own body. The experience left him shaken and amazed. This wasn't a power I'd given him, but one he'd been born with. I briefly wondered if it was his Stark bloodline, or his bond with Ghost that let him enter his companion's mind. If it was centered around bloodlines, then he just might also be able to warg into Hestia. Not that I wanted him to try it anytime soon. Instead, the focus shifted on attempting to have Jon separate the fire from his magic so he could attempt to inject it into Ghost. The process was slow going, and quite frustrating, but I imagined Jon would eventually learn the skill. I had given the idea of transferring some of my own powers to other people some thought, but Erebus had knocked it out of the window. Apparently, only a select Fae were capable of withstanding my power without it completely damaging their system. Only those with great magical power could have withstood my own filtering into their systems. This meant that, if Bran was not powerful magically, my attempt to heal his nervous system would have resulted in him being further crippled, or outright killed. It was a sobering thought. Speaking of the young boy, he warmed up to me once more over the weeks. Likely, he realized that holding a grudge against me was pointless, as I had done my best to keep his family safe. When he finally came to me with concerns of being able to see the future, I had linked my energy with him and felt amazed at the changes within him. Most of his power focused around his eyes and ears, enhancing his senses to such levels that he could predict any person's moves a full second before they made them. That was even beyond my own power. I even had it tested by having him watch a few spars in the Winterfell courtyard. I asked him to predict one of the combatants' every move, whether it was offensive or defensive. He had not missed a single move. He decided to call it his future sight. So Jon and I would help train him, sometimes, when Sir Roderick was too busy to do it himself. Mostly, Jon just sparred with him as I watched, pointing out what he was doing wrong and what was wrong with his tactics and stances. Just because, say, you could predict your enemy's movements didn't mean you were in shape physically to actually counter them. That part would require a lot of training and drilling to sear the stances and moves into his memory, his muscle memory. To be precise. But, yes, I could not transfer my powers onto everyone. So, I did something else entirely. With the help of Robb and the other lords stationed at Winterfell, I began enchanting as many weapons and armors as they could bring to me. It was dull and tiring, but would probably give the North the edge it needed to survive the coming wards. They had seemed leery of my magic, at first. And then they'd seen an untouched blade shatter after being hit by an enchanted one. Their looks of unadulterated glee said it all, especially after I told them that their armors would also possess similar properties. Robb had confided in me, that night. Your recent changes to our weapons and armor will likely serve us infinitely more than anything else. Robb had clapped me on the shoulder. Keep in mind, Robb. I stomped on his parade. The armor will not bend or break by anything other than magically enhanced weapons such as Valyrian steel, but that still do not mean that the men wearing them are invincible. Too true. Robb agreed. A spear to the face or through the neck would ignore the armor altogether. But, do not make light of what you've given us. It gives our men a distinct advantage, not just in offensive and defensive measures, but it also gives them peace of mind. They need not fear that a warhammer will cave in their breastplate, crushing their chests. That is just one example. I'm not making light of it. I smiled. I'm just making sure you realize what the limitations of my magic are. If I could make myself share the same quality as that of steel, then I might not have almost died at King's Landing. Still, Robb insisted, you've likely solved our third biggest problem, the first and second being managing our food stores while on the march, and the funding required to keep campaigning. About that, I grinned and told him I could enlarge their food stores by at least 10 times, as well as make it last for years without any chance of rotting, which, when combined with the fact that all of their equipment was unbreakable, would reduce the cost of the war immensely. That's not forgetting the fact I was loaded with gold, though there was no need of it. Right now, considering the cost reduction in food and equipment would leave Robb with a lot more funding. Robb had only shaken his head in resigned amazement and let me do my thing. If we make it through this war, Robb had promised resolutely the night before the march, as we all feasted, knowing that the days to come would be filled with endless marching, battles and blood. I will give you anything you want. A lordship, land, whatever it is you wish. A lordship. That would likely make life a whole lot easier, when it came to dealing with strangers or foreign entities. While I could easily take care of myself in most situations, I would likely have an easier time of things with a lordship under my belt. It gave a person credibility. Now if only he concept didn't make me feel like Voldemort. John, drunk off his ass beside me, nodded and smiled, correcting Robb none too gently. When we win this war, you mean? That's the spirit, lad. The Greek John boomed, having overheard our conversation, or at least part of it, before downing an entire mug of ale in a single gulp and slamming it against his table. The Lannisters shall feel our cold, hard shafts. Begging your pardon, my lady. He added the last part at Catelyn's disapproving glare. I'm not too worried about rewards, I said easily, frowning as I rubbed at my left palm, distracted by the phantom pains. I'd be happy sticking my sword through Baelish's gut, for now. A chorus of agreement, though the Lady Catelyn still looked a little upset about her former friend. The next day, our march began. There were tearful goodbyes all around. Arya tried to sneak into the army, only to be apprehended by her mother and sent back home with instructions on how she would be punished. As expected, the trip was slow going and dull, but the pace was thankfully much faster than that of the march we'd taken on our way to King's Landing. I figured, in a single day, we had covered about 20 miles. Checking my map, and making the necessary calculations, I figured we'd arrive at Moat Cailin in a few weeks' time. More men seemed to join our march, with every day that passed. Thusa, NDS of levies from the many villages in the north, and hundreds of men at arms charged with training them, as well as dozens of knights. Morale was high. The prospect of never-ending supplies and unbreakable equipment seemed to help a lot. The sight of Robb, John and I with our respective companions struck a powerful image. Robb Stark, the Lord Paramount of the North, with Grey Wind by his side, the young wolf. Jon Snow, a great warrior as the remainder of the Northern Lords had seen over the weeks, flanked by Ghost, the White Wolf they called him. And then, there was me, the man who had enchant Ed the Northerners, weapons and armor. It was eerie, how people quickly accepted magic when it would make their war so much simpler, better than the fear I was expecting. The only ones among the army that seemed leery of my presence were the Manderleys, and they were the ones who kept to the new gods, the 7 who were one. Though, they didn't say anything on the matter to my face. Behind my back, I knew there was some uneasy muttering. But nothing overly concerning. So, if I maintained a, stay away from me and I'll stay away from you, relationship, those that followed the 7 wouldn't make any move against me. Neutrality was better than outright hostility, after all. The men who kept to the old gods were surprisingly accepting of it, as the legends behind their religion revolved around the children of the forest, the others, giants, and the like. All magical creatures capable of much power. Did I get a nice nickname like Rob and John? I got a few. The Mage Lord, Black Dragonscale, Dragon Lord, and others. As for the maesters marching alongside us, they would approach me as I trained Hestia, asking all sorts of questions about dragons, magic, and old Valyria, of which I knew very little. It made for some really interesting conversations, which livened up this dull march. One of the many topics of conversation was the bleeding star that had appeared above us the day before I had hatched Hestia. What was it? The debates held on the matter were pretty heated. I wanted to tell them that it was probably a comet passing the Earth by, and that the red stuff behind it was most Ely ice tinted in red being evaporated by the sun as it approached the solar system, but I imagined that wouldn't go over well. The men would whisper that it is a sign that they would win, that the gods, old and new, would favor them in battle. I rolled my eyes at their gullibility, but said nothing on the matter. Hey, if they believed they were divinely advantaged, who was I to stop them? And so, it went. Wake up, eat, drink, shit, clean up camp, feed Jirian and Hestia, march for 6 to 8 hours, depending on weather conditions. Rest for a while, attempt to get the quickly growing Hestia to belch out flames. Fail miserably, look upset, eat, drink, shit, go to sleep, rinse, repeat. At least Hestia was now able to hover in place for a few seconds before she tired out. Eventually, we reached Moat Cailin. The army's spirit and morale lowered none. Awed by my feats of magic enlarging the barrels of wine seemed to be biggest thing they liked. Figures. Archers from both Deepwood Motte and Torrens Square. One of which I recognized as the boy, Terwind, from that inn I stayed in while I was there, were ordered by Robb to man the stronghold. A few hundred archers can hold the whole of the neck against an invading army, Robb said, poring over his maps in a room he'd commandeered in one of the still-standing towers. Moat Cailin itself had fallen into disuse and disrepair since the had never been a true need to use it in that past, with the exception of Robert's rebellion, and now the swamplands and bog would be impossible to cross with an army, and the Cranogman under Lore D. Howland Reed will ensure that any lucky survivors of the swamps meet a quick end. A few of the other northern lords were also present, as well as Theon, John and I. Our scouts have indicated that He forces from the Westerlands have begun their assault. Roose Bolton spoke softly, pointing at a few points on the map. Already, the villages around the Mummers Ford have been sacked, their small folk butchered, the women taken. They sought refuge in their timber holdfast, but the Lannister men set fire to it. A few looks of uneasy horror flitted onto the occupants' faces, likely they'd prefer to be killed by a sword than to be burned to death. I agreed. Events of a similar nature transpired over the stone mill and Sharer. Bolton added, tracing his fingers along the map. The house pie, Pirate Pinkmaiden was also quickly overwhelmed, and the men were forced to retreat northeast to Riverrun. Their goal is Riverrun, Lord Karstark said, studying the map as well. Perhaps, Robb allowed. Our count of the Lannister men is around 30,000. I doubt that they would simply all be deployed to Riverrun. He pointed at Harrenhal and Derry. No doubt, Lord Lannister has split his army into two. One portion to besiege Riverrun, and the other to take Castle Harrenhal as his grandson rules from King's Landing and must be defended. Though, there could also be some stationed at Derry. Harrenhal. The Greatjon agreed without hesitation. Derry is too small and open from all sides. A lake from its south, and natural defenses so effective that an army would grow old and grey before even nicking Harrenhal's damned walls. Likely the gold shitter has already taken it. He gave me a sidelong glance. Would take dragons to bring it down. I shook my head. I doubt Hestia could light firewood, let alone an entire castle, right now. But I can easily have the gates open, and the defenses sabotaged. Then I leave that task to you, Harry. Robb nodded at me. Though, we must falk. as on aiding Lord Tully and whichever of his vassals survived the initial Lannister invasion at Riverrun, before considering an attack on Harrenhal. The lords gathered nodded in approval. Once the ARCHERS left at Moat Cailin are settled in, we march for the twins and join their power to ours. Robb nodded to himself. Catelyn grimaced. I would not be so sure, my lord. Catelyn said, shaking her head. Lord Walder has gained a new title for himself at the end of Robert's rebellion. The late Lord Frey, one of them said, and a short laugh was had. I have learned to expect nothing of Walder Frey. He will likely keep his men in reserve, before finally joining with the winning side to curry favor. Catelyn said with conviction, either that, or simply do nothing. Truly, Robb seemed shocked at such a move. He's your father banner man. Some men take their oaths more seriously than others, my lord. Catelyn sighed, and Lord Walder was always friendlier with Castle Rock than my father would have liked. One of his sons is wed to Tywin Lannister's sister, though that means little of itself to be sure, as Lord Walder has sired a great many children over his years, each set to marry someone of high standing. Still, do you think he intends to betray us to the Lannisters, my lady? Lord Glover asked gravely. I do not know, she answered after a moment. Lord Walder has always had an old man's caution and a young man's ambition. Regardless, Robb shook his head. There is no other way across the river, beside the twins, mother. Why not just take it? Jon cut in curiously. Easier said than done. Lady Mormont, a short, stout, gray-haired woman, cut in, hefting her spiked mace for a few seconds. The twins consist of two identical stone castles standing on each side of the Green Fork. With high curtain walls, deep moats, and a barbican, and portcullis in each. To take them, you would have to coordinate an assault from both sides, as the defenders of one castle can quickly rush to the other. And, since we're only on one side, a pause, no chance in breaching through the gates. Jon sighed. Except, why breach through the gates when I can just open them with my magic? I cut in, gaining everyone's attention. That could work. Robb nodded. Though, there is still the fact that the Lord Frey's men shall still fight us the entire way. It would be a slaughter for both sides. Lord Bolton agreed with a strange gleam in his eyes. Battles within the walls of castles are quick, cramped and nothing short of brutal. We would likely lose as many men as those in the twins. Even with the enhanced armor we have been gifted. The gathered lords began to murmur uneasily, considering the idea or its alternatives. I am not prepared to make that sort of sacrifice, Robb said, shaking his head. I will attempt to reason with the Lord Frey to gain his allegiance, would have done so from the beginning. But if I am refused entry or if the toll he exacts is too high, I shall consider your idea. Harry, I shook my head. Fighting within the walls is indeed suicide. I agreed with a nod to Bolton, who graciously returned the gesture. But, I suppose I should have elaborated. You don't need to fight from within the twins. I can easily drive them out of the castles, and then you can finish them off on the open field. Oh, Robb and the rest of them leaned forward, gesturing for me to share my plan with them. So, I did. We kept on marching along the King's Road for a few weeks more, before branching off and heading southwest to the twins. A few days later, I finally laid eyes on the two castles on each side of the Green Fork. I had considered the idea of constructing a bridge purely with magic, but I realized that would likely take at least a week me using the strongest magics I had available to me. The narrowest part of the Green Fork was still ridiculously huge. This wasn't a simple stream. The twins looked exactly as the Lady Mage had described them. Identical in every way, earning their name. We were met by a knight, Esser Stevren Frey, the heir to the crossing, as well as 3 of his brothers. He looked like a weasel, if I were to be brutally honest. They all did. Way to fit the stereotype, mates. My Lord Father has sent me to greet you, and inquire as to who leads this mighty host. Stevren said, and I wondered with a headache, why I couldn't have been sent to a dimension in which people didn't speak like they were in a medieval live-action role-play. I do. Robb stepped forward on his horse, Grey Wind by his side. It scared the other horses, though a flicker of amusement passed by Esser Stevren's face when he laid eyes on Robb. He was smart enough not to comment on the matter. My Lord Father would be host honored if you would share meat and mead with him in the castle and explain your purpose here. Stevrin said, and all were quiet for a second before erupting in protest. Some attempted to change the venue, some tried to talk Robb out of it. Before Catelyn finally decided she'd go in Robb's stead, Sir Stevrin nodded, nudging at one of his brothers to move forward. I am certain my Lord Father would be pleased to speak to the Lady Catelyn. To vouchsafe for our good intentions, my brother, Sir Perwyn, will remain here until she is safely returned to you. He shall be our honored guest, Robb said as our new, not hostage dismounted and handed the reins of his horse to one of his brothers. I require my lady mother's return by evenfall, Sir Stevrin. It is not my intent to linger here long. Stevrin gave a polite nod, and then turned his horse. His brothers doing the same. As you say, my lord. Lady Catelyn followed, leaving us behind. Don't worry, Theon said. She'll come back in no time. She'd better. Robb promised dangerously, eyes smoldering as he stared at the twins. He gave me a glance, conveying without words what he'd like me to do if his mother didn't come back. I nodded in agreement, and we spoke for another hour. Before I headed to the back of the convoy, where Hestia was busy roughhousing with Ghost. Is this really the growth rate of dragons in Westeros? I thought as Hestia tied her tail to Ghost's leg, dragging him as she began to crawl around, the direwolf in question struggling every step of the way, before he yanked hard, setting his foot free and dashing away. Hestia trilled and followed. She's already as large as a small pony, and strong enough to force Ghost to use a great bit of his strength. Section no way to tell. Section Balthazar hissed to my mind. Section since the last dragon died over a century ago, and their growth rate was never documented in the few books we have on them. Section. A month ago she was barely the size of a kitten, Jon said as he approached us and made to pet her head. He was the only one whom she'd taken a liking to. Must have been his Targaryen heritage, or the fact that he'd been present for Hestia's hatching. Now, she's easily contending against Ghost. Balerion the Blackdread was said to be so large that he could swallow Aurochs whole. A familiar voice said from the side. Quiet, a guard said before smacking the cage with the broadside of his sword. Let him be, I said, and the guard gave me a fearful look. I frowned. Did he think I was going to curse him, or something? He's done nothing wrong. I approached the cage. The great Blackscale, himself. I'm honored. Lord Tyrion Lannister gestured grandly from his small cage, though there was nothing grand about it. He looked like a mess, though he seemed to retain his good humor despite everything. And the White Wolf, as well. Truly a great day for one as lowly as I. I rolled my eyes at the pun. Hello, Tyrion. I trust they're giving you enough to eat and drink. Perhaps enough to eat, but to drink, not a single ounce of wine. The craven scum. Tyrion grumbled at the end. I said, digging into my pocket and pulling out my shrunken pitcher of wine, before engorging it with a wave of my wand. I watched his eyes light up, both at the wine and my casual display of magic. Come, another wave, and his cage was open. A few more, and there were chairs and a table. The guards looked like they were mixed between arguing and staring open-mouthed at me. I stifled an eye roll and turned my head to the side. Jon, you want some? I asked as the man in question joined the battle between Hestia and Ghost. Pass, he yelled as the dragon and direwolf joined forces to bring him down. Oof, bottoms up. Tyrion quickly took his seat and began to drink, losing what seemed to be years off of his face the moment the wine entered his body. His withdrawal must have been intense. I haven't had wine since. I can't quite remember any longer. Yeah, I said noncommittally as I drank some as well. Sometimes I wished I had some Pepsi, but there was nothing to be done on the matter. I doubted the necessary ingredients even existed in Westeros. So, how was the wall? I never got to ask, because, you were taken prisoner. It was quite the sight. Tyrion said conversationally, easily transitioning between being a prisoner to sitting at my magically conch table and drinking my wine, however ridiculous it was. Majestic, even. It was difficult to believe that this was a man-made wonder. Some would say the same about the Titan of Braavos, but the wall is much larger in both height and length, spanning across 300 miles along the north. The view from the top was even more awe-inspiring. I then pissed over it. I smirked. Of course, he would have. What else did you do while you were there? I asked curiously, pouring him another cup of wine. Not all that much, Tyrion admitted, though the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, a man by the name of Jeor Mormont, asked for me to ask my dear family, as well as the King Robert. This was before he was killed, you see, for more recruits. Why? I asked. White Walkers are some such, Tyrion said, though his eyes found their way to Hestia, who was currently being double-teamed by Jon and Ghost. But, then again, if dragons exist, then it is possible all of the other mythical creatures do. They exist, I promised to his surprise. As you know, I possess many gifts. Indeed, he quipped, but gestured for me to continue. One of them is the ability to connect, if you will, with this world. I said slowly, I can feel the flow of its energies. I paused to let him absorb that comment. This was the real reason I was making conversation with him, the reason why I didn't let him be mistreated in any way. I needed the Westerlands, and he was the key to it all. That, and he was a pretty smart guy. Very likable. I felt their power, north of the wall. I said gravely, undoubtedly, it was the most frightening presence I had ever felt. Frightening. Tyrion gave me a double take. I nodded. I don't use that word lightly. I've come across many things on my journeys, but the power gathering up there is enough to have me greatly worried. They are creatures born of ice and death, and they will stop at nothing to kill each and every single one of us. Lannister, Stark, Tyrell, Baratheon, Martell. It doesn't matter. We're all meat for their army. But this war, Tyrion countered, but I interrupted him. This war, I said, anger in my tone as the body of Eddard Stark flashed in my mind. As the result of your sister's vengeful intentions after she had lost her hand due to her own crimes. Likely, the Lord Lannister has been forced to launch an attack, knowing that the other houses would take action. It's what anyone would have done to keep their own kingdom safe. But it doesn't matter. They will be defeated before long. Lannister, Baratheon, Tyrell, all of His greedy families will be left in the dust. I very much doubt that. Tyrion argued back. Granted, you do have a dragon, which is a powerful weapon to be sure, but men have killed dragons before. Who said I need a dragon? I smiled. I am more than capable of doing it, myself. My lord, a messenger. Lord Robb summons you to his tent. It is urgent. I nodded with a frown. I'm not a lord, but I'll head there, thank you. Lord in all but name, Tyrion said, taking a long gulp of his wine. The Mage Lord, Dragon Lord, they call you. It doesn't really matter. I waved it off, uncaring. Lord or not, I know who I am. And where I stand on the food chain. I don't need the self-gratification a title would get me. Tyrion scrutinized me for a few moments, before getting off his seat and heading back to his cage. I thank you for the drink, Harry. I stopped the guard from closing the cage back up. Come on, Tyrion. I smiled. I didn't set you free so you could go back in the cage. My lord, the guard said, confused at the turn of events. He is our enemy. Indeed he is, my good man. I cut the guard off and extended my hand to the confused dwarf. But he doesn't have to be. I'd prefer to have him as an ally. Tyrion gave me a long, considering look, before taking it and shaking firmly. I smiled, and turned to where Jon was. Hey, Jon, I yelled. Get your white wolf ass over here. Your brother's calling for us, and it doesn't sound good. Jon complied and the three of us began to move towards the main tent. I could sense that Tyrion felt pretty nervous at all. Eglair's sent his way. He hid it pretty well, though. 5 dragons say Lord Frey wants Robb to marry one of Walder's daughters. Jon said, you think I'm stupid? I scoffed. I'm not taking that bet. You've run out of wine. Oh great mage lord. Tyrion held up the almost empty pitcher as we almost reached the main tent. Can you magic up some more? Why did I even release him again? Oh, right. Castly Rock. This is it for part 2. Spam yellow hearts for next part.